I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Sharif masterpiece. The janitor at our new building just had a baby, so I'm going to be taking paternity leave for them. So I will be out today, but Bobby and Choppy are going to hold it down.
What a great life Sean Sharif has.
Just paternity leave all over the place.
For other people now.
For other people. Taking other people's paternity leave.
He's down with OPP. Other people's paternity.
Other people's paternity. There we go. It's Sean and RJ 105 through the Phantom. RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. We got Peyton right here. We got Aiden in the hallway. That's how he's not alongside. He's in the hallway now.
Aiden in the hallway with the door open.
The door open.
Because he doesn't have headphones to be able to listen to it.
So we can just wave to him over there.
Hi, Aiden.
In the hallway.
Yeah, there he is. He's waving
what's up,
now.
Man. All right, so it's obviously it's a Thursday. We got Tim McMahon coming up at 9:00 this morning. Yep, a little bit of McMahon action. Of course, we are going to do a special today at 8:20. A special.
Yeah, we're good.
Reddit.
DJ, now we've scared DJ.
I know we've scared because the door's open and they can hear us on the hall.
Do we need to close the door, DJ? No, we're good this morning.
Ask Reddit at 8:20 this morning.
Oh, baby.
Got to do that. But I want to start off with the biggest lie perpetrated on the Dallas-Fort Worth public maybe ever.
Ever? Let's talk about Nico.
Not Nico.
Oh.
Not Nico. He's gone. We don't talk about him.
Kyle Yeomans.
Not Kyle Yeomans. Good one, though. The Aurora Bora Nothing.
Oh. Were you upset by that?
I was very upset by that.
I told you it's witchcraft. It's not. It's not
Mavs
real.
game ends. I go outside. And Sarah's in bed, and I'm like, I'm gonna go check out this Aurora Borealis thing. I'm supposed to be able to see it between 10 and 2 a.m. All right, let's go. I go outside.
Like you're driving.
Yeah, 10
10
and 2. Really, 9 and 3 is what they want you now, right?
Yeah, now they do.
Yeah. So I go outside. There's nothing. I'm like, all right, that's fine. It's nothing. I'll set my alarm for midnight, and I'll get up and I'll go back outside. I'll look at the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights. Mm-hmm. When I go outside at midnight,
Which you set an alarm for.
which I set an alarm for, which means I had to get redressed because I sleep naked.
Completely?
Completely. Nothing. All right, that's fine. I'll set an alarm for 1 a.m. Do it again. Go outside. Nothing. That's fine. I'll set an alarm for 2 a.m. I went back to bed again. I woke up. This time, I didn't even put clothes on. I just went outside naked. Nothing. Nothing.
It's not real.
The neighbors got more of a show with me walking outside naked than I did with the sky.
Yeah, it's the only moon we saw last night.
The only moon we saw. And it was not cloudy. It wasn't cloudy. It was fine.
This is what I was trying to tell you yesterday. It's made up. It's not a real thing. It's witchcraft. Those northern lights, they're not real things.
They are real, though, right?
No, witchcraft.
My buddy's a pilot. He took a photo of one from the plane.
Well,
I know, right?
Then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. He saw witchcraft.
Did anybody else see this?
I understand there's science behind it and everything else, but it's witchcraft.
Did anyone else see this? I didn't see it.
817, I saw it Tuesday. It was best to use your phone to see it, so you have to look through your phone to see it.
Yeah, see, that's not the same.
214, OMG, how many days of paternity leave did Sean buy from Zach? He didn't get, this is not from Zach, this is from the janitor now in the building. He said, best of luck to our janitor. And
No,
that
the
he would
cleaning
take it.
specialists,
Yeah, the cleaning
not
specialist.
janitors. So I think it's garbage. It's a lie. I'm not with Bobby. It's not witchcraft. It's just don't tell me that we're going to be able to see the northern lights here in the deep south.
903, you can see that there was some lights, but the northern lights I did not see either, Chop.
See?
Did you see any special light in the sky?
Nothing. I saw a glow, but guess what? That was Texas Motor Speedway.
Oh, yeah,
That
does
was the
have a
glow,
glow.
the distance that I saw. All right, it was the giant American flag. I salute you. A giant American flag.
Nude in your
In my
backyard.
backyard, completely naked.
America.
Yes. But I was not saying it at attention, if you know what I mean.
okay.
You know what I mean, Pete. I was not saying it at attention. So I think it's a big lie. I think it's a big butch crap. It's not the Northern Lights aren't crap, but the fact that it was ever going to be here without being garbage.
Yeah, it's clearly not something that's real. Just like birds, this is not real, and the northern lights are not real. I mean, I know they're out there, and I see them, but to me, it's like faking the moon landing. There's some sort of special effects or some sort of witchcraft or something else.
I feel like a real idiot. Set my alarm 3 different times
Did
to
you?
get up.
So were you a big? I can't remember. You were a big Path of Totality guy.
What does that mean?
You remember when we had the eclipse?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we were in the Path
Yes.
of Totality.
Yes.
So you were big on that, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
But it was not. It didn't get pitch black like it was supposed to.
No, it
So
got dark.
I feel like they oversell these things all the time.
Maybe. Yeah, but when I was in college, you had to take a science. You don't know because you didn't go to college. But
No, I did
Peyton,
not.
you knew this. You had to take
yeah.
a science. Mine was astronomy.
I took that too.
Did you
Sorry.
take it just to do astrology? You thought it was astrology, and you thought you were going to pick up girls.
No,
No.
no, I did not. I did not think it was.
Hey, you're a
astrology.
Pisces.
No, I just didn't know how to do biology or chemistry. And yes, I was looking north. I know how to. I know my compass. I got an inner compass. I was looking the right way.
There's two things you can't see according to the 682: the northern lights and Sean at work because he's taking someone else's paternity leave.
So yesterday was the Cowboys golf tournament that I played in from Peace-a-thon.
Well,
That was where it was bid on to play a round of golf with me in this Cowboys Legends golf tournament. And there's two of them. There's one in the spring, which all the players are at, and the one in the fall, which is like more the corporate sponsors and stuff like that.
I've seen you swing on it.
They did it right. And the new Cowboys golf course, because they closed it down and they redid it. Mm-hmm. It is, I mean, it looks it's in great shape.
you know who was talking up your golf game yesterday was Chuck Cooperstein.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He was saying Choppy can move it.
I can move it. My game's in a good spot right now. I'm thinking, I turned 50 soon. I'm thinking of calling this whole radio thing a career and going on the senior tour.
Not before apparently Boss Man does. Was he out there golfing?
Oh yeah, well he had because he's part of the corporate sponsors.
And he was playing good. He was playing a good game.
Well, I didn't see him, but like his group,
they were scoring.
They were in the lead for like half the time.
Did you end up winning?
No, I think we got like third.
How were the people you were playing with?
They were pretty good. We were pretty good. We were pretty good.
Was it a scramble?
It was a scramble, yeah. So
I've learned recently is you play the furthest ball somebody hit.
Basically, you play the best ball. Yeah, the best shot each shot. So it's honestly.
So I could be swinging into the lake every single time, and we could still win.
And we could still win. Scrambles
this
are for you.
This is the game for me.
This is the game for you because there's alcohol involved, and you just doesn't matter how bad you are.
As long as there's not one of those nerdy pace of play dorks.
No, it's
going around going, excuse me, you guys got to pick up the pace.
It's pretty good. It was pretty good. It was a lot of fun. So I appreciate the invite. Tom was the guy who won. Who made the winning bid. Our friend Red was in the group with me.
Oh!
Yeah, Red and Daryl.
Rudder Room Red.
Rudder Room Red and Daryl were in there, so it was a lot of fun.
He was in your group?
Yeah.
With you?
Yeah,
Oh.
that was the group. So
shout out to Red Byboth. He's an awesome dude.
Saw a ton of people I hadn't seen in years. Brian Martin from Dr. Pepper, but tons of people I hadn't seen in a long, long time.
And you saw Rossi.
I saw Ross. I saw Christy Scales. She was out there. Barry Church.
Were they playing?
No, Ross was set up at the Odyssey booth.
There's
with Christy Scales, and then Barry Church were there. So pretty cool.
Come on, Ross.
Yeah, pretty cool. A lot of fun. Appreciate it. I hope to do it again with Peace-a-thon. Thanks to Kevin Hagelin.
Hagelin was talking it up as though that is one of their best bid on items is you in golf.
Yeah, I think he says like second or third.
That's pretty amazing. Now, if I would just participate,
that'd be number one.
Shoot up
easily.
It'd shoot up.
Everybody
wants to watch me shoot 80
Everybody.
or 150. What is the better score?
What do you mean?
80 or 150?
80.
That's the one I would shoot.
That's the one you would shoot?
Yeah, whichever one that is.
I like seeing that. All right, Sean and RJ here. 105.3 The Fan. Mavs' first game in the post that guy era. Not even going to say his name anymore, but the post that guy era ends pretty much like the same way with the pre that guy era.
Something good can happen, but not when you turn it over like that. Christie's pass is smothered by Mark Williams, and Royce O'Neal up for the transition three, and it is good.
That is Mavs TV with the call. 123-114. The Suns win. The Mavs made a game of it. It was 20. They got it down to about 20-something, but the Mavs made a game of it, and they still lose 123-114.
Yeah, it did not go the way you hoped right off the bat, where you're like, okay, we've made the change, and this is a new era. It was still a loss, but there's some positivity here. We're still building towards something a little more positive. Everybody, I think, feels like we're taking the right steps now. We'll see where it all moves from here, but it's nice to at least see that we got to enter this new era. And I'll tell you who felt like they hit a new era last night.
Who's that?
Klay Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Dear Lord, that man put up 16 three-pointers.
17.
No, 17 shots.
16
threes.
That's great. I love it. We don't pay him. We don't pay him for those mid-range jumpers and layups.
He's like, forget this.
No.
I'm putting up shots now. This was
just jack it up, man.
Yeah, this was by far the most minutes that he's played all season. So as soon as Nico's gone, who's free to play? Klay Thompson. Free it up.
Thompson,
made
baby.
6 threes, by far the most he's made this year. But he also put up, like I said, 16
of them.
threes.
That can't be that good.
It's 37.5%. It's not the worst.
Not the worst. No, it's for him the way he's been shooting this year.
No, yeah, I mean that's actually really, really good.
Yeah.
That's way above his season average.
PJ left the game early, a bit of a shoulder, so we'll see what happens with that. That may have impacted the game quite a bit because Phoenix is not. They're not a great team. They should not be up on you by 20 points.
No, they should not. And it was a fresh start, a new beginning of sorts. And Jason Kidd's had a rough go of it throughout this whole time because of all the pressure that it seems like has been put on the organization because of Nico. So, Jason Kidd, talk to us about the Fire Nico chants and everything that's been going on at these home games.
Well, I think to work backwards on that question is we'll see. We can only hope that we don't have to go through that again because it was a little disrespectful because the guys are playing hard and they're trying to win. And so with that chant when we're shooting free throws is very disrespectful. But understanding that they got their point across, the fans, but we have to move forward. Understanding the healing process for the fans, but these guys are playing hard. Ever since the trade, these guys have given everything. We were down to 8 guys, but a lot of times we didn't get credit for playing hard and finding a way to get in the playing game with a lot of money in street clothes. And again, we have a lot of guys that are in street clothes. We got over, I think, $100 million sitting on the sideline.
Come on.
And we're still competing, and we're still in games, and we're learning how to win. So I would hope that we start to get a little credit for that, because these guys, they can hear those things, and they feel really disrespected. And it's hard to keep guys here in this league when they start to think that the home team is not home, and it becomes a visiting place. And so hopefully that changes tonight.
Shut up. There are so many different things here. Shut up.
What?
First off, you got plenty of credit for the guys playing hard last year. Did we not consistently, everybody go, boy, they're playing their asses off, though. Nobody's quit. Jason Kidd's getting them to play hard. Jason Kidd's done a good job coaching this up in the wake of Luka. He got a ton of credit for that. So to say we got no credit for playing hard through all the injuries and stuff. And shut the hell up, dude. You're lucky people are not around here just clamoring for you to be thrown out the way Nico was. If you were really on board with any of this, or if you didn't get in the way you needed to, get in the way of this trade the way you needed to, then you're lucky people are not demanding you get thrown out too. So be quiet. Again, that's going to be my common referring to a lot of people whenever they talk about this. Be quiet. Shut up. It's not your call. It's none of your business. Leave it alone.
He is right, I think.
But to use the nickname of Anthony Davis, even though that's not what he meant, to use the nickname of Anthony Davis to talk about, while we're doing this, while we have millions in street clothes. I can't believe he used that term for it.
It really is wild. He is right, though, about the chanting when they're at the free throw line. When you were chanting "Fire Nico" when you're at the free throw line. It's not the same as the MVP chant when they're there. And PJ's at the line. It's like, hey, you're Yes, when you were mentioning Cooper's mom yesterday, she is right. It is a distraction to the players.
Yes, on purpose. Sorry, get over it.
Right, it is. And look,
940, Bobby, stick to football. 940, stick to your texting. I've got a microphone in front of me. You don't. So shut the hell up.
If this was like the NBA Finals, you're not doing that, right? You're not doing it.
I think they are. I think if they're on the national stage, they are chanting "Fire Nico."
You think so?
Yeah.
See, because to me, a lot of this is if they were 8-3, they might not be doing this. They might not be chanting that. They're 8-3, and they're playing well.
I don't know. They hate Nico.
They do. They absolutely do. But I think the 3-8 start didn't help. And it made things worse, and it made things to the point where it was like, all right, we got to do this.
201 actually thought that kid interview was a Bobby AI when he said street clothes. Nope, that was Jason Kidd.
Come on, man.
945, it's not your call either, Bobby. It's time to move on. Wrong. It's not anybody's call. Shut the hell up when you talk about how fans react. I'm not saying that they can't make the chant. I'm not telling them to do anything, 945. It's you Bobby, dumbasses who think that. Who think you can tell the fan base what to do and how to react to it. The fan base told you how they wanted to react, how they wanted to handle it. They handled it the way they did. So everybody else can shut the hell up about it. That's just the fact.
Bobby is on one this morning. What did
469 also thought that was a bit of me when he said street clothes. Promise that was not. That was sounded like
one.
That.
It sounded like one. All right, it's Sean and RJ here. 105.3 The Fan. We want to find out what we need to do about
one more. 214. So if someone disagrees, you have to shut up. No, 214. You have to shut up when you start dictating how the fans choose to deal with it. So if you start telling people, move on, do this, shut the hell up. Let them cope with it and deal with it however they want.
Bobby's on one. Bobby is on one, Peyton.
I like it.
Can we get to the payload as soon as possible?
He is mailing this payload in today. We already talked about
that. Was great content.
You know what he's doing?
Yeah.
That his payload. He just wants to cop Eric's rant and play it.
Come on. It's not on the run sheet. It's on the run sheet.
That's coming up.
Take it for myself.
Payload. But what are we going to have to do about Anthony Davis? Bobby's got some ideas next to the Fan. After we get you over to
Been injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Someone's got to help me with Bobby. He is already going at it with the Tolos on the text.
Not most of them, just the ones who are whining.
Man.
Like, please have some sympathy for Nico.
Views.
We got to take calls one time just to go after Bobby.
Just to go after Bobby.
You got any questions
Who
for Bobby?
the hell
Views
turned off the TVs again?
Views expressed by Bobby do not represent whatever. They're saying there's
an Odyssey.
Yeah, they're calling
maybe not for long. Who knows?
calling Sean street clothes on the text. It's more like street phones, street headphones.
Don't get it.
He's not here. He's street clothes. Sean.
Oh, street phones for.
Street
okay,
phones for
headphones.
Sean. That's his new name. Street phones.
Yeah.
It's Sean and RJ here. 105. It's RJ and Bobby. Really, it's really RJ and Bobby.
Really, for the first couple months of the year and the last couple months, I guess.
Really, that's what it winds up being on the Fan. We do have the payload coming up at 6:40. But
we have the Chio load.
The Chio load. That's right. There we go. The Chio load.
You know what? I was going to split it up into two parts, but you know what? We're playing all 7 minutes.
You
There.
didn't prep
No,
any
we're not playing all
content.
7 minutes. Come on. Don't do that. All right. It is Sean and RJ. And we got to figure out what we're going to do with Anthony Davis.
Gonna trade him.
Okay.
Or God forbid, is the text that's been all sensitive this morning just like think that's awful? Are we being abusive by threatening to trade Anthony Davis? I guess we should run that by them first.
Right, there you go. So, like, how motivated? So, a couple of things.
You just want to move by so fast this morning.
A couple of things. How motivated are you to move him?
Very much so.
Do we need to trade him to move on completely? Right? And then, do you see any scenario where this team and Anthony Davis flag Kyrie can win a title?
No, I don't on that last one for sure.
All right. I don't either. I don't know that they can.
Why did that happen?
What? The trade?
Why was there so much talk over the last 4 months of people? Where did that come from? I never understood it. The brainwashing of like, this is a title contender. No, it was never. Why? How did that come to be a common thought?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess because that guy told us defense wins championships.
I guess. I guess just
because we wanted to talk ourselves into still paying attention.
When Barkley and Stephen A. and whoever else would talk about this is like, oh my gosh, yeah, this is a team that they're ready to win right now. No, they're not. They weren't competitive at the end of last year. People were like, well, they were missing this guy and they were missing that guy. Yeah, that's part of what they signed up for, was missing those people. That's part of the deal.
You're not wrong. I mean, I think people were trying to buy in. They were just trying, especially Mavs fans, they were trying to find a reason to buy in. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, we could see this team winning. So, you know, if the answers to those questions are, yeah, we don't see him winning, we are motivated, and I do think some semblance of being able to move on is moving him. It's like you get into a bad divorce and you just want to move on from that house. You want to get out of the house.
I don't think they have to move on from him, but in order for there to be closure,
it would help with the
I think it would just help for them to build a team.
Yeah, well, I think it would help because you want to have multiple picks in this draft, I believe, and then you want to be able to control some picks beyond that because I don't think they don't control 28. They don't have 1 and 29, right? And they don't control 30 because those are pick swap years. So they have picks, they just don't control their picks. So that's part of the problem. But there are some destinations that are out there for Anthony Davis. Bobby, on a potential trade?
There are 5 suggested trades from the Ringer, and we're going to see how you feel about all these. The first one, you know what, let's start with this one first. The Sacramento Kings. The Kings receive Anthony Davis. The Dallas Mavericks receive Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, and a 2027 first-round pick. You in or out?
Zach LaVine. For 2027 or 2026?
27.
That's fine. I would like to get more picks, but I don't think you can go down that road.
They write that the Kings fan base rightfully sees this bizarre season as an opportunity to raise the team at a foundational level and build up for an exceptionally talented 2026 draft class. The team is composed almost entirely of the kinds of players who eventually become splash deadline acquisitions for contenders looking for some extra offensive punch. The Kings have one of the worst defenses in the league, allowing teams to shoot 70% from within 4 feet of the basket, a rim protecting deficiency so glaring that it feels like a feature rather than a bug. This is a Kings team that has the potential to be one of the most egregious tankers we've ever seen in the second half of the season. This is the way, which is exactly why none of us should be surprised if the team decides to re-roll its assets and pair Domantas Sabonis with an elite defender like AD, clinging to a bygone concept of success that has long expired.
Hey, sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Sounds like it happened right here.
Right here,
as a
9
matter
months
of fact.
ago.
All right. Next trade, but you don't think that's a bad option?
It's not a no. It's not a no. I'm not. It's not my first choice. It's like a fallback.
All right, next one here. The trade to the Chicago Bulls. And what you get, it's not just Anthony Davis this time either. It's Anthony Davis and D'Angelo Russell. In return, you're going to get Nikola Vucevic, Kobe White, and Chicago's unprotected first-round pick in 2029.
It's too far down the road.
You're not down with that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And
Kevin Huerter is also in this trade. I didn't notice that.
Okay.
But Kevin Huerter is also in the trade.
people are mentioning, Zach LaVine's too injury prone from the Sacramento deal, which that's fair.
He does get banged up.
I think I like Sacramento's deal better because the pick is also sooner. 2029. That's 4 years from now, man.
Yeah,
4 years on the road.
It's a ways down, but you got to rebuild for it.
Yeah, I would probably say no on that one.
All right, next trade here. We got a third deal, and this is the quick write-up on the Bulls deal. It says the Mavericks would do this because with Vooch, Huerter, and White all on expiring deals, it's an opportunity to get off of Davis's contract without taking a penny back beyond the season. For a team that's projected to be over the second apron with a $90 million repeater tax bill next season, this is a big deal. Throw in the ongoing conundrum Dallas finds itself in, sans control of its own first-round picks in 27, 28, 29, and 30, and short-term financial flexibility is a must.
Okay, from that standpoint, with the contracts, that makes a lot more sense.
So, all right. Next trade. We go to
my number one goal is to find a way to get a second pick in this coming draft.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's my number one goal.
Let's see here. Next, we got a trade to the 51st state and the Toronto Raptors. Okay. This would be RJ Barrett, Jacob Poeltl.
God, what's he on his fourth team?
And 2 first-round draft picks.
What year?
It does not say.
I like that. I already like it. 2 firsts. Already like it.
So that alone is enough for you to jump all over it.
That alone helps, yeah. I think because we're talking about money. We're talking about needing cheap labor. That's a first-round draft pick.
It says
people are bringing up of the 302. 2029 draft class. Those kids are 14 years old now. That's exactly right. They're 14. That's too far away, man.
469. You didn't even get that many picks for Luka, and you think you're going to get multiple for AD. Again, the Luka trade cannot be a standard for anything because it was a disaster of a trade.
And that guy thought that Anthony Davis was worth 3 to 4 first-round picks on his own.
Like 469, Mikal Bridges got 4 first-round picks. So what do you say? Is he better than Luka then? Because since you say Luka didn't get that many, so why are you going to get that much for those? That's just the way that it is. All right. The write-up on the Raptors deal says the Raptors are building some real momentum for the first time in years, but not so much momentum that it should stop them from dreaming bigger. Starting the season 6-5 is nice. Adding Davis and throwing the team's designs into overdrive would be a whole lot nicer. AD is the kind of big who could transform the Raptors' interior defense and unlock the swirling versatility of Toronto's front court.
The amount of people that are still thinking that AD could be this impact guy on a lot of teams. I don't know. It's not
if he's healthy, but I don't know that he's ever healthy.
He's never healthy.
It doesn't seem like it. And we're talking about a guy who, man, we had referenced it. He was going to be a massive Achilles injury risk. And that's still a threat that you have to worry about, is him being an Achilles. That's why he's not playing right now, is because of risk of an Achilles injury. All right. Now the trade. We've got 5 suggestions here. The next 2 are the best and the worst options. The Mavericks send Anthony Davis to the Charlotte Hornets for Miles Bridges, Colin Sexton, and 3 first-round picks.
Oh, sure.
And I mean, Miles Bridges and Colin Sexton, I'll take that right there. Colin Sexton is a 18-5 guy. Miles Bridges is a 20-point per game guy.
Do we think we're really getting that for Anthony Davis?
I have no idea.
3 first-round picks?
One of these 3 first-rounders is also the 2027 first you traded away.
Okay.
So you're getting that back. So it's kind of like 2 first-round picks and then your pick back.
Yeah, like I'm in.
There's no question I would do that trade every day of the week.
Poetic Justice from the 469. Poetic Justice would be getting more first-round picks for AD over Luka.
Which you probably will, because
Probably will.
as we talked about yesterday, how ridiculous it was that they got talked off of some of that stuff. All right, and then the final trade, the one that I would not do just because there's no draft capital in it, even if there's a decent young player in it. Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson to the Detroit Pistons for Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, Ron Holland, and Isaiah Stewart. Which Jaden Ivey, former top 5 pick, good player, but
I'm out on Tobias Harris. I mean, go Vols, but
what? We can get Boban back too, and we can have Toby and Bobby together.
he is just an overpriced player. I
wouldn't do that deal. That would be the last deal I would do, is the Pistons deal. But if you could swing really any of these, especially the Hornets deal, and you get Bridges, Sexton, and 3 firsts, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, the Hornets one. I did a Toronto one too. Although I don't think Toronto would do it. I don't know if Toronto would do that. 2 firsts plus Barrett and Pirtle.
No, I don't know if they would do it, but it's at least one to investigate.
Yeah, I like it. I like these kind of those kind of exercises. But yeah, that Charlotte one does kind of scratch me right where I itch. Peyton, what do we have in the
Where
payload?
do you itch?
I itch. Well, right now.
Yeah.
Right side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, Eric Chiafalo went in an all-time rant yesterday. That's right. You've never heard it before. We're going to play you the audio next. Plus, the Olympics are going on right now. Believe it or not, we talk about that next on The Fan.
The Olympics are not going on right now, I don't believe. But we will talk about that during the payload. Let's get you over to Platinum.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Eric. Man, look, he's in the intro. He's definitely going to appear right here on the payload. We might do all 4 minutes, Bobby. I don't know. If you keep complaining about it, we might have to take a...
What do you mean? If we might? I know that's exactly what we're going to do because you didn't prep a segment.
No, he did. He sent an email.
I did.
He sent an email.
I said
and then he goes, can we play 8 straight minutes of Eric?
Well, it's not 8 straight minutes. No, we'll do part 1 here, part 2, 8 o'clock. How about that, Bobby?
Yeah, part 2 at 8 o'clock. That's a good idea.
You know, Bobby, you get paid 3 times more than I do. You better be able to come up with 9 segments for the day.
Hey, 3 times more? No. I said in the meeting yesterday. I know what I'm at.
Well, before we get to this Eric audio, I got to talk about North Texas men's basketball because what they did last night was embarrassing. They were tied 64-64. They're 3-0 this season, or were 3-0. They were tied with Oregon State on the road. They had the last possession, 3 seconds left. Their player calls a timeout. You're thinking, okay, they get the ball half court, set up a play. They didn't have a timeout, RJ.
Oh, no.
Technical free throws, they lose the game by 2, 66-64. North Texas men's basketball drops to 3-1 on the season.
Chris
Webber at Michigan. Jake Remo's telling me that in the hallway there before we got back.
Chris Webber, Josh Howard. You remember Josh Howard did it at the end of, was it game 5 against the Heat?
Yeah. Did college basketball change the rule where you can advance the ball to midcourt on a timeout?
He was past midcourt already. They inbounded the ball. He ran to midcourt and then turned around, called for the timeout.
Okay. Yeah, because that's why you always see the guys, the kids running up to half court pointing. They point at the coach. We're taking a timeout here.
Yeah.
Taking a timeout here, Blue. They don't call him Blue.
Blue, come on, man.
I'm a baseball guy. I'm a baseball dad.
Yeah, and they gave him the timeout, and then everyone's like, whoa, what's happening? And 2 technical free throws. North Texas loses by 2, man.
That's a bummer. You got to know time, score, momentum. Timeouts, everything. You got to know that stuff.
Be on top of it.
That's
got to understand time and score.
Sad call there. Oh. All right, let's get to it. It is the payload. I need a sad call. I have my call, when Sean talks about him. But yeah, sad call there for North Texas Mean Green men's basketball.
He's going right into the Chiafalo stuff. He's not even waiting.
Well, let's get to it. It's 9 minutes long, Bobby, so sit back, enjoy some, what do you have over there, breakfast and energy drinks. So yesterday was awesome, celebrating the firing of Nico Harrison. A huge victory for Mavs fans all over. And also a huge victory for one Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. Eric had an all-time rant yesterday, and he really showed his true feelings about Nico. And here's part 1 of that rant.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, ass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both. You showed your ass, all while growing into a giant, power-hungry, dumpster juice-guzzling warlord. Sure, we'll just dial 1-800-GENERATIONAL talent and order another Luca, won't we? As if the gods run a bakery delivery service you snatched forever from our hands. We'll be the ones sweeping up the crumbs while you disappear into uselessness, but at least we'll never have to see that poo-eating, know-it-all, stubborn grin again. And for that, one tiny mercy, we thank you, you unemployed dictator.
Oh, baby. What a line there. Part 2 will play at 8 o'clock.
Dictator.
What a great Chia followed. Love this segment.
Chia followed. Yeah, that's good.
You want to do it at 8 o'clock.
Good. We're going to do it
gonna mail in.
8 o'clock. Its own segment. This is supposed to be, you were going to come tell us about some airplane where somebody crapped their pants or something. That's what this is supposed
No, it's not the
to
poop
be.
load today. That was last week. Look, I should have played the Fred and Blake audio from a month ago that Sean didn't let me play.
Gosh, you should have.
But I can't do that. It's in the past. We'll forget about it. But yeah, there's Eric Chiafalo going on a rant. But yeah.
What if we take one of these shows one day when Sean's out? I don't know if somebody else is about to have a baby soon, but we take one of these shows when Sean's out, and we fill it with all the things that he's been like, we're not doing that.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, how many bits do you have set to the side? Or the murder game. The murder game.
Gosh,
that's what we need to do at 8 o'clock. Play the murder game, Bobby.
No, we're not playing the murder. What's the murder game?
I don't remember that. What is it?
The broadest questions where you have him like.
Oh yeah, we play murder, coach or killer.
Yeah,
but that's G-Bag's bit now.
Yeah,
because I gave it.
Yeah, why'd you give it to them?
Because I'm like I wasn't ready for the baby, so I gave it up for adoption, and now I watch it grow from afar with this wealthy
you're like
family
Willow,
in the
just like setting it down the river.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
I put Moses in that basket and floated him down the river. That's exactly what it is.
Today and here on 105 to the Fan.
Today and tomorrow is going to be great, and you guys are at the Firehouse tour tomorrow, so that'll be great as well.
Plano Fire Station number 5. We're going to be out there coming out. We'll have giveaways. We'll have Whataburger. We'll have Nick Harris for 2 hours.
Nick Harris for a couple hours. Schottenheimer at
7:20.
7:20.
He's moving tomorrow. So
7:20. Babe at 9:20. Right, Babe. We got Babe tomorrow at 9:20 in the morning.
And we also have a Sting ticket giveaway today and tomorrow. 720 Expressway. We'll see what song I pulled. Maybe it's the third best song he's
maybe it's something Chiafalo played yesterday.
Probably not. All right, guys, let's get to it. I may have found my new favorite sport here.
The 817, not enough bits for the amount of days Sean misses. That's a lot. You
what was the Fred and Blake audio we killed? Oh, it was the who could score a touchdown on the Cowboys defense, and they said Stephen Hawking.
God,
touchdown.
What is the matter with them? Touchdown.
that would have done numbers, man. We know the ratings would have been just through the roof if we played that.
We can finally do the big Dob bit.
Oh,
God, no.
All right, let's get to it, guys. It's the Housekeeping Olympics, which is taking place in Las Vegas, so maybe that's why Sean went to Vegas. He need to show off his housekeeping skills, because we all know he does that. So many of these housekeeping chores here. But yeah, so you can see on the Fan Cam, Aiden will have it up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, what events take place at the 35th Annual Housekeeping Olympics. And just look at these athletes, man. These are more than just workers, employees at these hotels, because that's what it is. It's you're taking employees from hotels, popular hotels in Vegas. So it's like the Resorts World,
right behind you there, Chop.
The Venetian, Bobby would say it, the Venetian, Bellagio, and so on and so forth. They all compete to see who has the best housekeeping skills. These people are making the bed, they're mopping the floor, vacuuming crumbs off the carpet, and they're doing it all in a timely manner.
Which lady won?
Bobby.
That's what I had here.
Several guys in there.
I know, but asked who won.
Her name was I don't know who it was.
Stop. You guys are gonna get in trouble. And I'm here for it.
I should have put the disclaimer out, Bobby. No women jokes here.
This is. Have you ever? How many times, like when housekeeping comes to the room, do you stay? Do you ever just stay in there?
No, hell no. Get out. It's awkward.
It is awkward. But like if I'm working, like if I'm doing something, like we're in Oxnard or whatever, I'll just stay. Right. I cannot figure out. I wish when we make the bed at the house, I cannot get the sheets that tight. No. I'm trying my damn.
There's something they do, man.
I don't know what they do.
No.
It's remarkable. And they're so fast with the pillowcases. I'm sitting here, going back and forth with the pillowcase, trying to get them, flopping them like this, nothing. They're just in and out.
Now, do you guys, I think we've had this conversation before, but do you guys tip housekeeping? Do you leave cash behind? I never remember doing it. I forget they're even
more
there.
Than a day.
Huh?
If I'm there for more than a day, I will.
See, do you get it every day? How often do you get the housekeeping?
Usually just once.
Yeah. If we get it, we try to. We just forget half the time because I never have cash. That's the problem. I never have cash on me. I wish I had like just unlimited gift cards. Just leave a gift card there.
Oh.
Right? Like a Visa gift card or a restaurant or something like that.
Down.
Throw something down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there it is. It's the Housekeeping Olympics, and this is arena. It's an arena that has it holds about 12,000 people in it. This event, it does, as you saw on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, it doesn't fill up, but the crowd was in it, man. They're cheering. They're going back and forth.
Can I read that joke from the 817?
No.
Oh, it's not my joke.
No.
By the way, 972.
No.
972. Sean has more misses than Angel Reese.
Speaking of housekeeping. Okay.
Dude,
Whoa, no, that was a Sean joke. That was a Sean joke.
Wow.
Come on.
Stop it.
That's something Eric would say.
Y'all are going to get in trouble today. Let you know.
Well, it's Thursday.
Yeah, if you keep making it a big deal, baby.
All right, it is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, are you a big chicken and waffles guy?
Yes.
I've never been. I tried it. I don't get the combination. It's like breakfast, lunch, dinner. Combine the two. I don't know. It's like keep it separate for me.
Tremendous. It's tremendous. You're missing it.
I don't think I've ever tried it.
You're missing out.
Really?
The only thing I don't like about it is that it's like because of the syrup, it gets really, really sticky. Like your hands get super sticky with the syrup.
See, I like candied bacon, and I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but it's like the sweet. You put the sweet with the breakfast food, the meat. But yeah, I've never been a chicken and waffles kind of guy. But Chick-fil-A is debuting their new chicken and waffles sandwich in San Antonio next month. Everything Chick-fil-A touches, it turns to gold. So I expect this to be awesome. And you guys are gonna try this, I believe. It looks like it's got bacon on it on their picture. So it's something that
look, chicken and waffles. I love it. I could eat that. I can't eat it every day. I'd blow up.
As long as there's no... I will try it as soon as there's a Whataburger that's, not near me. If I'm at a Whataburger, then, if there's not a Whataburger, and then I'll try.
Yeah, you got to go Whataburger. Which Whataburger, their breakfast food is amazing. Bobby's brought into the taquitos, the honey butter chicken biscuit.
You only just recently tried the taquito for the first time, and were exposed to how incredible they are.
I've always, my number one my number one go-to fast food spot, but I've always been strictly the burger. I don't think I've tried anything but the burger
until the
taquito,
which you can try tomorrow at the Firehouse.
I will.
In Plano
I will
5.
not try. I will have.
You will house them.
I will house.
Maybe I'll have some too. I'll have some too while I'm there.
You should come on out. Yeah. You really should. Mm-hmm. All right, there is the payload here on Sean and RJ on 105 through. It's really RJ and Bobby.
It was really
the show is being called.
Dude, yeah. It was, it's Sean, Bobby, and Eric Giafalo.
That's right. Yeah. College football kegger is next. Paul Feinbaum out. Nick Saban returning to coach. Kegger coming up next here on Sean and RJ on the Fan.
But.
baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
Thank you, Carter Fremont.
It's time for a cram session, baby.
It's the Kegger here on 105.3. The Fan. A couple of things to get to. First, we didn't even talk about the latest rankings that came out. We didn't even bring that up yesterday.
Didn't bring them up at one time.
But Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell, your Texas Longhorns, and Peyton, your Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Look at that.
And
Alabama.
Who else do you cheer for? Yeah,
Alabama.
Look at that.
Look at that. They're in. So Texas right now would be the overall number 10 seed, and they would be playing on the road at Ole Miss in that opening game.
Give me Lane all day.
Tech would get a home game against Miami. Now, I find this very intriguing because
you were coming to bat for Miami last week.
Well, I was because, do the games matter or do the games not matter? Virginia.
The early games don't matter very much.
Well, then what's the point in playing them?
I don't know.
Right? Like, Georgia cannot be ahead of Alabama, and they're not. They have Alabama right ahead. Oklahoma cannot be ahead of Texas, and they have Texas right ahead. Even though Oklahoma has a case that their resume of wins, they have better wins, but no, the game mattered. The Red River rivalry matters,
but it's more recent.
Well, I understand that. Virginia head-to-head win over Louisville. Who's ahead? Virginia's ahead, even though Louisville, you can make a case. The committee, BYU, Utah, Georgia, Ole Miss, they've got it all set up based on who won these games, except for Miami, Notre Dame. That's the only one they don't, and that's a problem for me. In every other situation, they kind of set it up to where if they have the same record, the team that won the game is ahead.
Generally. Miami does feel like a worse team right now.
I agree, and that's where I'm giving a little grace. I'm going to give you a little grace on this one. It still does bother me a little bit, but South Florida is the group of 5 representative as of this moment. They would go to Georgia. The winner would get Alabama. Notre Dame at Oregon. The winner would get Ohio State. Well, a little role reversal, right? If Oregon gets a home game, then goes to play Ohio State and then wins.
Yeah.
Miami, Texas Tech, winner gets A&M. Texas, Ole Miss, winner gets Indiana. That would be the second year in a row I think Texas would get a pretty good draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last year you had Clemson and then Arizona State. Is that how that worked? All right. I think that was as good as you were going to ask for. You avoided Oregon. You avoided Ohio State. You avoided Penn State. This year you would get Ole Miss, who's a good team, but you could score on them. Mm-hmm. And then you would get Indiana, who... good team.
And Lane is not exactly considered a big game coach.
Right, and Lane might have one foot out the door. You don't know. Mm-hmm. Lane might be in East Rutherford, getting ready to coach Jackson Dart again. We don't know.
No, that's Mike McCarthy's job.
That's Mike McCarthy's job.
More on that later.
More on that a little bit later. Is that going to be in the below the belt? Or is
we'll find somewhere for it.
We'll find somewhere for it, absolutely. So there's your projections right now. You mentioned Lane Kiffin. I mentioned Nick Saban coming back.
By the way, really quickly on the current projections, we do have a real opportunity because of the split where Texas is playing Ole Miss. We could get 3 teams from Texas in the quarterfinal.
Yes.
And if North Texas somehow miraculously gets into that 12th spot, if they keep track of their timeouts, then we could have 4. They would have to beat Georgia, but
they have to beat Georgia. That could be tough. That could be tough. Nick Saban is the favorite to be the head coach at LSU next year.
I don't know that I buy that.
He is plus 200.
I buy that he's the favorite. I don't know that I buy that he would actually do it.
I don't either. You're going to leave just to come back?
What has changed about the way things are done that he would be like,
I'm in on this one. And LSU's a really good job. There's a cachet to being the Alabama coach. It's Alabama. It's one of the...
There's cachet to being the LSU coach, too.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Alabama's just a little bit more historic, I think, obviously. They got more titles, everything. Kiffin is second, Joe Brady, Clark Lee, Dan Lanning at 7-1. I don't get it. Nick's like 75 years old. Not quite, but close. You could see 75.
I feel like it's some of those jobs, like whenever they throw out a Dan Lanning, like LSU to me is probably a better job than Oregon. Probably.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, from a recruiting standpoint.
But when you're at one of those jobs, I don't know why you switch at all.
I don't know why he would leave.
Even if LSU may be a better job slightly, it's like when you have an LSU, Alabama, Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, why I don't get people who would trade one of them for the other. It's like, if you're comfortable where you are, don't do the dice roll of figuring out if this is going to be any better.
Unless you're tired of it. Which I can't
don't
imagine.
think Dan Lanning is.
He's not tired of it yet. They got all the money in the world. I don't see it. I don't see it. Brian Kelly rejected 2 financial settlement offers from the University from LSU. His attorneys gave them a deadline this week to confirm that they'll pay him the $54 million he's owed under his contract. So they offered him a lump sum payment of $25 million the day he was fired. He was like, nah. They bump it up to $30 million. He's like, nah. And now they're saying, well, wait a second. We actually never fired you. They want to come after him for cause. There's some morality clause. I don't know. But
they're saying
this is going to be a
for
mess.
cause. I assume they're going to say, well, he just didn't fulfill his duties. So this doesn't. I don't think this will work for them. Brian Kelly's going to get all $54 million now if they do this.
Of course. He's going to take him to court, and he's going to win.
Because at first he was willing to take a negotiation down to like 40 or whatever it was. But they're like, well, we want to really just do 32. And it's like, okay, well, this is, if you guys would just play ball a little bit, now you're going to have to pay 54 and lawyer fees. So congrats, because you're not going to, I don't know what they could possibly come up with that would somehow justify he doesn't get his buyout.
Yeah.
What are you going to point to?
What cause?
Yeah. What are you going to point to and say this was cause?
There's a couple of things. Well, I saw some rumor that there was a morality clause that he broke. Who knows, right? But the other
LSU of all schools tried to enforce morality clauses.
Yeah, with Coach O. But the other thing is, by them saying that they never fired him, they'd be saying that he's not doing his job right now. He's not doing his job.
Yeah,
he's not even there. He's cleaning the office out. That's from their perspective, that would be a for cause thing. It's the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. What is going on, Paul Feinbaum?
Paul Feinbaum, baby. We have heard a little bit about this buzz. So he had threatened the last couple of years after Big Ten teams won the title. He said, look, if a Big Ten team wins the title, then I'm leaving the country. I'm not even going to hang around. Well, that may not happen, but the success of basically going on, we're at 3 straight years now, two or three straight years where it's not been an SEC champion.
2 years.
2 years. So
probably gonna be 3.
We got 2 years in a row. We've had Ohio State as number 1 since they beat Texas.
Yes, it's basically 0 week.
They've held on ever since then. So that's enough for Paul Feinbaum, according to Front Office Sports, being very close to leaving ESPN in favor of getting involved in politics. Feinbaum previously discussed the possibility of running for Senate in Alabama, replacing Tommy Tuberville. Now he might be closing in on a decision. Paul Feinbaum is very close to leaving ESPN to jump into national politics. Sources tell Front Office Sports. Feinbaum, who's considering a run for the U.S. Senate as a Republican in Alabama, is waiting to make a decision on his political future until after the college football season. So I guess he's just waiting to see how high does Ohio State finish. And then I'll decide if I'm going to leave or not, and if I can go crying to the political world because the SEC didn't win again.
I can't imagine.
I don't know why you would do this if you're Feinbaum.
I don't either. He's not 40 years old.
No.
Why would you do this? Why would you want to get in?
What do you win?
Would he win the seat?
Yeah, he's got plenty of.
He's got name recognition down there. I mean, half of winning these elections is name recognition.
Yeah, I mean the electorate calls into his show. He's 70.
I can't imagine a career change at 70 years old.
Gosh, 70 years old.
I mean, again, how much of a passion is it for him? Is he qualified? I have no idea what his qualifications are. He's an attorney, right? He was a lawyer.
Has that been a problem?
It's never been a problem. It's never been a problem. Let's be fair. It's always who the best speaker is, or who's
the most compelling, who brings people in.
That's what it is. Paul Feinbaum might be able to do that, but I think this is stupid.
I would I would never vote for Paul Feinbaum if we're going just based off of his sports career. Because I listen to his whiny flip-flopping, and I'm like, no, All
right, I want to ask you some college football overreactions or not. Fernando Mendoza locked up the Heisman and the number 1 pick.
It's an overreaction.
He's the Indiana quarterback.
He did not lock anything up yet. That's no. In fact, I don't think he is the Heisman favorite right now. I think it is.
It's Julian
Super Saiyan.
It's Julian Saiyan.
So no, I think that Fernando Mendoza is up there, but no, locked it up. No, I don't think so. Number 1 pick. Maybe. I haven't watched the tape of the guys yet, the quarterbacks this year, but there's a lot of people who really like Dante Moore at Oregon. Lenore Sellers had some buzz early on. He may not go out. We know Arch is not going. So that one's, kind of up in the air.
Garrett Nussmeier never should have returned to school.
It's an overreaction. He needed to go back for some seasoning. It just hasn't worked. And Brian Kelly was such a bad fit. Brian Kelly is... Yeah, I don't think that was the coach. I mean, that clearly was not the coach he had committed to initially. I don't think that that's been a match.
Did you hear what Booger McFarland said?
I don't know, something super obvious.
He said that he would. he said it's after Brian Kelly at the beginning of the year when they beat Clemson. He goes, something ain't right with this team. He goes, something with the offensive line, the running game, y'all, something ain't right. You guys aren't doing it.
Brian Kelly was a piece of trash to Garrett Nussmeier. When they lost to USC last year, and Nussmeier played his ass off, and Brian Kelly goes, well, quarterback just wasn't good enough. It's like, that's why you lost? Because the quarterback wasn't good enough. You lost to USC because your quarterback, who just went out there and played ridiculous, didn't come up with one extra play. Brian Kelly's such a jackass. I'm so glad he's out of a job right now, and he to me has done a lot of damage for Garrett Nussmeier.
Texas Tech is the best team in Texas.
No, that's an overreaction. It's A&M.
I agree.
A&M's the best team in Texas.
I agree.
A&M's terrifying right now,
especially at home.
Mm-hmm. A&M's very good.
My kids go on that game this weekend.
A&M will probably beat Texas. You did let him go.
Yeah, we got to talk about this.
Coward!
Hang on.
You coward!
We got to talk. We got to talk about this.
Did you watch the clip I sent you of Dana Carvey?
I'd seen that before. I didn't go back and I had seen that before.
That was what he was asking to do, and you said, "Yeah." I can't believe you said yes.
All right, we can.
We got to do that sometime next segment. I can't believe you did that.
Well, we can maybe neighborhood watch it, right?
We'll neighborhood watch it.
Yeah.
I thought you'd taken a stand.
Well,
College Station is local, right?
I mean,
a local place.
Norman is according to Chop.
It's I think College Station might be it's further away than Norman, but yeah, it's of course it's local. Last one here on the overreaction or not. Oklahoma State needs to swing big on Brian Kelly or Urban Meyer.
Oh. Overreaction. They need to swing big. They need to swing big. I would not call on Brian Kelly.
They're going to go for
maybe
Zach
Urban.
Robinson is one of the guys. But
Zach Robinson, former player and a guy who was a big buzzy name coming out of Atlanta earlier this year, but the Falcons haven't exactly done anything that gives everybody a bunch of confidence. So, overreaction on the specific name for Brian Kelly, not an overreaction on swing big. Oklahoma State's got to bounce back.
I agree. Yeah, they do need to bounce back. They need that T-Boone money. Keep your hands up at Peyton's coach, Eric Morris. Mm-hmm. Let him stay. Let him stay in Denton. We don't need Oklahoma State. I don't even know that Oklahoma State's an upgrade. Sorry, Chris DeVar.
Wow.
I know you're a big Oak State guy. I'm just messing with you. I know Oak State's an upgrade, but I mean, at this point, though, the way college coaches have done, we've seen coaches stay at these smaller schools. At UTSA, Jeff Traylor stayed. Yeah. He has stayed there for years.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't need to. If I'm making, it's not like back 30 years ago when you were at these mid-majors making $150,000 a year. You're making 2 commas at some of these schools. You don't need to leave.
Commas.
You don't need to leave the way you used to be able to have to leave. So I don't know. I would love to see them swing big. I know Alex Golish is a candidate. I know Eric Morris. I know Colin Klein is someone they've talked about. Obviously Zach. So we'll see. We'll see what they wind up doing there at Oklahoma State for their next head coach. All right, that's the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. We have the commercial-free expressway. We have the neighborhood watch, me with a very questionable parenting decision. What? A Sting ticket giveaway. And Nico had who on the same tier as the Joker? Who? That's coming up next. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. But
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally. Roger that, Sally.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Sean Sharif here from the Sean Sharif Nation, featuring Sean Sharif. I'm out today. Explosive diarrhea has hit my bowels once again. They've been burping all night. Please pray for my ass. All praise to Allah. It desperately needs it. But Bobby and Choppy are here to hold it down. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Sean.
What are you doing?
That's Sean. He's just asking for prayers for his ass.
What are you doing? That's, I'm going to get a phone call now. I'm going to get a phone call because I didn't
make a big deal out of it.
I didn't approve it. I didn't approve
From the bosses, because you'll get a raise because it's so genius.
I didn't approve this. I didn't know this was coming. You guys are bad, man.
Sean's message to the listeners.
You have reached the commercial-free Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. A questionable parenting decision of mine coming up in the neighborhood watch in a little bit.
All praise to Allah.
Man, I can't do this anymore. I really can't. Mavs lose 123-114 to Phoenix last night. Never should. You can't get beat down by 20 to Phoenix.
No,
you just can't be. Phoenix is not good enough to be up by 20, almost 20. 18.
But this is not a great basketball team right now. That's why you're in a state of flux and why you're trying to change some things up. That's going to be the biggest thing.
I mean, that's true. You are trying to change things up, change the cultures. But I mean, where they are now. I mean, that's. Hey, look, you lose PJ early on. I mean, he only played a handful of minutes. He didn't even play 5 minutes.
PJ, no, he played like 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes.
He only played 5. Yeah, that's just. I mean, look, he got hurt, and we'll see what happens as they reevaluate. I think it was a shoulder, but I mean, come on, that's. So as soon as that happened, I mean, that changes your entire. I mean, everything defensively that changes a lot, and then you probably are not down by almost 20, with him. But be that as it may, they do lose to Phoenix, and it continues. It continues with or without he who will not be mentioned.
Yeah, because Nico Harrison is gone. What would Sean say about that, Peyton?
Stop.
Nico Harrison is gone. And it is Luka Doncic was asked yesterday, hey, Luka, how you feel about old Nico getting blown out of his job?
Luka, over here. Nico Harrison was fired by the Mavericks yesterday. I know you've spoken about closure regarding the trade. I just wanted to get your reaction to, or what your thoughts were on seeing the news of his firing.
Look, I mean, just city of Dallas, the fans, players, they always have a special place in my heart. I thought I was gonna stay there forever, but I didn't. So there'll always be a special place for me. Always I can call it home. But right now I'm focused on the Lakers, trying to move on. But obviously always is going to be part of me in there. But just trying to move on, focus on what we're doing here.
With Nico now gone, and you obviously have a lot of fans back in Dallas, is there a world in which you could ever see yourself playing for that franchise ever again, perhaps one day down the road?
Right now, I'm just focused on the Lakers, man. There's no further comments.
Oh, that's not a no. That's not a no.
That's not a no, baby. Oh, yeah.
I like it.
Give it to me.
I like it.
Coming back. Our guy's coming home.
This is what look, if you can fire, look, this is from Mark Stein yesterday. Talking about Dirk Nowitzki and the chances that they'll be able to have a reunion with him now. It says
a reunion with Dirk?
Just a better
bring Dirk back into
better
the fold.
relations with Dirk. They said Nowitzki has said repeatedly in recent months that he's excited about his new TV career with Amazon Prime and not looking to move into NBA management. Sentiments he just reiterated in a recent interview with my longtime colleagues and our former colleagues, Ben and Skin. Yes, it's likewise true, sources say, that there's already optimism within the Mavericks ranks that they can swiftly reintegrate Nowitzki in some capacity, formally or informally, to ensure that his voice is once again heard. Finley and Kidd are two of Nowitzki's closest former teammates and extremely likely to seek his counsel. Speaking of Finley, he will not only share the interim GM duties with former Nets executive and Dallas area native Matt Riccardi, but is also frequently described as the member of Harrison's front office team, league sources say, who voiced the strongest opposition to the Doncic deal at the time it was presented. So there you go. Also, the famed footage of Finley taking a celebratory beer away from Doncic after the Mavericks clinched a spot in the 2024 NBA Finals. Meanwhile, never included a key element of the story. The drink was returned to Doncic, and the celebrations continued as soon as he was out of the public view in the hallway of the visitors' locker room in Minneapolis.
Okay, but what? All right,
Maybe now that we know about Nico, was Finley just protecting him from Nico?
Well, listen. Okay, here. So remember yesterday we had we were sitting here discussing a kid and his alignment. Sorry, with Nico in terms of the trade. Okay, and to me, part of that is, let's just say he said that he signed off on it.
Okay,
all right. How much of when your boss says, hey, what do you think about this? Or I'm thinking about doing this. Do you just automatically say, I agree? Because you want alignment with your superior. Sure. If Gavin Spittle came to us and said, hey, look, I'm thinking of shutting the fan down today, I'd be like, that's a great idea. Let's go. Right? I want to be in alignment with you. I want to be in alignment with you. You're my boss.
Sure.
I want to be in alignment. That's the way it works. I'll tell you what you want to hear, man.
I don't know that he did that. He's just
confrontational guy. I'm just tell you what you want to hear. Oh, it's a great idea. You're going to set fire to the studio we just built? Oh, hey, that's a fantastic idea.
These
great
beautiful
content.
Studios, yeah.
Great content.
These beautiful studios we built, which are about to be decorated for the first time, right?
Yeah, I got, I'm going to get in trouble for this.
Why?
Well, my son plays for the rival team.
Oh, well, this is what I got.
Yeah, the rival coach gave me a jersey. This is a Grapevine High baseball jersey. I gotta get the Colleyville coach to give me one today.
Exactly.
I'm gonna see him today.
We got to start covering the walls. So where is it? Let's see it. Let's see your jersey. Look at that. Yeah. Ryan Express too, number 34.
Yeah, number 34. So
we got the Stangs. I still have the Fire Nico banner over there, which will go on the wall.
We don't need to now.
Doesn't matter. It's a reminder. It's like
Tolo Justin gave us some deer antlers.
Yeah, so we're starting to populate these walls. It's coming around nice.
Yeah, it is. But the point is that I guess it depends on what your relationship with your superior is. But did Finley take that away to appease Nico? Why would you need to take it away for the public though? The public already assumes that when you win, you celebrate with alcohol. Right?
Yeah, I think, again, it was just
obviously, unless it's like a Josh Hamilton situation where it had been a problem in your past and you're just celebrating with water or ginger ale.
What if he had 4 already? So he was like, let's take number 5 away from cameras so that Nico doesn't see this.
I guess it's possible.
Where you're trying to look like, let's not make it look like you're going too over the top. Come step over here.
That's possible. I don't remember in the moment, did we see 5 beers on camera?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like, I think that the fact that he gave it back shows Finley was clearly trying to do something.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one.
I mean, if he gave the thing back once they were out of view of the cameras, he was trying to impact something.
Yeah. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Nico had who on the same tier as the Joker?
Yeah, so this was a problem from Tim Cato at The Athletic. One team source recalls a document recently. And by the way, I got to get that right. Tim Cato's no longer with The Athletic. He's with All City now.
Okay.
Tim Cato at All City had recently written that one team source recalls a document that Nico Harrison had circulated where he placed Drew Holiday in the same tier of talent as Nikola Jokic.
What year was that?
Even if it was sometime in the last 4 years.
What if it was
here,
like 8 years
that's
ago?
Insane.
9 years ago?
No, this is something that he circulated around the team.
Oh,
this is while he's
team?
been in Dallas.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was when he was still at Nike. That's how I took it from when he was still at Nike.
Problem.
That's a problem. That is a problem. That's an evaluation.
Which he consistently showed he had evaluation problems. He didn't understand basketball talent.
He valued defense a little too much. A lot too much.
In a creepy, obsessive way.
It was a very obsessive
Defense is a fetish of his.
Yeah, I mean, he. I think if you told him, would you rather have the best defensive player in the league, or not the best offensive player in the league, but like a top tier offensive player?
Like this is what I mean. Defense is great, but I genuinely mean this. I'm not just being flippant here. He fetishizes defense. Like if you talk to him about, it's the same way you would talk to somebody who has some weird thing that they're the way that they talk about how attractive it is. Where it's like, okay, slow down, dude. It's a little much.
I'm convinced he'd rather Bruce Bowen than like.
Yes.
I'm not going to go
Kyrie
as far as,
probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's the kind like he loves the idea of just like, oh my gosh, just play. That's right, play defense.
Man, I don't know what it is. I mean, there's a lot of people keep bringing up maybe because he did play in Europe, right? So he had just a bad experience with the lifestyle and how they don't put basketball first, that they put family or life or work-life balance is different. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is. That could make sense.
We did
over there.
We have gotten a lot of response on the fan text just now about this. And they are saying they believe Nico just hates European players.
And look, if he played, and he did play there,
he may have
had a bad experience. And like most of work, how much of work is experiences that you've had? I could,
sure.
It probably would be a tough barrier to overcome. Anthony Davis though will not play until Patrick Dumont clears him. Does this give you any kind of a insight into what they're thinking with him moving forward?
I just think they're running counter to Nico. Nico wanted him back out there, so it's like, all right, well, we're slowing this down then. The medical staff and you have a disagreement, we're going to side with the medical staff, regardless on our plans for him in the future. Which we have Tim McMahon coming up at 9 o'clock who reported this, but this was something that we talked about during the offseason was Anthony Davis was a ticking time bomb of an Achilles injury because you looked at how many times he had issues with Achilles, calf, all that, and then he gets a calf injury right out of the gate.
And those calf injuries, we've seen what they do.
Yeah, they
what do they turn into?
Pretty frequently to Achilles injuries.
Yes, because that's like the number one. That's one of the first indicators is that calf is compromised, and all of a sudden it doesn't absorb the shock it should, and then the next thing you know, you're writhing in pain on the ground. And we could see that. You could see those coming. You could see Achilles ruptures coming. Very rarely. I mean, who did not see the Halliburton one coming in?
Everybody talked about it as a possibility. People talked about it with KD as a possibility when he did it.
Yeah, because he had already felt something. It was already like his calf was already compromised. We saw it coming with Halliburton. I don't remember with Tatum. I don't remember if he had a calf injury leading up to that.
Yes, he did.
He did. But you could see these coming from a mile away. And it's amazing that they still throw him out there. I get it's the playoffs, but I mean, you not only lost last year, you lost this year too.
832. I have a feeling Nico is the same way as like when we're naming our children. For example, if we grew up with a Billy we did not like, there's no way in hell we'd be naming our child after Billy. I don't think that's a bad take.
I don't either.
That if he had bad experiences with European players, he's not. I'm not. I'm anti-European player.
100%.
I can 100% see that. 469, Luca's dad must have posterized him in the Euro League. 214, Mark Cuban hired Nico. Why is no one blaming Mark? I think some people are. It's not as prevalent, but some people are.
See, here's
817. His fetish is his former clients.
Okay.
He's obsessed with Kyrie too. His obsession with defense comes from his obsession with Kobe.
My question is like, when it comes to, former clients or here's the thing. No, forget. You brought Mark. I don't blame Mark for making an outside the box hire. Nobody had a problem with this hire until the trade. Nobody had a problem with Nico until the trade.
Well, we just hadn't seen it bear out yet.
But the problem is that Mark was also the barrier. Mark may have stopped a lot of these moves from happening. And the moment Nico was able to push Mark out by getting into the ear of Patrick Dumont saying, you need to be the governor here so we can actually make things happen, because Mark is going to be, hey, we love our boys in blue. There was still a lot of Donnie in him. So it was like, we need to get him out.
Yeah.
I don't blame Mark for selling. I know people are like, well, you blame Mark for selling the team. No, he wanted out. I don't care. If my neighbor's about to sell his house.
My neighbor?
And I'm like, dude, you better make sure they have it's a fun family who moves in to replace you. It's not his job. His job's not to find. No, his job's to sell the house for the most he can get. That's the same thing with Mark. It's Mark's job. Mark's job isn't to set the Mavs up. It's to find the most money he could get.
But if you were going to sell, if your neighbor was going to sell the house, and he was going to keep
27%.
He was going to keep a wing of the home that he was going to live in.
Gets to keep one side of the garage.
Imagine if they were like, "Hey, we're going to take the roof off the house." You'd be like, "What? I should have made sure you were going to just rip the roof off of my home."
I know that's true. Hey, where are we tomorrow with the Firehouse?
We are actually going to be out in Plano, so it is another Sean and RJ Firehouse tour. That means free, delicious Whataburger breakfast is on us. This time we're going to be in Plano at 5115 West Park Boulevard, so 5115 West Park Boulevard. We'll also be giving away a one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Tolo German drink mug. While supplies last. I think I saw one of them floating around the hall. Yeah,
like a Stein?
Yeah, yep. They looked really nice. I saw one of them around the hall earlier.
Have you done one of those? Is it called a Stein hoist?
I haven't done the holding competition. I've wanted to. Because I feel like I've gotten practice doing the Jerry scrums.
Oh, yeah.
Because your arm gets tired.
Oh, it does. But back in the day, when we used to have microphones with the mic flag, and like it was that microphone stick was like 7 pounds.
Yeah.
And you're just holding it out there. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're holding it, and you're always holding it on somebody's shoulder, like...
Oh, yeah, you're resting your arm a little bit. Like, oh, yeah. And how often you always hated it, but it's like, crap. Switch hands, and now switch the way I'm standing. You gotta go. Sorry, guys. You got to do a little bit of that. But I've never done this.
There's always somebody there who forgot deodorant.
You can get one of those German drink mugs from us while supplies last at 5115 West Park Boulevard. Come out Friday morning from 6 to 10. Support our firefighters. Grab yourself some free Whataburger breakfast. Also sponsored by and thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Firehouse Movers. So come on out. It's going to be a great time. I'm sure we'll get into some shenanigans and a lot of trouble. And that's what part of these things are about, is getting into trouble and having a good time with the firefighters and all of you listening at the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, 5115 West Park Boulevard.
Brian Schottenheimer moving to 720 tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. He'll be with us then.
Might have an extra few minutes with him.
Could be. Or Peyton could be getting texts saying, come on,
wrap
dudes.
it up. Yeah, could be getting that. So,
don't abuse this.
Babe at 9:20. Nick Harris will join the show.
From 8 to 10, he'll be with us for the last 2 hours hanging out. So if you want to come out and meet Nick Harris, too, come on out. Say hey.
Let's see. Doesn't Corey live up in Plano? I think he does.
So we should force Corey to come out early.
Corey to stop by. Doesn't Zach live up there, too?
He does. He should bring his new baby to the firehouse.
Force Zach to come on by.
That's not me saying he should leave the baby at the firehouse like sometimes they do, but I'm saying like he should bring the baby to the firehouse like for us to meet.
Oh, man. All right, there we go. It is the commercial-free expressway. It is time for a little giveaway.
So she took her love for to gaze a while upon the field.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Sting at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory on Sunday, May 10th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We have got Tim McMahon coming up at 9 o'clock. We are going to do a special Ask Reddit at 8:20. Bobby a lot of times will send us some of these. He didn't send any today.
So I'm going to blindside you.
We were going blind. We were getting blindsided at 8:20.
Sometimes a blindfold adds a little danger.
On Ask Reddit. But it is time for the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
RJ Choppy, what in the world are you doing? That's what we're talking about here in Neighborhood Watch on 105.3. That's how we're starting things off here on Neighborhood Watch. As we said, you guys come out see us tomorrow at Plano Firehouse number 5, 5115 West Park Boulevard. We're going to be hanging out there. But RJ Choppy had brought something to the group chat. I think we gave our feedback, and it sounds like you broke.
Yeah. People were asking where Sean is. Sean is out today.
Yeah,
out
he's
tomorrow.
Guys, you got to be praying for this guy's butt. He's again
Bravo Con.
Just
Bravo Con.
It's
stop.
Violent diarrhea.
It's not diarrhea. All right, so here's the deal. My oldest is about to be 16. He comes to me with this with this opportunity, and he was like, "Hey, I want to go to." So, backstory: his best friend, they moved to College Station.
Oh.
The dad took a job with the baseball team. All right, so he's like the top, one of the assistant coaches and recruiter and everything. So he was like, we got invited to go down, him and a couple of friends go down to College Station, spend the weekend with the family. They live right there. They live 5 minutes from the A&M's campus. And they would go to the A&M football game this weekend and be on the field during the game. Now, very cool.
Sure.
Very cool opportunity. I was like, great. That sounds awesome. And I said, so how we getting you down there? Like, am I driving everybody? Or you do carpool? What? And he said, no. One of the kids that is in his grade has his license, and he is going to drive down.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, well, that's not. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And then, so as this was like late last week, I guess. It was over the weekend or something like that. And I just hit you guys up on it. And I said, would you allow your children to go down there? And Sean said no, but his more no was because it was A&M.
Yeah, he's like, nerds,
right?
I would let my kid be a nerd.
Peyton didn't have an answer.
He doesn't have children.
He doesn't have children.
He's still a child and would want to go.
He would absolutely want to go. You, Bobby, were the strongest dissenter.
Yeah, this is a no. This is a vote no on Prop 1. I'm not letting 16-year-olds drive my kid to College Station. They can take a trip to Whataburger, their local Whataburger, if they want to go for some like shakes and something to eat. Fine. If they want to drive from the game to home, fine. Whatever. That's fine. Leaving the viewing area of the news, no, not with a 16-year-old driving. The risks are just way too high.
Yeah, that was my initial thought. I was like, what kind of vehicle does he drive? I was like, if he's got a small car, which by the way, Sarah and I got into this. She was like, it's not any safer to be in a smaller car than a big truck. It's not even safer to be. I was like, it's obviously safer to be in a big truck. You hit something, it's not going to hurt as bad. You would think, right?
I feel like if you are in a big vehicle, that does make you
safer.
Yeah.
I would think I'm safer in that.
Yeah.
But the vehicle is like a...
Now wait. A big vehicle driven by a 16-year-old.
A big vehicle driven by
Is that more dangerous?
No. Yeah, so the big vehicle is I guess it's like a Jeep, like a 30-year-old Jeep. It's an old stick shift Jeep. These days don't get more than 60 miles an hour anyway.
Yeah.
Downhill. Downhill. Now, some people are saying it's not even legal. He can't have more than one friend in the car until he's 18. I didn't know that rule.
I don't know if it's 18 because I got in trouble with this. When I first got my license, it was like 3 months after I got my license at age 16. I drove with 2 other people in the car. And if they're not your adult, like not an adult or like immediate family, then you can get pulled over for it and given a ticket. So it depends how long you've had your license. I thought it was like 6 months to a year. I didn't think it was 18.
So I'm very I don't want to do this. But the parenting peer pressure that happens when you are the last parent to agree to this.
And you were this one.
And we were the last parent. I was like, no. I said, look, I'll drive you down on Friday. Your mother will pick you up on Sunday. And he's like, well, that takes away the whole fun of the trip. And I was like, well, that's it. The whole fun of the trip is being on the field at the game. So I'm letting, and my ex-wife is like, she doesn't want him to go either. She's chat GPTing the chances of a vehicle accident between here. Literally, she said between Dallas, Fort Worth, and College Station.
By age?
I don't know if she did by age. She just did the likelihood of an accident in that from Dallas, Fort Worth to College Station.
I'm going to ask her right now. I bet it gives me a different answer. What was her answer she got?
Like 0.006% or something.
Okay, I'm going to get an answer for you here in just a moment, and we're going to see what it is.
And now... The other sidebar is that I think the other parents, this is not their oldest child, so they've been through this before.
Oh.
Is it right?
No. Chances of being involved in a crash of any severity is 1 to 3%.
Okay.
Oh, I like those odds.
But they said the chance of a serious crash is much lower at 0.01 or to 0.1%.
Okay. It's like, what? I like those odds. 1 to 3%.
1 to 3%. That's not so bad.
Yeah, so
you're saying 1 out of every 33 trips to College Station you make in an accident. What's so bad about that?
So, I was like, I don't think this is a good idea. Like, I'll drive you down, man. Like, I have no problem with you. I think you going is awesome. Like, in general, like, going to the game is going to be great.
It's a great experience, great memory.
Great experience. So I don't want him to go. I am getting overruled in all this because we don't want to be the parents like, don't let him do anything. We don't want that. You gotta let. So because most people are saying, dude, do not let him go. But others are saying, hey,
they're saying it's not legal.
Let him go. You gotta let him go. You gotta let go and let him go. Like, just relax. But they are saying it's not illegal. I'm getting a ton of people saying it's not legal, it's not legal.
Yeah, this is I'm fine with them experiencing life and things like that. I don't want them to experience it in the hands of a 16-year-old driving them out of the city. That's the problem.
Yeah.
If it's hey, so-and-so's dad is driving us, I'm more willing to do that than to say the 16-year-old. Like, just leaving the city is not the problem. It's a 16-year-old driving you out of the city. And 16-year-olds, let's be honest, they're dummies. We all were. You know the phrase, young, dumb, and full of. You know it.
Wow.
Okay? I said full of.
Yeah. Look, I know.
That's a problem.
I-35 is canceled.
Do not let him go, 469 says.
Yeah. People are saying the drive isn't bad. They'll be on Highway 6 the majority of the time. I'm scared of getting them out of town. Look, I may have to secretly follow behind. As it was brought up on the 940.
And what if they start trying to race you? And then they realize, that's.
Oh yeah, you got to honk at them, make them nervous.
Make them nervous.
Start flashing. By the way, which is more aggressive? Would you say that flashing headlights is more aggressive than honking at somebody?
What if you do both? I do both.
Both. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I do both.
I think somebody flashing their headlights and basically insinuating, or suggesting almost, because that can be viewed this way as pull over, is a more threatening action and more likely to escalate than a horn honk.
Man, this is 95%. Don't let them go. Easy, maybe higher, maybe 98%, maybe 98%. So there's my contribution to Neighborhood Watch. I may have to eventually just say, look, you're going down there with me, or you're not going. Well, he's going to go, but he's going to go down there with me.
All right, some more from Neighborhood Watch here as you guys continue to pour in your thoughts on the Franklin Injury Attorneys Fan Text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Glenn Beck, you familiar with him?
I am aware of him.
He is about to no longer be a Texas resident.
He's moving?
So Glenn Beck had moved to Texas, and he had come to Texas, when was that? Probably 10 to 15 years ago? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Came to Texas, opened his studios here. The conservative commentator, Glenn Beck, is fixing to no longer be a North Texas resident. He has sold his 9,000 square foot mansion, a big home with a big name behind it. This
what
is from
do you
WFAA.
Need 9,000 square feet for?
From WFAA, conservative commentator Glenn Beck recently sold his Westlake estate, had to be Westlake, which was listed for $11.75 million, according to Zillow. The final sale price was not disclosed. The sale closed on October 31st, Halloween. Beck has long called Westlake an affluent enclave just west of Southlake in northern Tarrant County home, but he recently announced he and his wife are out of here. They are moving to Florida. So they are abandoning Texas and heading for Florida. His estate on Kingfisher Drive in Westlake included a 9,000 square foot home set on 3.5 acres. It read tucked behind its own set of private gates in this estate of exquisitely designed interiors where architectural brilliance and refined elegance coalesce in a symphony of scale, texture, and light. And that right there, to me, RJ Choppy, is about the douchiest description of a home listing that you could have.
I don't understand.
A symphony of scale, texture, and light.
You're playing to like those houses in that area.
6 bedrooms, by the way.
Those houses in Westlake, they have to stay on the market for like a year because nobody has the money to buy them. It's not like you have a pool of, thousands of people who can afford that. Like
no,
you would on a regular.
You're very limited.
You put a normal house in DFW up for on sale. When Peyton bought his house, right? When you bought your house,
well,
you were probably bidding against dozens of people just in that one day.
Oh, yeah, we had, I think, 4 or 5 that were already had offers, but we couldn't. They wouldn't tell us the offer or anything like that. It was just like, do you want to go higher or low? I was like, well, I don't know.
So you got to play to that. But man, I'll tell you, what do you need 9,000 square feet for?
You don't.
I mean, that just seems like a lot to clean.
It does, but I would imagine if you have that money, you're hiring people to do it.
How do you furnish that?
With money? The kind of money that he
square
has. A ridiculous amount of money. Let's talk about another celebrity who is living in the state of Texas, and this is a sad story. Varsity Blues and Dawson's Creek superstar, James Vanderbeek. So he announced in August of 2023 he was dealing with colorectal cancer, and he revealed his diagnosis, or that's when he was diagnosed with it. He revealed his diagnosis publicly last November. And the actor, who is now a Texas resident, he owns a ranch in Texas and has made him settled his roots here. He's got a bunch of kids, him and his wife. He is parting ways with cherished memorabilia from his career to help pay his medical bills as he now battles stage 3 colorectal cancer. He's auctioning items from Dawson's Creek and Varsity Blues through a London-based auction house. Vanderbeek 48 is teaming with Prop Store to auction props and wardrobe from his television and film work, with all proceeds going to his medical fees. According to People magazine, the items will go on sale through Prop Store's Winter Entertainment Memorabilia live auction, which runs December 5th to December 7th. Vanderbeek told People, "I've been storing these treasures for years, waiting for the right time to do something with them. And with all of the recent unexpected twists and turns life has presented recently, it's clear that time is now." And I hate this. Not just because of, I mean, whatever, Dawson's Creek memorabilia, whatever, but somebody who reaches this point where it's like, let's start selling stuff to pay for these treatments.
It's crazy.
It's just such a
because you would think your first thought, oh, he was in all these shows, he has unlimited funds.
It's the same thing we ran into a couple weeks ago with Nick Mangold, where it's like Nick Mangold is a Jets legend, is beloved in New York, had money from his playing days, everything else, and then still at the end he's on Twitter asking people for a kidney, and it just shows you how vulnerable everybody is.
Absolutely.
And we've had a lot of recent reminders about how death doesn't discriminate, and it doesn't necessarily just skip over the wealthy or the famous or whatever else. And so this is just he's had such a cool presence on social media in the last couple of years, just doing videos from his ranch talking about having to get rid of fire ants and how much he hates fire ants and different things like that. He's a funny guy. He's turned into just dad in this back half of his career now. And seeing that headline yesterday, that bummed me out. Kristen was telling me about it, that he was having to auction off items. But that's the reality of kind of where things are at right now, in terms of just how expensive it can be just to try to live and to get healthy when you're sick.
I had a guy I went to high school with died of colorectal cancer. I went for my colonoscopy last year.
That's how my cousin died 2 years ago. Same way.
Really? Mm-hmm. And they were like, "Oh, you look good. Looks good down there, or back there, I guess. No, nothing. I'll see you in 10 years." And I'm like, 10 years? I'll be back in 5.
I'll come back in 5.
I'll come back in 5.
We can get ahead of this.
I'm not going to wait 10. I'm not going to take this for granted.
Yeah.
I don't know what's cooking back there.
Exactly.
Oh, all right, there we go. A little neighborhood watch on Sean and RJ. There's your commercial-free expressway on 105.3 The Fan. But part 1 was a hit. So we roll with part 2 of the Eric Chiafalo rant from G-Bag Nation yesterday. Plus, I pulled some eye-rolling audio from Scott Boras at the baseball winter meetings.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club? Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and Choppy.
Yeah. Street clothes, Sean. Street clothes and RJ.
Yeah, there you go. That's kind of the
street clothes. Sharif.
The way it is. He is heading to BravoCon.
Nico's a big Sean fan.
Well,
Nico's a big fan of Sean.
Big fan. Well, he likes defense. He likes defense. That's what he likes. And Sean likes defense too. There we go. Let's get going here on 105.3.
Jake on the YouTube says, I'm going to pull a Sean tomorrow morning before work. Yeah, why not?
There we go.
Everybody call in.
I like hearing that. We have a special Ask Reddit coming up at 8:20. So 18 minutes from now, a special, because we were not here Tuesday.
No, and I'm gonna give you the first one right out of the gate, because you guys really got to think about this one. First Ask Reddit question.
Okay.
What do you want for Christmas this year?
Oh.
So start thinking about that.
Is that really?
That's one of the questions. What do you want for Christmas?
Okay.
Okay, start thinking about that, Peyton. Peyton wants Eric to do more segments that he can replay in the payload.
Well, let's do it here. So part one, we played during the payload. This is from Eric Chiafalo's rant from yesterday on the G-Bad Nation. So, Peyton, why don't you set up part two here?
Yeah, part two is just the same thing. He's going to go through Nico and tell you what letter each letter in his name and Nico's name stands for. And so here's Eric's rant, part two here.
The N in Nico stands for negligence of the highest order. Broadus, what's the I in Nico stand for? In over his head. What's the C in Nico stand for, Dawson?
See you next Tuesday.
Clown show.
Wow.
What's the O in Nico stand for, Broadus? Out of touch.
Oh, baby.
What's the N in Nico stand for? No first round picks for a half decade. I don't think we have any second rounders either. I'm going to need an IV after this. What's the I in Nico stand for, Dawson?
Idiot.
Ill fitted for anything other than a straitjacket. What's the C in Nico stand for, Broadus? Stories matter more than titles.
All right.
What's the O in Nico stand for, you ask? Oppenheimer, explosions of stupidity. That's what the O in Nico stands for, Dawson. What's the N in Nico stand for?
Negligent.
Never getting a job again.
They're still doing it.
What's the I
again?
in Nico stand for, Broadus? I'm Nico Harrison, and I'm a dum-dum. What's the C stand for, Nico Dawson?
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Championship castrator. What's the O in Nico stand for, Broadus? Ostrich face! You know it just as well as I do!
Face.
What's the N in Nico stand for? NBA failure of a generation. The I think Anthony Davis will be better and healthier and skinnier than Luka! What's the Z in Nico stand for? Crapped on the big D. What's the O in Nico stand for? One-way ticket to Bleep Hole Island. The I, intermittent fasting. The N, 9 months too late. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
That is incredible.
He was passionate about it. Eric was passionate about it.
That's unbelievable. He kept going. For the 817, this is a bit much. It's a bit much. That's kind of the point.
It's not enough.
It's enough. It may not be enough. It may not be enough.
It's not enough for that.
Yeah.
Just, there were a lot of things. I did like that. I did like the Dawson's guess for what the C stands for. See you next Tuesday.
I was like, okay, all right, I get you there. I get that one.
I don't think Peyton gets it.
I don't think Peyton gets it either. That's epic. That's epic, and it's part of what happens. He brought it on himself.
Yeah, he really did.
He was a made guy, and he said, you know what? I am going to take a risk, not a risk, a major leap of faith that I could speed up our window. That doesn't need to be sped up.
Fortune favors the bold.
And I said the exact same thing yesterday. I was like, dude, the most likely outcome happened.
Yeah.
The most likely outcome was that this was going to be a failure.
Yes.
Of epic proportions. Now, I didn't think it was going to be 9 months and he was out the door.
It should have been 9 seconds and he was out the door.
I know, right? Now, because if you're Patrick Dumont
You've been coughing a lot this morning,
dude. I got right here. Like I had I think the coffee like caught something there. You know, it's like a little hot.
Something's a little hung up in your throat.
Yeah. So, you know, if you're also like if you're the owner of the team, if you're Patrick Dumont, and you let him do this, you know, like you're not gonna fire him right away. You're gonna see it through. Like if you're gonna take this risk, you're gonna see it through. You're gonna let it play out. All right, you know, I did it. What's done is done.
There's only so much you can financially bleed and let this team just lose its fan base, though.
That's it. If it was just a normal trade that was a bad trade.
They were financially destroyed by this trade in a way that we have never seen anything like this.
Never seen it.
Even Coop made the comparison yesterday. He did not like any of my questions, by the way. I went 0 for 3.
Coop, I heard.
Yeah,
I was listening.
Yeah, I went 0 for 3 on all 3 questions.
I missed the first one because I hadn't gotten to the car yet.
I was just putting it on T form. I was putting something up there for him to just.
But I agree. I liked what you said, that you're just bringing the counterpoint.
That's what I'm doing. I'm giving him. I'm
counterculture, Bobby.
I'm putting it up on the T form so he can hit it out.
Yeah.
That was the whole idea. But Coop had said it yesterday. The only thing we would have seen that was close to this in the modern era would have been if Babe Ruth, like if Twitter was around for Babe Ruth getting sold.
I can see that. Yep.
But see, again, here's the biggest thing that's different between the only other 2 things that compare to this. There's 2 trades in the history of the world that compare to this. Babe Ruth that's not even a trade, being sold to the Yankees, and then Wayne Gretzky getting traded to the Los Angeles Kings. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And in both instances, it was ownership that desperately needed money.
Yeah, and
this is one of the richest ownership groups in professional sports. They don't need the money.
No, they don't. They just donate.
That's why this one is even historically is one of the worst deals of all time.
It is lunacy to make this deal. Again, you can trade anybody.
Yeah.
You could have traded Luka.
Anybody can be got.
Anybody can be got. Now, you had to get the right
for the
deal.
right price.
You had to get the right price.
This was not it.
You could trade Patrick Mahomes. You better get 10 first-round draft picks, but you could do it.
What is the correct return for Patrick Mahomes? Seriously, 5
firsts.
Yeah, that's where my head goes instantly. 5 first-round picks.
That's about it.
Hey, if you're talking about like trading for Brady in his prime, Josh Allen in his prime, Mahomes, I think 4 or 5 first-round picks. 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
What would have been fair for Luka? What would you have said? All right, I get it.
Giannis.
What if it's AD and what?
AD.
4 first-rounders?
And at least a couple.
DJ, were we too loud? Who was upset? KRLD?
All right, it's we're getting the door shut on us. We're getting the door shut.
All right, goodbye. Goodbye out there.
See, AD is not I would not have done it with AD involved at all.
I'm just saying, in order to make it even, what would have been even?
Literally,
AD Reeves and 3 picks.
Yeah, at least 2 picks.
AD Reeves and 2 picks. That does it.
Maybe.
Sweet Zeke on the YouTube says 5 first-rounders, no way for Patrick Mahomes. I disagree.
Yeah, I think you're getting it.
5 first-round picks for a quarterback like that, yeah. If you're talking about changing your organization like that.
Yep, you really are.
Like, especially if you don't have one. If you're the Raiders, I'm trading 5 first-rounders for Mahomes.
Yeah, you've changed your organization. You're there every single year. All you gotta do is get you hit on 2 of your picks that maybe 1 or 2 of your picks each year. You're good.
469. What about the divorce of Jerry and Jimmy? That was humongous too. Dallas Cowboys have not been the same since. It's not a bad comparison in terms of shockwaves. It's not a trade. It's not trading a player. So to me, as a news story, yeah, that's a big deal. But that one's different to me because it's not just purging a player for no reason.
Yep. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. I want to play this audio for you. This is Scott Boras. Now, now this is the GM meetings going on. Scott Boras, obviously the super agent. But Scott loves to do these. Every year he does it. And this year, no different. So what he's got is he's got Pete Alonso and he's got Tarek Skubal. Those are his 2 big clients this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
He's always got somebody. Who's usually signing in April.
Yeah, they will not sign anytime soon. But this is we'll do the Scooble one first. This is him talking about Tarek Scooble. And he just likes to give these little stupid sound bites that I actually think are somewhat, I love a good dad joke. I love a good pun. I think these are the Alonzo one's way better. Here's the Scooble one when he is asked about Tarek Scooble.
The fans in Detroit want the Tigers to build a Tarek Barrack. You know, they Little Caesars running around town saying "Sai." So it's the kind of thing where he's built a base. Obviously, everywhere they go, they know it's Scooble Day. They understand that organization is substantially different if he's not there. You know, when you're in these situations and you go through it, all we know is that we hear mostly from the fans, and the player hears from the fans, and it should be Scooby done, right?
Oh gosh!
And if not, I think the fans would certainly think it's a Detroit doink if they don't.
This is the guy who has the top.
This is the guy. This is amazing. No. This guy's dad joke.
Nope.
His kids must absolutely love the dad jokes. All right, you think that's bad? How about Pete?
Hold on. 214. Sorry, guys, it's a valid trade. How many picks is Cooper Flagg worth? You didn't. No. You don't get to include that. That's not it. And Cooper Flagg is not worth that many picks so far.
Not yet. We don't know. If the future, like the Mavs could have traded that on draft night and gotten a haul of picks. They could have gotten 4 first from, right? But not now, not at this point. All right, this is Pete Alonso.
Let me hear it.
Well, I think Pete, at this point in his career, he's about winning, no doubt. Had that question a lot. There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper.
Oh, gosh.
You know, Pete picked the perfect period to play preeminently.
There's no way this dude signs the biggest deals in the world.
Really a primary position, a playoff-parched plethora will pounce to participate in the polar plunge.
There we go.
I would never hire him. He's out. Is Rosenhaus doing this?
What?
Is Rosenhaus doing this?
Dude,
is Rich Paul doing this?
He was talking about the Alex Bregman deal, and he goes, nobody wants a Brexit.
Oh, gosh. That's so bad.
Good. It's so good. I love it. I can do this all day. I can do this all day.
No, this is brutal. This is, like I said, is Rich Paul doing this? Is David Mulugeta doing this?
No,
is anybody,
I would think
none of them are doing this.
I would think not. We're
going to drop the mica. Would we get a second?
I like it. I like it.
I don't want to Parsons my words.
A special Sean and RJ Thursday edition of Ask Reddit.
Hell yeah!
We weren't here on Tuesday, but we know it's your favorite segment of the week. It's brought us to Ask Reddit next on Sean and RJ.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, cell phone squad?
Brown Trail in Bedford this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by DFW Security.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-or817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Oh, it is Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, and Choppy's being all scared at jokes I'm making during the break.
Oh, I appreciate them. Off air.
Say it then.
No.
He doesn't want me to say it. He doesn't want me to say
Look,
it.
I appreciate all jokes. even if I don't like them and I find them,
just doesn't want them being said into a microphone.
Yeah,
where he's
I
present.
appreciate the attempted humor.
Just give it to Fred and Blake. They'll say it on there.
I operate in one world. I operate in one world. Is it funny or not? That's all I care about. That's my only prerequisite for life.
So if that's funny, I should say it.
Well, wouldn't do that.
Not with you standing in the same room. You'd like to hear that on a day you're not here.
A day I'm not here, I'd love to hear it, but not today.
Yeah. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, a special edition of Ask Reddit.
Love it.
Since we were not here on Tuesday, we missed it. Then we're here to be able to provide this for you. And if you want to weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and as well on the YouTube, which is right over Choppy's shoulder. We have the YouTube up there now, and we can see the live chat while we're on the air. So we can just read it directly off the TV screen now.
I can't.
Well, I can.
What are the numbers, though? I can't see how many viewers we have.
I can't see the numbers.
I don't care.
Sean likes that.
I can't see the numbers. All right, first question here. And this is for men in their 30s to 40s. But I'm going to just ask it generally. What do you want for Christmas this year, RJ Choppy?
Well, that's...
Don't say, health. I want people to be happy. Don't say that, please.
I really just want health.
Oh, God.
And I want people to be happy. I need a new driver.
A new driver?
For your golf club. I need a new golf.
Why? What's wrong with the current one? Yes, Matt
it's
Shelby,
just old.
we can see you.
It's just old.
Yeah.
It's just an old driver. It's probably 8 years old.
It's more like driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah, it's probably about 8 years old. And I usually would. I try to. I don't need new golf clubs all the time. I play enough, but I don't play so much, and I still hit it really well. But, I feel like there's a technological advancement that's happened.
Do you have clubs that you're fitted for?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I was never fitted for this driver. I just got this driver head that it was very, very slightly used.
Rules of the road.
And I had a great shaft in it. It was a really good shaft. It was a stiff shaft.
Sure.
Really good shaft. But the shaft snapped.
Yeah.
That's never good. And I had
Did the head snap it?
The head snapped the shaft, so I had to get a new shaft. And I did. And recently I got a new shaft, but it's thinner.
Oh, okay.
It's a thinner shaft.
Yeah.
I had a good thick grip on it. Oversized thickness. Two hands? This is a regular thickness, and I need to get oversized. And instead of doing that, I'd rather just get a new driver. I keep the shaft, get the new grip on it, but I need a new head.
Peyton?
So what I want for Christmas is part of my mortgage to be paid for, which shame on you, education system, for not teaching me, or anyone really, at least I wasn't taught, how much interest I'm paying with my first, few or year or so of mortgage payments. I make a payment and only $100 goes towards the actual principal.
Yes,
I got like 95% interest. I'm like, what is the point of paying this? It's nothing's going towards my actual mortgage payment. So shame on you. I would have thought differently about buying a house right now if I knew that.
You would not have bought a house?
If he knew he was paid interest up front?
I probably would have tried something a little cheaper.
It's all front loaded. It's all front loaded.
Which is dumb. Why? Why can I not pay, 4 digits and just all go towards the actual principal of the house? It's stupid. It's going to take me 30 years to pay this thing off, which is what I signed up for.
That's exactly what you signed up for.
Yeah.
Literally, it's going to take you 30. Now, you can pay it off in less time. Like I think when I refied, I think I got like it's either a 20 or a 25 year. But I'm paying extra on it, which is stupid because I have such a low interest rate. It's free money. I should pay down other
free
stuff.
money, baby.
So I looked like an idiot calling the person for the mortgage company because I was like, why is the number only going down $100 a month whenever I'm paying over $2,000 on this thing? And he's like, well, it's interest, man.
They have
what?
AK Gaming Channel. Peyton didn't read the contract he signed. Gets sold 247. Peyton, for God's sake, how didn't you know?
You got to look at I think it's called an amortization calendar or chart or whatever it is. But it'll show you exactly how much goes to principal.
Oh, I see it now. Trust me, I found that part of the app. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So some of the things that people want for Christmas: 972, a pool table, please and thank you.
You want one?
No,
no. You want one? I got one.
This is what 972 said. Yeah, hit him back on the fan text.
I got one. I got one for you.
Let's hear 214. What I wouldn't give to be able to hear all the jokes that are going through Bobby's head right now during your discussion of head and shaft and
it was golf. I don't know why there'd be
just because I tend to joke about golf.
Yeah,
like I tend to joke about the game. I don't take it seriously enough. That's usually a problem. 817 Choppy wants a custom Tennessee putter.
I do.
858 I want a laptop so I can start my day trading adventures. I feel like I've never done any of the day trading stuff.
No.
I feel like my obsession with things, I'm surprised you haven't gotten into it. As the gambling obsessed individual that you are. Like, I'm surprised you haven't taken that to the real world and gone like, ooh, how can I gamble this way?
That's fair. I just feel like I know it's too risky. I know more about...
Isn't gambling risky?
Yeah, but at least I know more about sports than I do about what Apple's gonna do.
682 I'm going to Iceland to visit my fiance for Christmas and New Year's. Perfect gift for myself. Iceland is the one place I don't want to fly over water. I don't want to leave the country. I don't have a passport. I'm gonna have to leave the country. I just found out yesterday, but I got a wedding invitation for a friend that's in May. So next May I will be not here. I'm gonna be in
the entire month.
No, but for like a week I'll be in Italy. It looks like
Italy.
Yeah.
Nice. I've been.
It's interesting you said Iceland and not Iceland.
I don't know. Iceland. How do you want to say it?
Iceland.
I want to go to Reykjavik. That's where I want to go.
There you go.
That's where I would like to go. Dead serious. I've seen so many. It looks so ridiculously.
Where in Italy?
I don't remember where it is. I just got it yesterday.
You're gonna love it.
So I don't remember where it is, but it is. We were looking already at prices and everything yesterday. So that'll probably be my present to myself.
2 words: business class.
Business class. That's
spend the extra money.
Expensive.
It's so expensive. It is well worth it.
I imagine it would be. That's what I'm going to treat myself to. All right, we're doing Ask Credit here on 105 through the Fan. Peyton Russell, what do you think men would dislike most if they became women?
The first thing that popped in my mind is the time of the month. Definitely. That's something that, I mean, guys would absolutely hate. Girls hate it, so I imagine guys would hate it too.
I don't know why you're covering your head. That would not be enjoyable.
I didn't say the P word.
You wouldn't like that, Chop.
Time of the month.
Yeah.
I would say, I don't know, like how difficult the swimming records are to attain, maybe. Chop, what's your answer?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The most thing I would dislike if I became a woman is that I would have to be with guys.
Be with man?
That would be with man. That would
Wouldn't you just change your interests though? You would just say, no, I'm a woman.
I don't know. I have no idea. If I'm a woman, I don't know. I have no idea what I would do.
But I'm assuming it's just like, click, here you are. You're a woman now.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so if it's that way, I would assume you'd still like, well, I like women.
I think putting makeup on feeling the need to put makeup on every day.
The getting ready would be a beatdown.
I get ready in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I can get up and get dressed and get in the car within 5 minutes.
I think RJ would actually like being hit on like at bars and stuff. I think he would love
I would
that.
eat it up.
Yeah, you would be flipping your hair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Buy me a drink, sailor.
Bite my lip. Oh, baby.
All right, over on the fan text 214. If I were a woman, I would hate.
No,
I can't read that one.
No, you can't.
214.
Stop.
Time of the month for sure.
Just go on to the next
214
question.
wearing makeup.
Just go on to the next question.
I'm just 682. All the extra money on makeup. I'm reading all the good ones. Okay, don't worry about it. 469 Choppy doesn't know ball. That's what they're saying here. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
You wake up tomorrow and the internet has been permanently deleted. What's the first thing you do?
Touch grass. Go outside. Touch grass. Yeah, dude. Look. Maybe turn your head and look at your spouse. Say, "Hey, where you been? I've been into my phone the whole time."
If it's us, I'm immediately subscribing to a bunch of newspapers.
Yeah, you would. You would have to.
We need content. I can't just not have stuff for us to talk about anymore. So that's.
Yeah.
Although I would assume we'd talk about, hey, the internet went away yesterday. Wasn't that crazy?
That'd be the first show.
Now, are we just assuming this is we wake up and we're in a world where we never knew the internet, or it's like the internet is gone?
Yeah, I think you're in a world you never knew the internet.
Well,
because like when I first got into radio,
I'm going outside and.
When I first got into radio,
walk.
I still used newspapers were still the number one way to get content.
Gasol 247 says go buy Playboys. That would be the first purchase for a lot of people. Playboy would be back big time for sure. Peyton, what's your answer for this?
I'm calling the bosses and saying I'm sick for the day. Can't come into work. I would not want to be up here with no internet. That would suck. That show would be a train wreck. It'd be fun the first segment, but then imagine having to grab audio with no internet.
Do you remember having to run like a board without internet?
Yeah.
Or without it being a primary part of your job?
Absolutely.
Playing stuff. Did you have to do the digicarts back in the day?
We did the cart. We used to have all the reads came down. We used to record them on some, I can't remember what it was called. Yes, but you had to have the little cart, those little DATs. Remember DATs?
Yeah, my dad used to be on the air at KSCS, and so when he was on there, he took me to work one Saturday, and he gave me like the rundown log. This was like 1998 or something. And he gave me the rundown log of songs that needed to play for the next hour. And I had to go up to this big CD rack and look for the number, spin it, grab the discs, and like bring him over the stack. And he was like taking the discs and like popping them in and like manually changing the songs that way.
It's brutal.
Which is totally a different way to do it now. All right, next question here on Ask Reddit. RJ Choppy, what are you glad you tried once but will absolutely never do again?
I'll never get divorced again.
Okay. So you're glad,
I don't want to say I'm glad.
But you're not glad.
I'm not glad. Nobody goes into a marriage that I can't wait to get divorced.
But you also said, you've said before that you need marriage advice from somebody who's had one fail.
Yeah.
So in order for this one to go better, you needed to have the understanding of the last one.
Yeah, I think you need to, do something that. I mean, look, everybody needs to take a leap of faith somewhere. Whether it's your job, whether it's your relationship, you got to do that at one time. It doesn't mean you do it all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's not anything. I don't think that I sat there and thought, man, I'm glad I did this one time, and I'll never do it again.
I'm glad I got super messed up at the media party that one time. I would never do it again. That was a fun experience. I was violently ill the next morning. and I really felt like I was gonna die. So I'm glad I tried it once. I would never want to do that again, is my answer. Peyton, what's your answer for this?
Going to a championship parade. I went to the Rangers in 2023, and that was all fun and everything, but man, just the being body to body on the streets the whole way. Can't move left, can't move right without leaving the area, then the traffic out of there. It's awful, but man, I'm glad I did it once.
My dad said his was Super Bowl. He went to the Super Bowl one time.
I could see that.
And he said, "I will." He would never.
I think I'd
go
like
again.
it, but I don't think I'd want to spend on it more than once in my life.
Yo, he didn't. I think he went through work, right? So he didn't spend anything. But it was the terrible one. It was the Bears and Patriots, like in New Orleans.
That was
back
a
in the,
blowout, too.
They were all blowouts back then.
Yeah.
Every Super Bowl in the '80s was awful.
972. So Terry Dorsey was your dad, Bobby? No, Terry Dorsey was not. But Dorsey and Hawkeye were friends of my dad. Let's see here. 682 prostate exams. 817. The Devils 3, if you know what I'm saying. 817. Fortune favors the bold. Yeah, you try Fortune favors the bold one time.
Try to trade Luka, never again.
I wasn't great with that. 817. Invest in meme coins. Profited a lot of money, but will never do it again. 205. Smoking a Cuban cigar. I will never do that again. So there's some of the answers there on this Ask Reddit.
All right. Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. What is coming up next in Below the Belt?
Mike McCarthy is back, baby.
Oh,
or
yeah.
so it would seem. That's next in Below the Belt here on the fan.
After we get you.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, baby. He is back. It is RJ Choppy's favorite head coach and our favorite guest, Corey Majors.
Oh, yeah.
I'm RJ Choppy's favorite head coach.
No. RJ Choppy's favorite head coach is Mike McCarthy.
Oh.
And it sounds like he's going to be back. We'll talk about that here in just a second here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. First, before we get into any of that, there was great stuff that you guys played live on your airwaves yesterday, Corey. Brian Schottenheimer spoke to the media for the first time, obviously, since the Marshawn Kneeland tragedy. And he opened his press conference and had a lot of good stuff to say about Marshawn as he entered the week, his first time chance to talk to the media since everything happened.
I'd like to just take a few moments and offer my condolences to Marshawn's family, Catalina, his girlfriend, and we had an opportunity last night to celebrate Marshawn's life, tell some stories, share, laugh, cry. Marshawn loved the words "one love," so we talked a lot about love as we grieve, and I just got a chance to really share a couple of things that I'll miss the most about Marshawn. Those top couple things was he had the most playful spirit of any young man I've been around. His smile could take you to your knees. And in terms of him as an athlete, no one had a better motor than him. So my heart is heavy. Our team's heart is heavy. We don't move on, but we do move forward.
Really good stuff from Brian Schottenheimer yesterday. They did start a fund for Marshawn Kneeland's girlfriend, Catalina, and his unborn child. So if you want to donate to that, MarshawnKneelandFund.org. I know a number of Cowboys are going to be donating, a number of people from the organization, fans, different things like that, just to make sure that they are taken care of and good moving forward. We did get additional details yesterday about his accident. It was clear there was something going wrong. Cable Johnson, who is the Cowboys director of team security, former Arlington police, Cable had called law enforcement task for a welfare check. He said that Marshawn Nealand had, in the audio that was to Plano Police Dispatch, he, quote, sent out some group texts that are concerning probably mental health, but the group texts seem to be saying goodbye, made some statement about not being able to go to jail, and he obviously had that wreck near the tollway in Warren that we talked about last week, but just a tragedy that continues to get sadder the more we find out about, obviously, his girlfriend and the fact that they are expecting a child, and an opportunity for people to donate to that fund and to help them out. But I've said it a lot over the last week, but it's, and I know we're about to talk about Mike McCarthy. This is not a comparison to Mike McCarthy at all. I think Mike McCarthy would have done great handling this. But I don't know that there's anybody better to handle it than Brian Schottenheimer, period. Like, I don't know that Tom Landry handles it better. I don't know that Jason Garrett handles it better. And I think all of them handle it fine.
Jason did a great job with
the Jerry Brown situation. 100%. I think that Schottenheimer is the biggest advantage you could possibly have in terms of a head coach for a moment like
the
this.
way it happened with the timing, I agree. Jason's greatness was focus on the day. The day, right? Just today. We're only worried about today. His messaging was great with that. And the fact that they had a game 36 hours later, Jason was perfect for that, right? Focus on the day. With idle time, where these guys were on vacation, many of them, of the 50 players, how many of them had taken a flight somewhere, had been out of town?
Sure.
With idle time, I think Schottenheimer was built for that.
You know for a fact that head coach is going to pick up a phone and call.
Oh, yeah.
And that's another thing, too. Yeah. He's going to go check in on everybody. Not every head coach does that. No. But we know for a fact that that's Schottenheimer's MO. Micah even made fun of him once for calling to say I love you and good night and everything. Like that was that was a bit that was going on, but he will take the time to check in on you, and that's important. I loved
he'd have FaceTime 50 guys.
Yeah. I loved his honesty yesterday. We were listening right here during the show. That line of moving forward but not moving on is so great. Because it's like that's something that's going to live with you forever. It always will, no matter what, whoever you are. But you have to figure out your way to honor it, and you have to figure out your way to accept the new things that come along and those challenges that you're going to face as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was a good day for Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, and the comfort that I think you can clearly see. Perrion Winfrey had tweeted something, I think, early this week where he had said, I'm so grateful to God that I've got Aaron Whitecotton and Brian Schottenheimer as my coaches. Like that those are the guys that I deal with because they've meant a lot to me during this period. So big check marks in their favor for sure. The New York Giants have obviously moved on from Brian Daboll, and the leading candidate, the betting favorite, RJ Choppy. What is your general thought on betting favorites when it comes to head coaching jobs?
I don't think Vegas has a great idea. They don't have a great handle. They're more looking at. They're better. Obviously, they're much better when it comes to game spreads and lines and stuff. So I think these are largely sucker bets. You get into props like that. They do a pretty good job with props. But when it comes to futures is about name recognition and hype. So. Just take the LSU job, for example. Nick Saban is the favorite. Joe Brady, I think, is second. Joe Brady's not a name. It's not a sexy name. Nick Saban gets money. They're looking for bets.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. Now, here are the names that are associated with the Giants. You tell me if these make sense, guys. Number 5, fifth best odds right now, according to DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 1,000, Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Plus 950, Lou Anarumo, Colts defensive coordinator. He's had a good year, and he was somebody who was thought of as a well-regarded defensive coordinator in Cincinnati before everything fell apart the way it did.
That's a very Giants move, and I would say absolutely not.
Here's a Giants move right here. Third best odds, Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo.
That is an idiotic Giants move.
Would you like that move if you're a Giants fan?
Wasn't he there?
He was their defensive coordinator for a while.
I would love that if I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, the Giants fan might, but no, you can't.
For us as Cowboys fans, it would be miserable because of his defense.
he thinks it's a good idea for a Cowboys fan. He would love it.
Because it would be bad for them?
He just would never hire a defensive coach.
Horrible for them.
Oh, you hate defensive. You don't like coaches in first place, but defensive coaches even worse.
You need Jackson Dart. You got to help. You need an offensive guy.
Here's two guys to
get
help.
You a guru. Get you a guy that can work with him. Like Jim Daniels and Cliff.
Keep Kafka in place.
I do agree with you though.
You hire Steve Spagnuolo and you keep Kafka in place on offense.
I do agree with you though. The more offensive-minded people you hire with a young quarterback, the longer tenure they have, because you can rotate defensive coordinators, but you don't really want to rotate too many offensive people.
Well, here's your two offensive hires that are the leaders in the clubhouse right now.
I'm surprised one of them is offensive.
Both of them are.
Okay.
2, second best odds at plus 800. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak.
He deserves it.
Well, if you want to talk about an impact, we always talk about the impact of the Shanahan tree and different things like that. The Kubiak reach is pretty significant,
and that bled into the Shanahan.
Yeah, they very much kind of. The current Shanahan scheme is really a blend of Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak concepts.
Arian Foster. I mean, just go through the list of the Kubiaks that they've just been able to magically make run games better. And right now, the Giants have no run game.
No,
like they're terrible at that.
I'll tell you what, though, they're going to have a run game because the leader in the clubhouse. I'm going to stand up for this one.
It's clean now.
The leader in the clubhouse, right here. I'm going to fix the camera for you, Aiden. I'm going to look right into the camera's eyes. The leader in the clubhouse to be the Giants head coach at plus 700 is none other than Michael J. I don't know if it's J. McCarthy. The Giants are big fans of McCarthyism, is what we're hearing.
Listen,
Bobby's got a conscience.
I think there's another name too, but I don't hate it.
This is a Giants hire.
His middle name is John, by the way.
Oh, I nailed it!
Wow. He does look like a Michael John.
He looks like a Michael J.
He does look
sure.
like Michael J. Look, he would be a stabilizing figure in an organization that needs it.
That dude cannot handle New York.
I agree.
There's no way.
New York is not a good place for him.
He had trouble. You would acknowledge he had trouble handling here.
Yep. New York is not a good place for him. If I were him, I would. If I had advisory control over Mike McCarthy, I would say, dude, you do not need to go to New York. It's not for you.
You need to go to Nebraska.
Yeah, you take over from Matt Rule, and Matt Rule takes over the Penn State job. You don't need New York. It's not for you, man. It's just not. But I do think like he's a good stabilizing force for an organization that's had a bunch of turnover at the head coach.
What is the job that you look at and go, that's a Mike McCarthy job right there?
Like what team?
Yeah,
Steelers.
One job.
Steelers.
Wow.
One that you think will be open? Because I got one in mind that
Cleveland.
Cleveland makes a ton. I think Miami.
I don't think you can fix Cleveland though.
I think Miami makes a lot of sense.
Why?
Because you're talking about a team that has been, like when you talk about stabilizing force.
He's a stabilizing guy.
It can be a little nutty in there. I think Mike coming into Miami and just chilling things out and making people relax and feel like, hey, we're calm down here. South Beach, let's all just enjoy things.
Is he gonna have a tan?
Huh?
Is he gonna get a tan down there?
You have to.
You think so?
Well, President Davey.
Probably gonna get a massage.
Davey, Florida.
Who knows?
I'll tell you this, and it's not gonna happen. We're way past that, but I do think with that defensive line, Bill could actually work there.
No, we're way.
Well, hang on. I know we're way past it.
What did you think about Mike Greenberg's statement yesterday? He said that he thinks if he would have kept up the media tour and not taken the North Carolina job, that he would have been in line for a job this offseason.
He would have been in line for the Giants job because he's close with the Maras.
I think he would have gotten a job this offseason.
Yeah, especially the Giants because he's close with the Maras. I think it's way past that. But with that defensive line, I think Bill could do some damage because he still is an elite defensive mind. You throw in Jackson Dart, maybe they could do something.
I mean,
but I think we're past that.
What is Jordan Hudson's defensive philosophy? Is really
well, that's a good question. You have to get rid of that.
That's what you got to know. All right, that is below the belt.
Below
the belt.
Right here on Sean and RJ 105. We have Tim McMahon coming up next.
Timmy back.
Oh, I gotta go to the restroom.
All right. Well, I guess Corey doesn't want to join us for Tim McMahon, but that's coming up next.
Band McMahon.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. But
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Something good can happen, but not when you turn it over like that. Christie's pass is smothered by Mark Williams, and Royce O'Neal up for the transition three, and it is good.
Mavs TV with the call. Mavs do lose to the Phoenix Suns at the American Airlines Center. They are 2-6 at home, 123-114. PJ Washington left this game early on, only played about 5 minutes in this one. And we are joined by Tim McMahon of ESPN, who's been all over the aftermath, the firing, the reporting on Nico Harrison and his dismissal from the Mavs. Morning, Tim. How we doing?
Howdy, partners. It's early. What do you want?
It's 9 o'clock, 9:01, and we get the hits early. Oh, boy. You know you work in sports. You're at the games, and you say this is early.
You know who gives us that all the time at 9 o'clock, too, is Archer. Archer will be like, it's early. It's 9 o'clock.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, I will say this. You don't sleep a whole lot right now covering the Dallas Mavericks.
No. All right, I want you to take us through your reporting stuff. I know you mentioned that Dumont is kind of, not I don't want to say taking over the Anthony Davis return, but at least he's got to clear him before he returns. Should we read into that at all?
Well, it's obviously a drastic difference than a year ago, and there's some irony here. So what Dumont is basically saying is, listen, I am siding with Johan Dillsborough, the director of health and performance for the Mavericks, who is saying, I think that AD is still at risk of aggravating the calf or worse. And obviously we all know what that could mean.
For sure.
If he returns right now, I don't want to clear him. AD's medical staff, which is also on the Mavs payroll this year, has given him the green light. They say, hey, he's ready to roll. AD wants to play. It wasn't just about saving Nico Harrison's job. He's a proud pro. He wants to be on the floor. He wants to compete. Dumont is siding with Dillsborough and saying we are going to err on the side of caution. We cannot take a risk of a potentially catastrophic injury until he sees, I'm told, clear medical data indicating that there is no significant risk of aggravation or worse with that calf. He's not going to give AD the green light. Now, what's the irony there? Well, one of the last straws that Nico Harrison used to convince Patrick Dumont that they should dump Luka and that Luka wasn't, really fully committed to the Mavericks and that sort of thing was that Luka wouldn't come back from his calf strain and Luka's medical staff wouldn't push him back from his calf strain on the timeline that Nico Harrison was pushing. And Nico, as you might imagine, was on board with AD coming back in this case as well. So Dumont is definitely more hands-on. Definitely, I mean, I knew Nico was in trouble when I heard that Dumont was weighing in on this decision over the weekend when AD had targeted Saturday night in Washington. I mean, look, we knew Nico was in trouble for a while, but I'm talking about I knew it was like very, very touch and go. I thought it week to week, it ended up being day to day. But when Dumont started weighing in on this, saying, no, I know you've targeted this as your return date, but if Johan's not clearing you, I'm not going to give it the green light. And that happened over the weekend in Washington.
Tim, was there a specific event other than that kind of you could point to, like that was the moment where this became impossible to recover from Nico?
No, that was more a symptom, right?
Right.
Yeah. Dude, I would say the specific event that was going to be impossible to recover from. I mean, how far back do you want to go? But really,
the trade.
but I mean, exactly. And dude, remember the night Luka came back and he lit the Mavs on fire? Remember how deafening the Fire Nico chants were that night? And the anger and the fury towards Nico never really diminished. The only even after getting gifted a potential face of the franchise for the next 2 decades in Cooper Flagg, the only possible chance they had to kind of, I'm not even going to say eliminate it, but at least minimize it, mitigate it, would be to get off to a good start, to have a good product on the floor. And, this is not a good basketball team. Are there injuries? Yeah, sure. you can't give Nico a pass for AD injuries, given the durability history, given the fact the guy was hurt when you made the trade, and given the fact that one reason you used to justify trading a 25-year-old 5-time All-NBA selection just took your franchise to the finals was because he thought his body was going to break down. So when the fans, when their primary focal point is just fury at Nico, and that is the overwhelming sentiment, and it weighs on players, and they feel like it's a home court disadvantage, and they're the worst offensive team in the league, and Luka's leading the league in scoring, the question became, how could you justify not firing him? Like, what are you waiting on? And Dumont came to that realization, got on the private jet, came down here for the purpose of firing him. I do think it's hilarious that people think that some kid walked up to Dumont in a Lakers jersey, and that's when it hit him. Trust me, the decision was made before Dumont got to the arena that night. Now, if the Mavericks hold off the Bucks, if Cooper Flag has the game winner, do they still do it the next day? I don't know, but Nico was not going to be the Mavericks general manager a whole lot longer. I can promise you that.
So if they were 8-3, but the fan anger was still there, it probably doesn't happen now, but it eventually still would have happened.
So I would say in that situation, I think there's a pretty decent chance it's not a midseason deal. At best, going into this year, it was year to year. I always kind of felt like it was more month to month, and it got week to week and day to day real quick.
Tim, when did it change? We're talking with Tim McMahon here on 105 through the Fan. Tim, when do you think the evolution really began for Patrick Dumont? Like when the seeds were planted of, okay, maybe this wasn't right, and when do you think it really accelerated?
I mean, I think that he realized it last year, and it was a rude awakening. Let's just forget about even the basketball product, right? Patrick Dumont is a businessman. The dude understands the bottom line, and they were bleeding revenue last year, just bleeding revenue. Forget the emotion, forget the outrage, the anger, the fact that, AD got hurt again in his first game after rushing back, by the way, because there was a bunch of heat on Nico, all the stuff that went wrong on the floor. He was sold on Luka Doncic being a terrible business investment. We can't give this guy a supermax. No way he's going to be worth it. He came to realize, not only was Luka a supermax player, but the supermax was a great investment because Luka was what drove the business of the Mavericks. I mean, I know the sellout streak technically just ended in October. First of all, give me a break. We all realize that was phoning along. But, dude, you looked around that arena last year, attendance plummeted. All the associated revenue that goes along with that. The jersey sales, their TV subscription product. I mean, they were really tanking, bleeding money. Getting the gift of Cooper Flag from the basketball gods or whatever conspiracy theory you might want to believe in, that mitigated that some. But when you sell your boss, a businessman, on this from a business perspective, and it ends up being just like one of the worst financial decisions you could possibly make, that's gonna erode any trust. And honestly, Nico should have been fired 2 days after last season because there was not going to be any coming back from this. And I this is me speculating. I think winning the lottery gave him a little bit more time. Not that there was any skill involved there, but just, okay, hey, maybe there's a chance for a fresh narrative. And then the other thing here is billionaire dudes don't like admitting that they made colossal mistakes. And firing Nico was an admission that Dumont really just made a historic mistake less than 1 year into being a governor of an NBA franchise. That's something that he has to live with. That's something he has to learn from. I do think he's learned a lot from it. And, they've got to pivot into the Cooper Flag era, and they've got to do everything in their power to be able to build a sustainable contender around this kid because he is, a second chance for them.
Tim McMahon joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tim, what did you think about the statement that was put out? Obviously, that was one that was not just written from the notebook of Patrick Dumont. I'm sure that was a carefully crafted statement. But what did you think about the statement, and what do you think the PR strategy moving forward is for the Mavericks to make sure, all right, let's try to get this business back to where it needs to be?
I don't believe. I know there's not plans immediately for Patrick Dumont to do any sort of media. I am of the biased, selfish belief that he should do a sit-down interview with me.
Us too. Yeah, us too.
But I do. In all seriousness, I do think that it would be in his best interest to take some verbal, visual accountability beyond just the letter. And the letter kind of danced around the elephant in the room, which obviously we all know was the Luka trade, and just how awful of a decision that was. And it was one that at the time, I was talking to an agent yesterday, and obviously I've talked to a lot of people, but he was just like, there's nothing like that just completely shocked the entire NBA, where everybody's talking to each other and like, how does this make sense?
Right.
So I think Dumont does have to take some verbal, visual accountability for that. That would be my advice. I don't know if he's planning to do it, but look, he's also got his hands full. They've got to kind of figure out what this looks like for the time being. There's going to be a thorough search for a replacement. Dennis Lindsey's been a name that's been thrown out there. Certainly Mark Cuban has been banging that drum. I do think he will be a candidate, and is a very good candidate. I think they're going to talk to other people who have been, who've had experience and success building NBA rosters. You can go down the list of people who are available there. I think there's internal candidates, and look, an internal candidate might include the guy who's coaching the team. So there's a lot of business to be done. And my sense is that Patrick would prefer to focus on the business and hopefully put together a product that will, that will speak for itself. And I'll just be real honest with you. While I think Patrick has to take some accountability that people can hear, that people can see, I think he also has to be careful discussing basketball, because if we're being real, I'm just going to be blunt. The man doesn't do well discussing basketball.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
championship games.
Yeah, that's true. So, are they do you think they're in a rush to hire a GM? Like, how long do you think this process will take? And are they is there a chance Dirk gets welcomed back more into the fray now?
I know that they understand that having Dirk back in the fray is very important and is something that will be a priority for them. Now, I don't think that's in a decision-making role, but even, look, just Dirk saying, hey, I'm back on board with the franchise. I'm sitting next to Patrick Dumont at a few games a year. I'm waving to the fans, like they've got me back. And I don't want to speak for Dirk, but I'm of the firm belief that was never, ever going to happen with Nico running the basketball operations department. I believe there's probably a chance it happens now. He's still extremely tight with Michael Finley, with Jason Kidd. Dirk loves the Mavs. The loyalty never fades away and all those sort of things. I just don't think I'd be surprised if he's in any sort of decision-making role or like a full-time job. The man's got a full-time job now. Amazon Prime, They get to sit on couches in casual clothes. I got to give them a call and see if I can weasel my way into that. We got to wear suits at ESPN. And then I forgot what else you asked me, to be honest.
Are they in a rush to hire a GM?
Oh, no, it's not going to be a rush process.
So you don't maybe not even by the trade deadline. They may not have anybody. That's not an interim.
I don't know. Is the best answer I can give you there. I'm not sure about that, and I'm not sure that Patrick Dumont knows.
Tim, we appreciate it, man. We know you're busy. We always appreciate you coming on with us.
Adios, amigos. It's been a pleasure.
Tim McMahon, ESPN, waking up early for us here on
a gentleman and a scholar. He is.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's the best at what he does. Tim is genuinely fantastic at it.
Yeah, he really is. All right, Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. Joins the show next on 105.3 The Fan. After we get.
Saffron squad?
Great call. Frankel first, 214-ORA17-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece coming up in 18 minutes. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Street clothes and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out. Bobby is here.
You're kidding
Peyton
me.
is behind the glass. Aiden is in the hallway.
We're all here.
We're all here, except for Sean.
Except for Sean. Sean just cannot be bothered to be here. He does y'all again. Just pray for his butt. A lot of
BravoCon. He's got
violent diarrhea.
The BravoCon. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. Morning, Tommy. Very important question for you.
Yeah, very important question. Have you been interviewed more times with Sean here or not here?
Probably not. I mean, is this like his 87th paternity leave?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's now taking paternity from people who are having babies in the building.
Wow. You know what? I mean, credit to him for, finding whatever loophole it is in your policies that allows him to do that. But come on, man, show up to work. What are we doing?
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Did you see the Aurora Borealis last night?
The what now?
The Northern Lights.
Oh, you see, you got to dumb it down for me. I don't know big words like that, but no, I saw I saw pictures of it on Twitter, and it looked pretty cool. I mean, I know that stuff is kind of complicated with like what you can see with the naked eye and whatnot,
right?
And I don't know what kind of enhancement you have to do with photographs to make it look like that, but I didn't see anything with the naked eye, but it looks really cool, man. That's one of the great wonders of this world.
How before we get into football stuff, how brilliant do you think it was of the Dallas Mavericks to fire Nico Harrison finally?
Oh God.
I mean, I don't think they really had any other choice.
Long overdue.
They kind of dug that. They kind of dug that hole for themselves. But yeah, I think that's definitely the right move for the franchise. Although I do think it was pretty funny that he put on his Instagram unemployed.
Yeah.
Now that was pretty good. But yeah, he had that coming for him, I think, and just one of those trades where, like, I remember looking down at it and saying,
there's no way.
got hacked. And I think when you do something as dumbfounding and unfathomable as that, that it's just you kind of wrote the end of your own book there.
All right, so let's touch on some Cowboys talk here, Tommy. So it does sound like Savone Ravel and DeMar Van Overshown are ramping up, gearing up, getting ready to be on the football field. Talk to us about just your expectations for both. My position has been I think that Savone Ravel is going to play, but I think this will also kind of be like a redshirt year still. I don't know if he's going to be out there as much as fans are anticipating. Like, he's out here, he's starting, and he's playing 95% of the snaps. What are your expectations for both?
I think you put your expectations a little bit higher. Not that they're very high to begin with for this first game for DeMar Van Overshown. Obviously, I expect him to be on the pitch count. It's kind of what we always use, but they're going to be careful with his snaps and ease him back into it. It's one thing to practice and get your legs back under you on the practice field, but it's another thing to be in a game environment, especially with the way that he plays, just so fast and 100% every snap and is flying around and hits hard. So I think they'll be careful with him and let him ease back into the game and then just kind of go from there. And, you would hope that it's a process where over the course of several weeks, he's getting up to that point where he can play, his normal amount of snaps. But I think that's going to be a process that'll start on Monday. And then for Savone, I think that one is a little bit more tricky because, I think he will play, but, is it special teams? Is it actually playing corner, and what kind of situations are they going to use that in? I don't know if he goes out and plays really well. I think the idea of red shirt or whatever you want to call it kind of goes out the window because this team just needs that help at corner. And if he's playing well, why not get your rookie some run and some snaps? But that's another one where you just don't know how you're going to react to it when you're back in a game environment again. And every injury is different. And but both of those guys have really attacked the process head on and put a lot of work into it. I know Savon is just chomping at the bit to get back on the field, and his ceiling is really high. So I think he can have a definite impact on this team going forward. But as much as for week one for him this season, I think maybe temper your expectations a little bit.
Have you heard from anyone in the building about where Overshown's if his explosiveness, if his speed is the same as it would have been before, or is that something we just can't tell until he's out there?
I mean, watching him at practice, you see it, and that's not a setting where he's going to 100% unleash because we only see him during individual drills. But I mean, physically, after 2 major knee surgeries, are you going to be exactly the same and have the exact same explosiveness? Probably not. I just don't think that's that's possible with the human body. But I don't think he's going to be. I don't think you're going to see that much of a stark difference in terms of you're going to watch him on Monday night and be like, oh man, he just doesn't have the explosiveness anymore. I think there's still plenty of that there. So I wouldn't expect too much of a drop off, but I think naturally, when your body takes those kinds of blows as major as they are, you're going to have to deal with the side effects of that, and I think that's one of them.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, what is your level of expectation for Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson? How much do you think they're going to be involved this first week? Because obviously they're going to have a little bit of a ramp-up period and an adjustment period. Do you think we're full go for both of them, or will we see some part-time snaps for both?
I think that's a good question because it depends on how comfortable they fit in the scheme. I think when you look at both of them, Quinnen Williams, I think, is probably the guy that you are less worried about with that kind of stuff in terms of okay, we need to limit his amount of plays. I think Quinnen Williams' job is, all right, we need you to be that big guy in the middle of this line that can eat up double teams, open up one-on-ones for everybody else, and just kind of do what you've done your entire career. And he's played in those attack front style defenses that Matt Eberflus is running before. So I don't know if that adjustment period will be as long, I should say, in terms of him getting acclimated to things. And so I think you probably see more of Quinnen Williams than you will of Logan Wilson on Monday, but that's only because Logan Wilson's probably going to have a shot to be your Mike linebacker and your green dot, and that's why that might take a little bit more time to get him used to the calls and get him used to communicating to his teammates and learning how his teammates communicate off of that. So that process might take a little bit longer, and that's why you maybe might not see as much of Wilson as you will of Williams, but I don't think the ramp-up process for both of them is going to take all that long.
I don't think we got a chance to talk to you. The trade happened after we had spoken to you on Tuesday, and then obviously after that we were dealing with the tragedy with Marshawn Nealand. So I don't think we've gotten a chance to hear from you yet on just the trade in general. Your thoughts on what Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams are able to do for this team. And I know you did some film study yesterday and over this week. What are your thoughts on how they can contribute right away?
Yeah, well, like I said with Williams, his biggest thing is eating up double teams. And what makes great defensive tackles great is when they can beat double teams. And he's done that at a really high clip throughout his entire career. He is so difficult to block one-on-one and even two-on-one. And when you have a guy like that on your defensive line and you've got 2 other good defensive tackles like Kenny Clark and Oso Odighizuwa, that opens them up to more one-on-one opportunities. And even outside of that, now your pass rushers are in more one-on-one opportunities like Donovan Ezra-Rocky or Jadeveon Clowney, whoever it may be. So essentially you have more of a chance to both get after the quarterback in the passing game and plug things up in the run game and be gap sound in the run game. And so when you have a guy like Williams who can do those kinds of things and take up that much space, not only does it make everything easier for the defensive line, but for guys like Logan Wilson too, because it makes his job a heck of a lot easier if, Williams and Odighizuwa close 2 gaps. There's only one open. Well, now he knows he just needs to fill that in the run game, and he's going to meet a running back right at the point of attack. So it's those kinds of things where, you look at when we came into the deadline for Dallas, I was saying, I would not want to spend a ton of draft capital or high major draft capital on a guy that, could only be here for a year or the rest of this season and maybe next. I think they were wise in that both of the guys that they got are locked up for this year, next year, and the following. So when you have, those kinds of deals and you do those kinds of things, you get a player like Williams who is still very young and one of the best defensive tackles in the league. You're helping yourself out for the present and in the long term. So I think, the Cowboys made the right decisions.
Tommy, I know Shotty spoke yesterday. What are the Cowboys doing for Marshawn Nealon's family?
They're doing a couple of different things. They were in communication about, what is the best way for us to honor him? And one of the things they did was set up the Marshawn Nealon Fund. So that's going to go to his girlfriend, Catalina, who's expecting their child and is pregnant with their child. If you were wanting to donate to that, it's MarshawnNealonFund.org. I would highly encourage anybody who has some time to do that for their family. And then, players and coaches are going to be a part of that. Their goal is to essentially have Catalina and the rest of the Nealon family never have to worry about anything for the rest of their lives, financially. And I think that they've certainly done a good job with that. And then they're going to wear a helmet decal on the back of their helmets for Marshawn. We'll see what the design of that is. And then have some warm-up T-shirts as well for the next 2 games against the Raiders and against Philadelphia when they go back home. And there might be some other things in the works, but they're doing everything that they can to honor Marshawn's legacy and, keep it moving forward.
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
We have some breaking college football news that will demand our attention when we come back for Crosstalk.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be time to get the Jake Ferguson Show at 5:35, Nation 2 to 7 here on The Fan.
Sean Sharif here for the greatness of Wild Fork.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have reached crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Hello, boys.
Can we talk about how great RJ is?
How great I am?
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about me. I love to. It's my favorite subject.
I thought it might be.
It's not my kids. It's not my wife. It's me. I'm my favorite subject.
I want to talk about me.
So RJ went and did a charity golf tournament.
Wow.
For us yesterday. That was a huge seller, by the way.
Yeah?
I know you were curious about it.
That's awesome.
It was a huge.
Was that the most
seller?
Was it the biggest?
No.
Okay.
Isn't it supposed to be a donation, not a purchase? Seller sounds.
Sure.
We're doing it again this year? We're doing it again?
Pocketing the cash? Is that what I'm to
If
understand?
you can help me put in a good word with Red, that would be fantastic because Red is awesome as well. But you guys help raise $4,000 for My Possibilities, which is a crap ton of money. We're hoping to hit $100,000 this year. So I would love it if we could do it again. But I talked with Thomas, who was out and about with you, and I know you know him.
I
He
do.
said he had an awesome time. Thank you very, very much.
We had a blast. We had a real good time. It was out there at Cowboys Club, and Cowboys course has been closed all summer.
Right.
And I don't even think it's open to the public yet. We were cart path only.
Exactly.
So we were able to play. It is it's going to be. They've made some changes to it. They're going to have a putting green, like a miniature golf course out there.
Oh.
They're moving the driving range, but the miniature golf course is going to be turf. So it's going to be like those turf, golf course miniature golf things around. It's awesome.
And you guys finished third-ish?
I think so.
Okay.
I know we were tied for third. I don't know how that worked with tiebreakers. I think it's back nine. But
even with the thick grip on the head,
it's a thin grip.
No, on the shaft.
On
the shaft, he had a nice
I've
thick
got
grip.
a thin grip now.
You got a thin grip now.
It's a thin grip.
You don't want a thick grip anymore.
No, I do want a thick grip. Everybody wants a thick grip, I think.
Yeah.
Did anybody do that stupid putting thing when you look like down in your putter? And,
You put it up against your stomach or chest.
It's the upright putter.
Yeah.
It's called the upright putter. No,
Yeah.
I don't. No.
Good.
I can't do that. But thank you. That was great. I'm glad you guys you asked me to do that.
And you were a big part of the selling. I asked Thomas, I was like, you can ditch RJ for somebody else. And he goes, no way, man.
No.
RJ.
Yeah.
So
that's
you're
great.
a good part of it.
Thank you, man. No, I'll do it again. I will gladly do it again.
Put in a good word to Red for me.
All right, I can do that.
We also, if that doesn't happen, I haven't called him yet, but I'm pretty sure he's going to say yes. Mike Adams always does a golf outing for us.
I talked to him. He's in.
We're in. So maybe we package that up with that.
Yeah. Mike Adams is really
Mike
tall.
Adams is awesome too.
Yes, he's really
cool.
He's really good. He hits the ball a long
Take
way.
Choppy's package, Mike
He's not
Adams
a
package, put them together for one big package.
We could combine
your packages.
Combine our packages.
Former Rangers World Series pitcher and Choppy.
Could be the biggest package in Peaceathon history.
It could be the biggest package.
No doubt about it.
And
for sure.
Mike is not as long as he used to be.
Okay.
Oh. Needs some men's tea.
Yeah, he doesn't hit the ball as far as he used to.
It's a nighttime thing.
He used to get up there
and the daytime things
and bomb it. I mean, he would bomb that golf ball. He doesn't hit as far as he used to, though, according to him. I haven't played with him in a while.
So are you suggesting you could hit a fastball off of him right now?
I could not.
Right.
Oh.
Can I ask
hit a fastball off of him?
Can I ask a direct question?
I couldn't even hit a changeup off
the phone. He's probably
I don't have a creative way to ask this, but now I'm curious after Corey just said something about end daytime things. So I have a question. What percentage of your career relations would you say the sun has been up?
Oh man!
See, for us, that's total go time. Turn it on, leave it on, get it on. That's total go time.
But for you, what
we're
is
in
it?
10 to 2.
Don't listen to the station while you're doing it.
No.
No.
Veterans Day.
I would guess for me, it's probably 2%.
Oh,
the sun has
that's
been
really
up.
low.
It's never going to be during the daytime.
I would say
I'm here in the morning. A lot of times I go to the facility
So you're like
after
a sex
that.
vampire?
Yeah, I'd say so for sure.
I would say in my current
career,
because as soon as we're like both home, like the kids are home from school.
Yeah,
it's just not as easy.
I think day.
Majority?
The day's the best anyway.
Majority.
No, it is not.
That is.
No, it isn't.
Especially in my current marriage, it is 85 to 90%.
That feels like eating your dessert before dinner. Like
no, they say
relationship
therapists say go out, do it before you go out.
Yeah,
because what happens is you go out, you drink,
gassy.
you're tired, you're gassy, you're bloated, and you go to bed.
3, 2, 1. I'm doing it now.
Yeah,
just for you.
Go, baby.
No. That's weird.
Are you texting in
972. Bobby, the best time is in the morning. I'm not home in the morning. I'm not there.
The best time.
Yes, you are.
The morning is
you get
fantastic.
home at like 10:30.
No, because I go to Frisco most days.
Yeah, morning's wonderful.
Morning's the best.
So I want to know. I want to know on the funny text
about 20% of the time
20%
in my history, and I've only ever been with Adrian, so like 20% of the time.
I did like initially my whole history. And then you had to
about 20. But the daytime's fun. Nighttime, there's a lot of risk. As you said, she could get tired. You could get tired. Things happen. So
you met them. What they bring into the table.
By the way, Mike Adams texted me and said he's in. So he's in for that.
Yeah, text
and
Mike
he
Adams.
said no
Tell him
chance.
he's a jerk.
No chance you can hit a fastball.
I definitely could not hit a fastball. I'm admitting this.
That's what he means, all right?
Yes.
He means Tolo go when he says he's in? Mm-hmm. Okay, Peyton, what is your answer? Your daytime breakdown. He's not. Oh, gosh, he's back there. Yeah, that's true. What's your percentage?
Yeah,
lifetime
I'm
career
probably 10
average.
to 15%.
But so I think it is. It may be more than 2%, but it's not more than 5%. It's not more than 5%.
20, yeah, 20% for me.
I'm saying for me though.
It's tough this time of season when the sun goes down so early.
Plus, cereal in the daytime's kind of.
I mean, in the morning it makes sense.
Isn't that when cereal is most likely to be consumed?
I don't know.
For non-sex reasons.
It is very much and I don't care. It can be. We can only have grape nuts in the house. I'm eating cereal. That's the champagne victory.
I like the wake and rake.
We did tease some news.
Hold on, I'm sorry. What? I know you got news. What?
Wake and rake?
Does rake mean sex?
Rake in baseball, it's hitting.
Okay.
Wake and rake.
Yeah, he's raking right now.
No, I know that term. I've never heard it in a sexual connotation.
I just came up with it.
Okay.
He just coined it. We do have some breaking news from Ross Dellinger. Ross Daz Dellinger. He says Baylor AD Mac Rhodes, who is the CFP selection committee chairman. Baylor AD Mac Rhodes is taking a leave of absence for personal reasons, the school confirms to Yahoo Sports. Rhodes initiated the leave, which started yesterday. How this impacts Rhodes' appointment to the CFP selection committee is unclear at this time.
Well, I mean, this sets up
the BCS taking over.
Finally, they put Miami ahead of Notre Dame where they rightfully belong.
Maybe it does. I don't know how this changes
about
things.
that right now.
What? Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I am. Well, this is concerning because you don't want anybody taking a leave of absence. It's not generally good news, right?
Yeah.
Generally, something's going wrong. So we hope all the best.
So let me ask you this: when you hear that, do you think, "Oh no, something is wrong in his life that's very sad," or "Oh no, something is wrong in his life that is his own doing"?
It's possible. But I mean, either way, I don't want.
Yeah,
I don't want something bad to happen to him.
Unless it was Nico.
And even Nico, I don't.
I wanted him to get fired.
Yeah, I want Nico to just go away. I hope you have a wonderful life living in Portland or Eugene or whoever, because he's from Nike, right?
The dream of the
Wherever you
90s is alive in Portland. The dream of the 90s is alive in Portland.
Yeah.
You're getting back Clyde Drexler?
I would say that I wanted to ask Tim McMahon this. I didn't get a chance to because we got to the end of it and I've forgotten by then. But there was such a glowing opinion of Nico around the NBA when he joined here. Do you think he ever works in basketball again?
He can go back to Nike, but
do you think he gets a gig like that even?
Yeah,
because that's going to be so related.
Ooh,
that's going to follow him so hard.
Yeah,
he was trying to build a Nike team too, like guys that he knew.
Did you guys hear the Tim Cato report yesterday about the document that was circulating within the Mavericks organization where he had Drew Holiday on the same tier as Nikola Jokic?
He had Drew Holiday on the same
as
tier
basically
as
the same
best player,
the same
in
level
basketball?
player. Yeah.
You know what?
Drew Holiday's a very good player. I love Drew Holiday.
I said it earlier.
you know how much I love Drew Holiday.
Defense.
There's no way I put them on the same play.
He legitimately. This is he fetishizes defense.
Yeah, he really
does.
does.
It is a damn kink of his.
In a weird way, does that make you feel?
That's not a bad word.
It's just such a.
That's dead serious. The way he talks about it,
so weird.
The way he talks about it, though, the way he talks about defense is weird. It's weird the way he prioritizes it.
Imagine Nico's search. It's a category on his search history.
Have you ever heard?
Defense.
Have you ever heard what Mike said about that once when he was like, "Can you imagine if you subbed the word freak out for pervert and Giannis was known as the Greek pervert?" And I was like, man.
I would think it would just be the perv, wouldn't it?
Instead of the Greek freak, though, he's the Greek pervert.
Do you think his hub searches are 3 and D?
Mm-hmm.
Nico?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Wow, that's a good one. That's good. Very good.
Oh, do you think that's why he left?
And works within the restraints.
Very good.
Works within the restraints of what shop he's willing to go.
Yeah.
What do we have coming up with the show?
Guys, we do have Sean Merriman joining us at 12:45 today.
The Matrix.
Nope. Different. He's lights out.
Oh.
And then we also will have, I think this will probably, like yesterday I thought was a must-listen shoddy press conference because of the topic, for sure. Like that was.
And it was.
And it was, as we discussed at 8:40 this morning, that was like no coach could, I don't think there's a better coach for that moment. And then we'll have Shoddy today at 12:20. And then we Campus Connection, 10:20, Carter Fremont will join us in the studio.
I can't wait to hear that.
To talk about.
No, that's how Carter told people his last name was pronounced until it wasn't, I guess. So.
Huge pair of SEC showdowns this weekend.
By the way,
Texas, Georgia, right?
That's right.
And Tennessee, if you go to Tennessee, you get paid. That's what it says here. Being a volunteer gets you paid.
That's a different kind of.
Yeah, I don't think we're playing New Mexico State, so I don't think.
I think the other one's Oklahoma
SEC
and Alabama is
showdown.
pretty big.
Yes,
there's not a lot of clear reasons as to why, but there's a bunch of people on the fan text who say there's buzz out of Waco that Mac Rhodes might be in trouble. So
is he on the list?
Don't know. He's not on the CFP list anymore.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I know. So
by the way,
no, he's not.
We have Oklahoma, Alabama right here, 2:00 on the fan, and then we also have.
What do we have tomorrow?
We have UCLA and Ohio State after.
Yeah, what firehouse are you going to be at, Jack Wagon?
We are at Firehouse number 5 in Plano. Corey Major's going to stop
Corey's
by. Maybe
hood.
is he going to stop by?
Yeah, it's right up the road from me. I'm gonna swing through on my way out to Taco Bueno in Bedford.
Corey said when you come to Plano, you better check in, which I didn't know what that meant, but he was like, you better check in. And so I was like, okay, we're going to be at 5115 West Park Boulevard. So if you want to come see Corey Majors tomorrow and Nick Harris, and you want to see me and Chop and Whataburger, and you want to come out with us and have just a grand time, then you're going to come to 5115 West
Maybe
Park
what a
Boulevard.
guy will be out
Man,
there.
he is.
Know.
I love that dude.
Yeah,
he
what
is
a guy's
great.
awesome.
He is fantastic. But 5115 West Park Boulevard, come on out. We'll be out there, and we'll be giving away the Tolo German drinking mug.
Yeah, the Steins. We're doing Stein hoist.
I like
see
it.
how long you can hold it for. Did you all see the Aurora Borealis last night?
I didn't. I saw a bunch of pictures.
I didn't know what time to do it.
Switchcraft.
10 to 2. I after the Mavs game. After the Mavs game, I went outside to look for it. I didn't see it, so I set my alarm for midnight. Woke up, went outside and looked at it. Nothing. Then I set it for 1. Went outside, looked, nothing. Then finally I set it for 2. And by the way, all this time I kept getting dressed to get back outside.
Because he was naked.
I sleep with a dude. Not the last time. 2 o'clock in the morning, I said, screw this. I went in the backyard completely naked, and the only moon I saw was my own.
You saw your own butt?
No Aurora. I looked back.
Do you usually go out in the front yard a few times before you try the backyard? Like 3-to-1 ratio?
No,
What do
I
you
went in the
think?
back all the time.
Okay.
Every time. I went in the
Gotcha.
backyard, so.
Gotcha.
I think you're just going to have to travel up north to see it. You're going to have to make your way up to
some Norway, Sweden, Finland,
Antarctica.
That's in the south.
Right.
Casey
I'm proud of you for
Masterpiece.
knowing that.
Casey Masterpiece is next.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Ages ago.
Squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What was that from?
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Kevin, as you always like to say, we ask the important questions. And question of the day is, who's your favorite couple from Love Actually? Whenever you watch Love Actually every Christmas, like we all do, who is your favorite couple that you see get on screen, and do you cheer whenever they step onto the screen?
Yeah, so I went to this is several years ago, I went to a screening at Alamo Drafthouse, and they said, scream when your favorite couple comes on, and everyone cheered the loudest when Billy and his manager were together. And I was like, hold on, are they a couple? But people were really stoked about that.
I think they were. At the end, they ended up together. You know, he was like, I've gone all over the world, and I spend Christmas with all these people, and the only one I want to be with you is you tubby. He says something like that. And
Alec,
bold fat man.
What are your thoughts about that English accent we just heard?
I haven't seen this movie, so I'm just imagining that's exactly how it sounded.
We
so
need
it's
to
amazing.
set up a screening this Christmas with Alec.
Yeah.
We need to get Studio Movie Grill, and Alec can see it. And we should sell that for Peace-a-thon this year. This is a brilliant idea. Fill up a whole studio with Alec, and he sits in the middle, and all the other people sit around him so they can touch each other to touch him.
Oh.
And then they can all watch Love Actually together.
Look,
I like this idea.
I have to admit something to you guys. We're at the Peace-a-thon phase, in which if you have something that you want to donate that is not going to make us a lot
It might go to
of
next
money,
year. I think that'll make at least $3,000.
I am too fatigued to do it right now. Or if it's something that will take a lot of effort on my part, I am good.
It could be next year.
I might post a picture tonight. Our entire dining room is filled with Peace-a-thon stuff.
I like it.
And that doesn't include the tickets or experiences or anything like that. This Peace-a-thon is going to be humongous. So if you have anything that you think would bring us lots and lots of money and entails little effort, let me know.
A Love Actually screening.
Because I'm in on that.
With Alec Medford.
Okay, well, he'll be the selling point.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
This is really how you drive home your value, all right?
Okay.
The more people that show up for this thing, the more valuable you become.
So all I have to do to drive up my value in this profession is attach myself to rom-coms?
Yeah, go watch a movie. Yeah, that's it. That's all you have to do.
I'm writing that down. Thanks.
See?
Hey, I just told you, as long as it doesn't involve a lot of work for me,
it's definitely going to be a lot of work.
Son of a biscuit.
But you know what? I'll get the phone number for you to call. How about that?
You have to call someone?
Yeah, it's an 800 number.
All right, I'm out. Okay. In the meantime, what we were going to start with was you have a couple of different options. We can start scouting the Raiders. We can talk about the Mavs. Well, spoiler alert, the Mavs game didn't go super well. So how would you feel if I played cut number 4 instead?
Let's do that.
Smith throws. What a catch! It's Bowers! Brock Bowers has a Raider touchdown!
Now, it feels like a lot of this starts with breaking down Brock Bowers. When you look at the Raiders, is that the number one thing that you zero in on, or is it something else?
I mean, yes. He's primary target, number one, uno, all the things. It was going to be Ashton Genty at some point, but right now, Ashton Genty is a rookie running back.
He's not been doing so great.
And I say a lot of things are the guys up front for running backs. Like, that's a big factor there. And that offensive line hasn't been helpful for him or for Geno. But you still, at some point, you can make some things happen. He just has not been quite the star we expected right out of the gate. But Brock Bowers definitely is the offensive weapon that you just go, oh, we gotta, if we can lock him up, we can do something. I'm very surprised, Kevin, that so far we haven't gotten better from Pete Carroll and Geno.
Okay.
That's not me saying that Geno is Tom Brady, but his best time was in Seattle with Pete Carroll. And I really thought that they would be able to come in and change this team pretty quickly. And so it just seemed like there's just too much to change with the Raiders. And that Pete Carroll is like, it's going to take longer than anybody anticipated. But it would have been Geno if they looked better right now.
Alec, I'm very conflicted here because that was a really good bit of football information. But somebody texted something in that I want to tell a story about Peace-a-thon because we have new listeners all of the time. Which direction do you want us to go?
Peace-a-thon is lovely.
Okay.
I'd like to hear about that.
From the 817, can I donate some weed for Peace-a-thon? All right.
How much?
Several years ago, we had it confirmed. Our part of it was done, but corporate said,
"Oh yeah,
no to that."
That would have been awesome.
But we had a hangout session where you could smoke weed with a very, very, very prominent former athlete, weed advocate.
He's been on our show.
Who has been on our show at the Super Bowl. I will allow you to recklessly speculate. But yeah, it was it was done. We had set that part of it up. And then we were told, we're going to say no to that for, I get it, business reasons. But that was the thing. We were going to auction off a weed smoking hangout opportunity with a prominent former athlete. So, just saying.
I wish that would have gone through. The stories that would have came from that experience would have been told for years to come.
And it would have, the next years would have gone for even higher.
Yes. Now, as long as we're talking about...
I was pointing at the camera.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people have texted in the correct guess already. So, good job. So, as long as we're talking about nuanced sports opinions, which we definitely were, I wrote, the Raiders' offense is bad with 8 A's. They have been held under 10 points. Under 10 points. 4 times this season.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
Well, potentially for us. They have scored. How long do you think it's been since they scored 30 points?
Well, not this year, right?
Correct.
2 years.
That is very good. It's been 29 straight games. They have not gotten to even 30 points. Look, I get it. 30 points is a lot. You feel like if you score 30 points in a game, you should probably win, unless you're this team. But you feel like if you score 30 points in a game, you should probably win. The Raiders haven't hit that number in going off 30 games now. That is the longest active streak in the NFL and the second longest streak in Raiders franchise history. They're third worst in offense. Now, we talked about the scoring. Let's talk about the yardage. Maybe they're unlucky. Well, they have the third lowest yardage average total in the league at 271 yards. This offense is terrible. Luckily for them, potentially, they're going up against a team that has been the cure-all for all struggling offenses.
Yeah, but now they have Quinnen Williams.
That's true.
And now they also have Logan Wilson. So I think, that's... And DeMarvion Overshown. Kevin, I don't know if you've heard, but for the last, 7 weeks, Jerry has told us, don't forget, DeMarvion Overshown's coming back, baby.
Hot take. I am more excited for DeMarvion Overshown than Quinnen Williams.
877-881-1053. I like this. I don't know why we didn't start the show with this. Why did we spend so much time talking about Love Actually?
Because, look, what happens on the show frequently is things that we discuss in the break that are appropriate for air, they trickle over into the start of the show.
Give me a second here, because the schedule that the Raiders have, Kevin, has set up for failure. They only get to play the Titans once. All right,
that is unfortunate.
They only get the Browns and the Giants left on their schedule that I think they can win. I don't think they can beat the Cowboys.
Okay.
That being said, we've said that a couple times this year already, and here
Definitely.
we are. The schedule itself: the Broncos, Jaguars, Chiefs, Colts, Bears, Commanders, those are games they should have lost because they're not a good football team, but we expected them to be better. Quinnen Williams and DeMarvion Overshown conversation, though, is very interesting to me because I think that Overshown, I don't think he's going to get 100% of the snaps. I don't know if he's going to get 80% of the snaps.
Sure.
I also am very concerned that it's going to take a few weeks for him to be back at that burst that we've seen him at before.
I don't think it is. All right?
Because his mentality is Josh Hamilton?
Yes. And I go back to the conversation that we had with Stephen Jones on Monday. I know we covered a lot of ground in that conversation, but one of the things that we talked about with Stephen Jones is he was talking about how to use Overshown, and he goes, you go let Overshown be Overshown. And so
that sounds like the way they approached Micah.
Yes.
Well, he's a separate entity of the defense. Just go, his instincts, let him go.
And from the 254, I hate this question, but I understand this question. Over under number of games before Overshown is injured. I hate that question.
Yeah, I do too.
Unfortunately, I understand
something you have to think about,
why people ask that question. I am not going to think about that. I'm just going to hope and pray for his health the rest of the season, the rest of his career, knowing that is a foolish fan's errand because people get hurt in football. But I am excited to see him go out there because I think Josh Hamilton is a great example of he just goes balls to the wall all of the time. And sometimes that backfires on you, but a lot of times it works out and does good things for you. And it has a ripple effect across the defense. I'm excited to see Quinnen Williams and DeMarvion Overshown working in cooperation. Where hopefully Quinnen Williams is blowing up the line of scrimmage and that creates an opportunity for Overshown to hopefully penetrate into the backfield or something like that. Or stop a run 1 yard past the line of scrimmage because Quinnen Williams has already slowed down the trajectory of the running back or whatever the case is. So I think I'm more excited about Overshown just because, man, and I know we shouldn't do this, Corey, but we talked to the guy in training camp. He's impossible not to like.
Oh, you're right, dude.
And I'm sure Quinnen Williams is a great dude, but I know, and I really, really am rooting for DeMarvion Overshown, and I think I'm more excited for him than Quinnen Williams.
I think, obviously, you had a one-on-one with DeMarvion Overshown. And so you now have a connection that nobody else can have, right? Because they weren't there in that moment in time.
It's because I didn't tell him I was from A&M.
Yeah,
actually, I did.
Probably a smart. Oh yeah, but I totally understand it. We talked yesterday about one of the last night. I'll be honest. I know you had Mavs here, and we're not going to get to it, but y'all were tuned in. Y'all all were.
Yes.
I was too.
Yes.
And I was excited and entertained, even though I hadn't been all season. So yes, it was Nico that changed this whole thing for me. The same thing goes for Josh Hamilton. It goes for Luka. It goes for the athletes that we like to watch because they're entertaining. Kevin DeMarvion Overshone provides entertainment. Go watch his highlights. I told you and I told Jerry. I went and made my wife watch highlights with me one night, and she was like, "This is awesome." And I was like, "Yes, it is. Watch him again." And he's really fun to watch. So I get that because of like Josh Hamilton. You couldn't take your eye. He was must see. And the same thing is going to go over. I know Quentin Williams for a lot of people is not that because he's not John Randall. He's not that kind of guy that, provides that.
Sure.
But for me, because I've needed this so long, I've needed a player of this caliber in that spot for so long, that's where I am. But I like this conversation, though.
And for the 972, blind faith in athletes is bad business. If you're in the front office.
Yep.
If I was in the front office.
It's not my business.
I've told you before, I would have contingency on top of contingency. As a fan, that's what's best for business, right? Like, that's one of the best parts about being a fan is you follow like your team or your favorite player on this oftentimes heartbreaking journey, just looking for that breakthrough moment or season or whatever. Now, the thing that sucks about being a sports fan is so often you don't get it. But then those times that you do, it's the best. Like I know I don't normally take this stand. Usually I'm very like, think. Who cares about what your heart feels? But like if we get in the first drive and it's third down and Overshone is able to use, whether it's assisted by Quentin Williams or not, and break through and like get a sack or stop a play that forces a punt, I'm going to be ridiculously pumped. Like more than I would be for a normal force of a punt. Shut up.
You need to auction that off.
You shut up.
You need to auction that off for Peaceathon right now.
Shut up. Shut up.
By the way, if you want to be, what was the word you used? Something pumped?
Super pumped?
Yeah, whatever. If you want to be super pumped with me, Bearded Monkey on Monday night in Forney. That's where I'm going to be watching. Hopefully, Overshone do exactly what Kevin just said.
I hope you guys are
everybody
looking.
Everybody in that place, Kevin. I'm not lying. These parties have been awesome.
Yeah,
it's going to be so packed, and it's going to be so much fun. It's going to go insane. I can't wait. I hope that happens.
Yeah,
I hope we all share a moment together, and then Kevin can feel the force kind of shake a little bit.
And if you could see him looking at me, it's because he knows that is not how I feel most of the time.
But this is the man crush. I'm proud of this.
I'm telling you, and that's the other thing. Is he's only played a handful of games in the NFL, but you look back at the beginning of the season and the executives, the scouts, all those people, they had him ranked 8th, the number 8 off the ball linebacker. And that's like barely how many games he's played, Like that shows the talent he has. If you can just harness it, please. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Campus Connection. We got a huge pair of SEC showdowns, and being a volunteer now includes getting paid. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Give to Bowens, and he's into the end zone for the Georgia touchdown. They take advantage of the Mississippi State fumble.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We bring in Carter Freeman because it's time for the Campus Connection, and we have a huge couple of SEC games this weekend. But I want to start with something else because, you know, I love A&M.
You do.
I think Lane Kiffin is really off base right here. So Lane Kiffin is annoyed that Texas A&M is third in the CFP. And he said, Texas A&M being 3. What more do you want them to do to be 1? Put them on a neutral site. Ask Vegas what's the spread. And that, to me, shows more than people sitting in a room and just guessing. Well, look, I love A&M. I guarantee you they would definitely be underdogs against Ohio State. And I'm thinking they might be like 6-ish points underdog. I haven't checked on that, but they would definitely be underdogs to Ohio State, and I'm almost certain they would be underdog to Indiana as well. And so as much as I love A&M, I think his point is proven in the way the rankings are laid out.
Yeah, I disagree about the Indiana one.
I think they'd be favored against Indiana?
I think that would be close to a pick 'em. I think it'd be less than a field goal, maybe a 1-point favorite.
Okay.
For whoever would be favored in that game. And I could see it going either way, but I mean, to this point, Ohio State has just looked different. But Danny Cannell on G-Bag last night was saying Ohio State hasn't played the schedule that A&M has played. So this is politicking season with coaches where they're talking about why our conference deserves this, why we're this good, why we should have more teams in the CFP at the end of the day. You know, Greg Sankey's talking about how he wants 5 SEC teams in the playoff, and all of the coaches are kind of falling in line. But Ohio State would be favored. I think the Indiana A&M one's pretty close right now.
Well, and since you just mentioned that, Mark Keenum is somebody who had stepped out and said that the SEC would prefer to have no automatic bids. And my first thought was, I bet they would. My second thought is, I don't see how that would ever pass the rest of the commissioners.
Because they don't want the 6th place Big Ten team replacing their 7th or 8th place SEC team in like a theoretical 2014 playoff, right? Like again, we're politicking, and that's one of the reasons we still are going to continue with the 12-team playoff for the next few years at the very least, until the SEC and the Big Ten come to some common ground, which will most, in my mind, will be a 16-team playoff where everyone gets a home game and then you move on to the bowl games. Automatic qualifiers, I'm not sure on. That's obviously the holding point, but we're going to stick with this 12-team playoff in this very imperfect system that we currently have because they can't agree on it.
Now, we didn't get an opportunity to talk about this on Tuesday, but I want to set the stage for you, and then we're going to kick it to cut number 7. I know normally we might not be super entrenched in the Montana and Eastern Washington game,
which we should be. Big Sky football is great football.
So Montana's up 29-24, Corey. It's 3rd and 1 from the 5-yard line. Eastern Washington doesn't have a timeout, and so they're trying to spike the ball. Because if they can just spike the ball, they'll get a shot on 4th down. Here's what happened, though.
Stockel will spike it. He lost the ball. He lost the ball at the 10. That's game over. They can't stop it.
So it was then 4th down, but by the time any player moved, there was only 2 seconds left. So they lost trying to spike the football.
That is terrible.
Kirk Cousins did that in the NFL, right? Didn't he fumble a spike and it was recovered the other way? Kirk Cousins is the guy that comes to mind for this particular kind of play.
I know it's older, but was it Herm Edwards that busted through the Giants line and caused them to fumble as they were trying to kneel it, and then picked up their ball and ran it back for a touchdown?
Right.
And they were like, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
And those are the moments that you're like, nothing should go wrong at all. This is hilarious, though.
Life finds a way.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they would have won for sure. I mean, you still had to convert on your 5-yard play to score a touchdown, but that just feels like the worst of the worst ways to lose a game. But what I wanted to talk about, if it's okay with you guys, do you think that ESPN, at least for this year, should stop doing their football power index? Because I don't know if they've actually watched any college football this year. Here are some examples. Texas A&M is undefeated and ranked behind Notre Dame, despite the fact that they went into South Bend and beat Notre Dame. Utah is ahead of Texas Tech, even though Texas Tech beat them in head-to-head competition. Penn State is ranked 21 after going 3-6 and firing their coach, and they haven't beat a Power 4 school yet. And Auburn is 24 after losing 6 of 7 games. Do you think ESPN should just pack in their football power index for the year?
In years past, I always think of FPI with Texas during their downtrend in the 2010s, and they would have 4 or 5 losses by the time November rolled around, and they would still be ranked in around the top 10. So it does not take into account how teams look on the field whatsoever. This is strength of record, strength of schedule, a bunch of analytic stuff. And this is part of the debate with the CFP, right? Is the committee takes a lot of this stuff into account with how they rank the teams, but they also take into account the eye test and how teams look on the field. And you never understand, they'll never tell us how much, what they give to one versus what they give to the other, how much credence they give to one, right? So yeah, it's a bit silly to look at things like that, especially when there's some disparities in the actual CFP rankings between teams with similar records who have worse losses or better wins. And it has always seemed like darts thrown. But I say that with the caveat of once all the games are played, it generally sorts out pretty well.
I'm with you.
And I'm a big fan of releasing this every week because it gives us something to talk about. It's up for debate. And then we still have 2 or 3 more games for most teams to play. So we'll figure it out at some point. But it is fun to go back and forth about.
Now, Corey,
I love the win out percentage. That's my favorite one because it's okay, hold on. Who do I need to be watching here at the end? Because A&M has a 17.3% chance to win out.
And that's because
it makes
Texas favored.
It makes me want to watch them more.
Yeah,
because now I want to see if they were right. If you have a 50% chance to win out,
17.3 now.
17.3 now.
That's stupid. So they're favored by 20 points this weekend
over South Carolina.
Yeah, and then they play
Samford.
Exactly. And so the only game really then is Texas, and I get it. They're going to be under, at least it feels this way. Yeah, they're really going to drop that one. And if they do, that would be the most A&M thing ever. But that feels low. I would have thought it was like 35%-ish.
Ohio State's at 47. Tech is at 61, so that's the highest number I see there. I think
Tech's remaining schedule is UCF and West Virginia.
Yeah.
So they get some of the least good teams in the Big 12 to end their season.
It is the highest win-out percentage until you get to like Bowling Green.
Hey, Eddie George,
no
man.
shots at Bowling Green. I'm just saying, like that they're lower down on the index, is what I was trying to say there. But like, yeah, the top 4 teams, Alabama, Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State, all above 35, up in the 35 to 47 range, and A&M at 17. That's something that if I'm Elko, I'm walking in and stamping that up on the wall and saying, all right, boys, nobody else. The computers don't think you can do it.
You got a 1 in 6 shot.
Let's go show ChatGPT what's up.
What do you think, Corey? How would you define volunteer besides being from Tennessee?
Somebody who has a desire to help and they're willing to give their time without pay in order to accomplish a task.
Now, I'm glad that you said that because the NCAA agreed to pay $303 million to volunteer coaches in a settlement.
A settlement?
Yeah. So the issue, Carter, if I understand correctly, is it wasn't necessarily just the coaches complaining. It was that you're supposed to have a limit on volunteer coaches of 1 per sport.
Like
and
you have a limit on your general coaching staff, so there'd be a limit on that too.
And so they far outused that, and they had 7,700 volunteer coaches who alleged that the organization engaged in illegal wage fixing. And so they all got a total of $303 million after legal fees and everything. I think it's $39,000 per person.
Really?
How would you like it? I'm sure if you volunteered anything in the past, if they're like, you know what? Our bad. Here's $39,000.
I mean, Peace-a-thon's kind of a volunteer thing. That's 14 hours a year, plus more, plus whatever else we do on the outside of that.
Right, $4,000 between the 4 of us here, including Alec. I mean, that's $1,600. That's $16,000. Let's get that going.
Were you about to get mad at him for not doing correct math at first?
No.
I was an art major, Kevin. I always let people know that.
That's fair. I just thought that was amazing that the NCAA is so bad at everything in terms of governing even on the volunteer coaches, they're like, we couldn't do it. Here's $300 million.
We have to pay you.
They're finally acting on some of this stuff, though, because did y'all see that they penalized Michigan State for having improper players play for them over the last couple of years? They took wins away from 2022 to 2024, and they're winless this year in conference play. So Jonathan Smith, Michigan State's current head coach, does not have a Big Ten win to his name right now.
So serious question about that. I know it might matter for like the coaches specifically. How much do you think that matters for the team? Because like you've stripped national championships,
it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, and
any Michigan fan or any Michigan player that was on that 2023 team that they saw them beat Washington on the field, like you don't take that away. Like, and I know they haven't specifically taken that title away from Michigan, but if they did, like, what fan is going to care?
Yeah,
you got to see that. You got to live that.
Yeah, like you never get back together, Corey, and celebrate. Like if for some reason the Oklahoma title got taken away, and you're like, oh, we can't celebrate it anymore.
Dude, I will say this, though. I'm sorry to take up your college football time. When I was about 10, 11 years old, we were at Dick's Last Resort. And the couple sitting next to us was celebrating, and they bought my parents a bottle of champagne. And I was like, what the hell's happening? And they bought me a shirt and a hat, and they were like, we're celebrating our divorce. And I was like, what? Y'all got divorced? And they were like, no, we've been divorced for 15 years now. We're celebrating the day that we got divorced. And I was like, people do that together?
Nice.
If I got divorced, I wouldn't want to see her again. I would be like, no, that's it.
Tell me about it.
Did you choose to go to Dick's Last Resort?
I was like 10, so probably not. I didn't drive there.
Carter taking shots at places.
Yeah, I have no clue. Actually,
I know how that place goes.
My friend's mom was like one of the head CEOs or something like that, so we got free stuff anyway.
From the 903, damn, I was a volunteer coach for Baylor women's basketball 2 years, and I never got anything.
Call the NCAA.
Yeah.
Call them up.
Thanks a lot. Let's see if we can make this happen. Yeah, just file a class action lawsuit. They'll settle. All right.
To the Supreme Court.
I mean, who knows? So is it Texas, Georgia, Oklahoma, Alabama, and everything else this weekend? Or are there different games that y'all were keyed up on that you think matter either to you personally or to the hierarchy of college football?
Well, all of the ABC games and the two that you mentioned are the afternoon and the night game are
I'm
important.
excited about both of those games.
But then the 11 a.m. game is Notre Dame at Pitt, which is a non-conference game, but game day is going to be at Pitt for the first time in several years. And Pat Narduzzi, who's Pitt's head coach, said this week, it doesn't matter if Notre Dame beats us by 100 or not, because it's not a conference game, it doesn't matter. So there's been all these like weird comments coming from Pitt's direction, which like it's fair. If Pitt loses this game but then wins out in the ACC and then wins the ACC title, they're in.
Yeah.
But if you're Pitt and because they're 7-2 right now, if you beat Notre Dame and you end the season 10-2 and you don't end up in the ACC title game for whatever reason, right? Like you'd be sitting there 10-2 with the win over Notre Dame. Like that has to have some consideration for one of the final spots. So it's a weird thing for them to say, but on the Notre Dame side, we've all talked about how they lost their first 2 games. This is another chance for them to keep winning. They go into the CFP on a 10-game winning streak and not getting left out.
I would love to see that because it makes the A&M win over them look even better.
Just not for Miami, only for A&M.
Sanford Stadium, Brian Kinney Stadium, and Kyle Field will be the loudest places you will ever hear this weekend.
I could see.
I think those three those games are set up to be fantastically fun, and those stadiums are. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned for Georgia, and whether or not they're going to be like, it's just Texas, or do they really want to shove it to Texas?
So here's the thing about both, let's say Georgia and Alabama to start. It's going to be significantly more difficult. I will concede that straight away. I can still see a path to them getting into the playoff if either one of them were to lose. For Oklahoma and Texas, their respective opponents, this is it. You lose this game, I would assume you're out. I'm sure wacky things could happen, but like, let's say logic prevails, they're out. These are elimination games for those two teams, yes?
I think I agree, and both Texas and Alabama are looking for some revenge, right? Because these are games. Texas lost to Georgia twice last year, and OU basically ruined Alabama's season by, they're giving them a third loss and having them be the first team out of last year's CFP. But for OU and Texas, OU just would not have anything left to stand on. 9-3 OU would be an improvement for them from last year, but then your best win would be Michigan, which is a good win, but you didn't beat Ole Miss, you wouldn't have beaten Alabama, and you lost to Texas. And on the Texas side, their best win would either be OU or Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
But if you've lost to Georgia, lost to Florida, a team who's fired their head coach, 9-3, it's going to be tough. It would come down to, as we're talking about with Pitt, with Notre Dame, if they both end up at 10-2, would you rather have the team that won more games or the team that played in the tougher conference and lost one more, but maybe beat a team that people look at with a little higher regard? So in general, I don't think a 9-3 team should be in the playoff. I think you should reward teams that win. You should reward good wins rather than bad or good losses, which is the whole Notre Dame fallacy, right? Because their 2 losses were by 4 points, and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt when they haven't played anyone of that tier since then. But I would like to think that if either OU or Texas lose this weekend, they're probably out. And if Texas loses, why would I pick them to beat A&M at the end of the season?
Yeah.
Right? Like if they lose here,
that's a fair point.
It's going to be even tougher for them to end at 9-3 because they have another tough game. And same thing for OU. They have LSU and then Missouri after this, and those aren't pushovers. I know LSU fired their head coach, but to me, that's still LSU.
Now, we joked the other day that FSU, since the start of last year, has fewer ACC wins than Connecticut.
It's not a joke, it's a fact.
It's a fact.
It's
joking
true.
on them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I like that phrase. But Mike Norvell, in the meantime, has said that the Seminoles will win a title in the near future. What title does he think they're going to win? Like the national title? And who's going to be the coach for that team?
Look, they had the chance to beat Georgia in the Orange Bowl several years ago and be 14-0 when they could have just claimed a national championship, even though they got left out of the CFP. The only thing they're going to win now is, I don't know, maybe a Cheez-It Bowl title.
Okay.
How about a Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl title?
Oh.
If you really want to claim that, that can be your thing. But we've seen you can kind of, rebuild quickly in this day and age of football. Mike Norvell did it in 2023, but it can fall apart just as fast. So The Florida State, ever since Jimbo left outside of that 1 year, has not been a place of sustained consistency. So whoever they bring in, if they are to get rid of Norvell, he's going to have a lot to turn around. And anytime soon, I don't know, is 20 years soon? It could take a minute.
Thank you very much for the time, as always. When can people hear you?
Fan University this Saturday on these very airwaves, 9 to noon. We're efforting on a couple local guests, but look, we talked about OU Alabama, Texas Georgia. There's plenty of other things to talk about. What head coach is going to get fired this weekend? And one last fun nugget: LSU Arkansas is this weekend. First time, I believe, in SEC modern history that you have two interim head coaches going up against one another. So there you go.
I did not know that. Corey, did you know that?
I did not, but now that I do, I'm stoked.
The KNC Masterpiece. I believe that right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the Cy Young Award winners, and which way are the Rangers going to go? Next on The Fan.
got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Skeens wins again, striking out Shohei Ohtani, and the Dodgers still scoreless against Paul Skeens.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's fire up a little baseball nuggets.
Now?
Right now.
All right.
I think most people are probably going to care more about the Rangers and their coaches, but wanted to run through this real quick. Tarek Skubal, he wins the AL Cy Young, as we said would probably be the case yesterday. He got 26 of the 30 first place votes. And Tarek Skubal, how long do you think it's been since back-to-back AL Cy Young?
DeGrom? No.
That's NL.
I don't think there's ever been one, Kevin.
There has. It's just been a long time. It's been 25 years. So the last person to do it, Pedro Martinez, 99 and 2000, won back-to-back Cy Youngs for the Red Sox.
That's when baseball began.
That's right.
No, that's not right.
One of these days, Alec,
we'll get him. We'll get him
right.
For Paul Skeens, he won unanimously the NL Cy Young Award. And just as something Corey said yesterday, go back and watch his interview, sitting on the couch with everyone. He just let him go pitch. Don't make him talk to people.
That's why Livy's there, though.
Yeah, because she can bring like the it factor and the energy, because he's just like, well, I started as a catcher.
Yeah.
And then I got taller and I started to pitch. And like, he just doesn't want to do it, which is fine.
And that's the thing. With interviews of Paul Skeens, television or radio alike, actually just television here for my example, you will immediately stop toloing when he starts talking.
Yeah.
But with Livy Dunn, you will tolo more whenever they start talking.
Yeah, and like, I don't think Paul Skeens is sabotaging
Not
it.
Tolo though. During Paul Skeens interview. Don't do that.
I wouldn't, but
there are lots of people out there.
You shouldn't tell people how to live their life.
Don't tell people how to Tolo go.
Just don't do it. But I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think he's just like, no.
It's just his personality.
Like,
his personality is, I throw baseball. It is fun for me.
Yeah, I mean, and that's pretty much it.
That's where I get my pleasure.
So tonight is the award that it comes down to for most people. Look, spoiler alert, Shohei is going to win the NL MVP.
What?
Sorry if I ruined that for you. Who is going to be the AL MVP? I know we've talked about this up and down. I'm telling you, the betting odds still say it's going to be Judge, but I just don't know if I think that's right.
I don't think that they should vote for him. I understand he was that good of a player.
He deserves it, but
and he is deserving of it. There's so much more of the simple fact that Cal Raleigh, what he accomplished, in addition to the responsibilities he had as a catcher. And I don't think that anybody that's never played the catcher position can truly understand. I played catcher 3 times in my life, and I hated every second of it. You have to squat down there, and your knee hurts, and then the ball hits you in the thigh, and you're just like, ugh. You ever seen Jonah Heim play catcher and get hit?
Right.
Looks like life just ended.
Right.
So like all the responsibilities, that's my personal feeling, and I think that we riot if there's any other decision.
Well, hold on.
All right.
Before we start rioting, let me ask you both. Could you see a scenario? Do you see a very likely scenario in which Cal Raleigh is never seriously in an MVP conversation again?
Yes.
Do you think Aaron Judge is going to be back in this exact same conversation?
He will be in it
again?
every single year.
All right. Is that enough to not vote for him? Does that change the fact that a lot of people out there, especially when they look at OPS, are like, look, Aaron Judge was better? I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I don't think that should be the reasoning for giving Raleigh the award this year.
Yes.
Like that should have no bearing on it. As a baseball fan, I just think he had the tougher job. And that's my reasoning for it. I really don't think fatigue should ever. If he's the MVP, he's the MVP.
Yes.
But
we've seen it happen.
Yeah, my case stands with something different.
And somebody just sent this in, and sometimes I agree with this line of logic. I just don't agree here. They said if Aaron Judge wins MVP, it'll be because he's a Yankee. It's not. If Aaron Judge wins MVP, it'll be because his OPS was 200 points higher than Cal Raleigh. I know that's the people's champion, and I'm also rooting for him to win tonight. I just don't know if that's the way it's going to go. But really interesting to see how the awards go out tonight. Now, the Rangers announced most all of their coaching staff. Alex Cintrone, who, we had talked about 3 weeks ago, take a look at him as potentially being your next hitting coach. Well, guess what? He is your next hitting coach.
Good for us.
But it feels like not a bad but.
Okay.
But it feels like the thing that has caught most people's attention is not Rod Barajas as your quality control coach, but Travis Jankowski as your first base coach. When they made all these announcements together, but it was Janko who, that's what everybody was talking about, right?
What do you mean, right? You're asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know what everybody was talking about.
Didn't you see it? I feel like everyone was talking about Jankowski and nobody was talking about your hitting coach.
Well, Jankowski's the excitement of having all that hair and all those children.
How many children does he have?
I think, didn't Boach tell us it was 7, maybe 11 or something like that? Hold on.
Okay, well, don't just type. Just say something while you're doing that.
Okay, let's count this here.
Oh, my God. Okay. I don't know if I care that much anymore.
5.
All right.
But yeah, he's got a lot of kids.
Okay.
And so, no, man, yes, it is cool. It is really cool that he has that job. Dude can fly too, man. That's a big responsibility. Getting timing on when to take off from that position is so important. So I love it.
Now, do you think that they saved that one extra spot for Wash?
I do,
because I know that's what a lot of people are hoping for.
What is it? What's the major league coach?
That's right.
Mike, text me. What does a major league coach do? Because isn't that manager? It feels like it should be the manager. I'm a major league coach.
It's probably just a generic catch-all.
If that's the case, your defense will be just as good as it was last year. There is nobody who if you were able to get him to be your major league coach, which I just don't think that's going to happen. And somebody called me naive for saying that Luka's never coming back to Dallas. I have lots of reasons to believe that case will never happen.
Man, good for him for trying to answer that question yesterday.
I have a hard time with the Rangers wanting to bring Wash back, understanding, and we still never really truly got real information. It was always whispers.
Right.
The rest of the world never did either.
Yeah.
It just would lead me to believe that they would say, well, that door is closed. But as far as attitude, the attitude that rubs off on you too, that dude has it. He's got confidence. He's got that pizzazz to go along with it. I'd love to have him back.
So El Blondie is back, and, just prepare yourself to say goodbye to the other one. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe even mix in a little Mavs next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can...
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, so I just mean like this is your, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is safe, simple, and affordable. From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your legacy box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Tolos, we're back on the road for 105.3 The Fans Friday Football Feast. Come join me. I'm Kevin and Corey, broadcasting live from the official home, from the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on a whole lot of platter. And don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford. And your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Good, man. Do I need to be fired up about Marcellus Johnson being added to the practice squad, or do you think that was essentially just a replacement for the practice squad player we lost a couple days ago?
Garen something or the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just worked out two guys yesterday, and I guess he drew the long straw, so he gets to be on the practice squad. Yeah, I wouldn't. You probably spent more time talking about him right now than need be.
Hey, we're going to try real quick to redial back up with you. We'll catch back up with you in just 1 second. Look, we've talked about how we moved to a new studio and everything, and one of the things that we don't have up and running just quite yet is the direct line into the Star. So we're having to do some phone stuff there. So we'll get Mickey back in just 1 second. I was looking around just to make sure it wasn't just my headphones, and I was like, do y'all hear it being a little choppy? And you guys were like, no, it's fine.
Yeah,
and I would have felt really dumb.
And if there's one thing I've always said, Kevin, I don't want a little choppy. I want the full choppy effect. All right, everybody deserves that in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
That's why every morning you get to wake up and listen to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton, sometimes Aiden, one time Carter, twice now us.
Yeah.
Alec has done it at times too.
So it's a full show. All right, Mickey, we didn't really talk about this yesterday, but I think it's nice that they're doing the special helmet decal for Marshawn Nealon and the pregame warm-up shirts for a couple of different days and starting the foundation. I mean, I know a lot of people will be like, well, what did you expect them to do? But that's a whole series of very nice gestures.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did on Tuesday night pass out number 94 pins for everybody that was at the memorial service. So, those are pretty good things that they're trying to do. But, today it's time to turn your attention towards football. They're going to have their first practice, since going on the bye and everything else that's taken place. So, be interesting to see how today unfolds, the attention, how, getting their minds back around to football. Because if you think about it, it's been, more than a week since they've done anything football-wise. You got to kind of get back in the swing of things.
What do you think that those guys, have y'all got a chance to go into the locker room and talk to them? Today's the first day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is kind of your focus then, kind of going in there? I having been in locker rooms and experiencing that, I know it's always a little bit different, but what is your focus of, all right, I got to go get some questions off here, but I know a lot of them are going to need to be football now.
Yeah, and I think it's basically making the transition from, going through all the sorrow, all the reflection, all the, just disappointment for having a teammate pass away to now having to focus on playing football again. And I think the one sort of theme I'm starting to hear is, let's go play for the memory of Marshawn Nealon. Let's go play with the energy that he would have played with. And then that would be the best way to honor his memory. So it sounds, maybe much easier than maybe it is for guys to get their heads around. But then again, if you're going to be cold, this is their job. This is what they get paid to do. And, at some point, and I know this sounds rude, but life goes on. I thought Schottenheimer maybe said it best yesterday when he said, we don't forget, but we got to move forward.
Yes, love that line.
And I thought that kind of summed up maybe the answer to your question.
Well, in the sense or in the spirit of moving on, I guess what I really want to know is what can be the impact and then maybe what is a realistic expectation for the return of DeMarvion Overshown?
Yeah, I think that, everybody's obviously excited about his return. And maybe more so by how he attacked his rehab. And then while he was out, there was a lot of times in training camp when he was sort of ghosting the position he would be playing. Like they would have 11 guys out on defense, and he would kind of be in the back, kind of pantomiming what he would be doing if he was on the field. So I think that got everybody excited that, okay, maybe he's going to be really ready to go. Now, I think Jerry probably said it best because I don't believe Brian Schottenheimer got any football questions yesterday.
Right,
correct. But he'll get them today trying to answer, well, how many snaps do you think he can play? And, as Jerry said, yeah, he's going to play, but, from a snap standpoint, we probably have to monitor that to not overdo it. The last thing you want, he's healthy, he's recovered from the torn ACL, from all the problems he had with his knee, but the last thing you want him to go out there and overdo it and stress some soft tissue problems and then miss another week or two. So he's been practicing hard. I'll be interested to see just how much he can do. But, a little bit of how much the linebackers can do is how well the defensive front is playing.
Yeah.
And so, I heard your guys' discussion, and I thought it was, understandably excited about seeing Overshown out there. I want to see Quentin Williams and what difference he can make up front where they were sorely lacking playmakers this first, 9 games of the season. So, I've seen him play. I don't know that I focused on him. Thing you read and know what he did in the past 3 years as a Pro Bowler. I want to see him up front, how he handles things and how they decide to play the front. If he can handle double teams and defeat them, then you don't need 5 guys on defensive linemen on the field at the same time. He would be able to compensate for the things they were lacking over the past couple of years. And then, games. And, having him next to Kenny Clark, next to Osa, Odigizua, I think I'm ready to see that and see how that affects the rest of the defense, not only the linebackers, but maybe it helps out a secondary that's still shorthanded, right? So that and I know they're playing the Raiders, which, by the way, I heard your stat, and I'm going to have to steal it, the thing about how many games in a row they hadn't scored 30
29.
29. Let me write that down. Straight.
And Kevin does good research, by the way, so that's a very important factor.
Yeah, because I like Brock Bowers a lot, but that offense sucks.
Well, yeah, and that's what everybody talks about, Brock Bowers, and it's like, well, it's not a one-man show, right?
Sure.
And I'm sure there's a lot of interest here in Ashton Genty, just being local, but he can't do it by himself either.
Right, that's true.
The offensive line's got to play well, and they're going to be without their 2 starting guards in this game, and maybe for quite some time. And one of the guys that's going to take one of their places, Will Compton, he's a second-year guy. He was an undrafted free agent 2 years ago, or this is his second year, so last year, and he was on the practice squad. So, yeah, they've got some problems up front, which sort of causes problems for all the skill guys.
Right.
Same thing with the Cowboys, right? If that offensive line doesn't play better than it has in the last 2 games, I don't care that you got Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens. They're going to get neutered if the offensive line can't play well.
In your years of covering this team and whenever they've gone up against Pete Carroll teams, what's always been kind of the signature of a Pete Carroll team?
Being really physical, but then again, he had physical guys when he was in Seattle, right? And that was kind of their calling card, just how physical they played. And, there were several times when the Cowboys went up there to Seattle and matched their physicalness. So I think that's one thing the Cowboys can count on, and don't go in there tippy-toeing. Because, as we always talk about, what are they, 2-7?
Mm-hmm.
They're probably probably time for them to win one. So just don't make it be against you. So you better go out there and treat this like they're 7-2. And we've seen what the Cowboys have done when they've played some teams with lesser records. They haven't fared very well.
Oh yeah,
and think about what the Raiders did. How many points did the Broncos score against the Cowboys? Was it 44?
Yeah.
They scored 10 against the Raiders last week.
Yeah, and that's what I was worried about by throwing out that stat. I was like, oh no, did I just
like you're going to jinx them?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry about jinxes.
Well, but I am just worried about the cold hard facts of seeing this Cowboys defense play this year and wonder, I bet the Raiders are looking at it thinking, well, we can break that streak this week.
Yeah, right. We held Denver to 10 points. That's 34 points less than the Cowboys gave up.
All right.
Think about that.
So what I'm hearing is maybe take a look at the under this week. That's what I've.
I'm not sure that Mickey's missed this year, so I'm just saying
he is spot on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will we'll catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. See you guys.
Now another thing that I've just want to take a look at, and I'm hoping that Shotty talks about it in his presser today, 12:20, right here on the Fan, is the usage of Nate Thomas. And then that's something we can ask Jerry tomorrow about as well, when we're at Taco Bueno in Bedford, is, you had time off, and I know they weren't practicing last week, but they evaluated a lot of stuff, and I'm really curious to see what their evaluations led them to in terms of the play of their tackles and how Nate Thomas could or could not fit into that group.
What kind of adjustments can be made at this point, though? Like, personnel-wise, I don't think you can do anything now.
You don't think they might swap him?
Finding somebody new is what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
No, as far as that goes, like, we've asked for that many times.
Yes.
But adding a piece to it, I think you're at this point now where you're just like, this is your group. You got to figure out the right combination for whatever opponent. And hopefully they can.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. But that's the immediate thought that I was wondering is, while you're integrating all these new players on defense, what are they going to consider any changes on the offensive line? And maybe they considered it and they're like, no, we're good. I know Nate Thomas is different than the people that you don't like at tackle, but he's had his own struggles as well.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus choose your own adventure. Wemby in pro wrestling, the next pro boxer that's a celebrity, or AI divorces. Next on The Fan.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron One?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow we will be at Taco Bueno in Bedford, 1528 Brown Trail. And we've got these delightful kind of steins, Tolo steins, to give away. Not Mark Stein, but Tolo steins to give away. If you want to come see us, Taco Bueno in Bedford, 1528 Brown Trail. And in case you missed it, when I mentioned it yesterday, I will have other bonus giveaways that I'm bringing to Taco Bueno. So I hope you come and join us. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. That's not. I'm
gonna get it.
It's not Elvis.
Right.
Yeah. They're not even close. Okay. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, rather, to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I'm gonna do a little choose your own adventure with Kevin and Corey here. Either Wemby and pro wrestling, how they mix and match. The next celebrity boxer that I think you would be intrigued by. Or AI divorces.
I feel like I want AI divorces now. Although they were all good options.
Yeah, those are really good. The celebrity boxer first caught my ear, but now divorces are interesting.
And whatever we don't get to, you will hear tomorrow. So it's not like they disappear. We'll carry over to tomorrow. But let that simmer. You can think about it. 877-881-1053. But I want you to answer the question of the day first. Today's national holidays, a couple interesting ones. We have National Hug a Musician Day. So if you know a musician, give them a hug because the National Day calendar says so, I guess.
Do you tell them that when you're hugging them or before or after, or you just do it?
I think you just do it.
Okay.
And then if they ask, like, if it was kind of random and they're like, what was that for? Then you tell them. But if they're kind of like, oh, thanks, then you just go about your day.
Yeah, you just got to put it on them.
Okay, thanks. 1:30 tomorrow. We will get to that tomorrow. It's also National Dream Destination Day. National Dream Destination Day. So, I want to know from you guys in the Tolos, what is your dream destination vacation? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well.
Now, I want to see these places as well, but I would really like to see a concert or performance in the Sydney Opera House, as well as the Royal Albert Hall in London. There's this gal who plays the organ. I would love to see her play there. Anna something. And
Kendrick?
No, it's not Anna Kendrick.
I got a ticket for the long way home.
But yeah, those two would probably be my destiny.
I like those. Majors, your dream destination.
Well, guys, Australia has definitely always been on the top of my list. Just because it looks so fun in Crocodile Dundee, you know? And he walks
up.
When's the last
time you watched? That's not a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife. But he like goes up to that. Was it a cow or something that's standing in the middle of the road? And he just does his hands like this for a minute, and the cow goes, "Well, I guess better walk off." And I was like, "Dude, that's so awesome that you can talk to cows through your hand."
Do you think it's weird that we were all obsessed with Australia for like 2 years and then just moved on? We're like, I don't care anymore.
Yes.
Yahoo Serious, do you remember that person? That was an actor. He did movies. Look him up.
Adrian is planning a Italy honeymoon or anniversary this year. This will be our 20th year anniversary, and she wants to go to Italy, and I have to save every nickel I can now. This is
Italy,
great.
not Italy.
Right, Italy, Texas is not the place. This is every time she's like, "Oh, I want to buy this," I'm like, "Oh, that if we do that,
it can't happen.
We can't do the Italy fund."
Yeah.
And so that's what I got right now. But I always, what's the is it the Maldives Islands, the ones that has the places on top of the water? Where like you're sitting on the water.
Yeah.
I've always wanted. I think it's the Maldives.
I think it is. Yeah.
I've always wanted to go like stay in one of those places.
Those are so cool.
The water looks amazing, but it just feels like I don't know. Do they never have hurricanes there? Is it just? Oh, hold on. You're looking like.
No, I'm saying I don't know, but that makes me nervous.
Yes.
That makes me very.
So I'd like to check that out. I was talking with Adrian about this the other day. She was talking about she was at the nail salon or something, and some lady was talking about going on their. They're going to go to Aspen for their ski trip. And she was like, I don't want to be in the cold whenever I vacation. I want to be in the hot.
Are you mocking the fanciness of someone going to Aspen when you were just talking about your Italy vacation?
Yeah, for their winter vacation because they just spent the summer. Like that's what she was talking like that.
Wait, where did they spend the summer though?
Mexico or something.
At the same salon where your wife is, or the same nail place where your wife is?
I don't know, man.
Sounds pretty fancy to me.
I don't deal with nails. She says I'm going to go get my nails done, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, if you do that, we can't pay for the Italy trip. That's what I'm done.
Cool.
I'm telling you everything, dude. I'm using it for everything right now.
Okay.
Bora Bora.
Yeah, that's another beautiful, water-based vacation spot that you would like. Similar thing.
That doesn't sound fun, though, right? Bora Bora.
Bora Bora.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
Why not go to Excita?
Or Fiji.
Thank you, Corey, for getting us back to reality here because Kevin is doing nonsense. From the 469, I just booked Santorini, Greece for spring break for my wife's 40th. It's her dream destination. Good on you.
That sounds cool.
That's a great gift. I like that. But let's see. Australia is awesome from the 940. I'm not going to read the rest that they said.
Now I need to go find it.
Yeah, you do. But let's see. Our favorite dream destinations that we want to go to. I'm in lockstep with the 858 here. I'm Irish, full-blown ginger. My friends call me Big Red, so naturally I have to go to Ireland.
Oh, can we start calling you Big Red?
Yeah, that's what one of my middle school coaches, Coach Wynn, used to call me.
I refuse.
Why, Corey?
When I was in high school, we had a large woman that would. She was the parking lot attendant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
And she did have red hair.
Oh no!
But if you wanted to leave the parking lot and come back, so if you wanted to skip school, all that she requested was 2 tacos from Jack in the Box and a Big Red. Therefore, we've referred to her as Big Red.
You know how women are.
I don't know if that exactly fits, but I like it, PJ Washington. Get better soon, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll just call you Alec for now, okay?
From the 214.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Alec. Hold on. But it felt like Big Red was positive. She let you skip school for like $250?
That's her name. That's her nickname.
Yeah.
I could never call Alec the same nickname as the parking lot woman, who was rather large.
Oh.
I'm just giving details so that you can get the picture.
Well, if you listen to Cowboys Crosstalk last night on these very airwaves, Nate Newton said that, obviously, I'm 6'4", 245. So I feel like I fit the mold too. I feel like I do. From the 214, my dream destination is this Mansfield place that everyone keeps hooting and hollering about. I like that. Yeah, it's a great city. It's growing. It's booming. Business is
mentioned
booming.
that you know Alec.
I'll say every time I drive through Mansfield, I see somebody in a black Charger with a Tolo sticker. So
yeah. And there's a Mansfield ISD work truck, like a utility truck, that I see all the time during the week that has a Tolo sticker on it too. And I'm like, hey, that's cool. Mansfield ISD, that's where I went. That's where I grew up. But from the 817, I'd love to go to Egypt and see the pyramids. Yeah. That would be really cool because you've seen pictures of them a million times, but I bet seeing them in real life is probably really different. And then the mind is going to start going like, okay, how did they do this?
Yeah, you're just like, okay, let's dig into the ground and find out how deep this thing goes.
What percentage of you thinks that it was not all human made?
100.
100?
Oh, yeah, dude.
51%.
Okay.
They walk among us.
I'm gonna ride the fence. For me,
why is that an expression that caught on?
Good question.
That feels like the worst.
That's something that me and my friends do a lot, is anytime like a common expression is said, we're like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
And then we have to Google it at that point, and you get some of the dumbest origins from these sayings that we've been saying for a very long time. From the 214 Switzerland, that would be nice. From the 469 Fiji, everybody getting on the island vibe. I like this because it's starting to get cold, kinda, except for today. It's going to be like 80. Doesn't make any sense. This place is ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Alec. It comes from the idea of sitting on a fence, like actually sitting on a fence and not choosing a property line to be on.
Oh, so it's probably not like one of those picket fences that I'm thinking of.
No,
you end up
it's
in the ER.
a little bit different. It's barbed wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would hurt. Kinda. From the 972, not to show off, but I've been to every place mentioned so far. Good for you.
Oh, I thought you
I
were
need to be friends with you.
But Alec was talking about himself.
I wish.
That's
I haven't even left the country once, and
Traveler.
I've been to 2 states. Like, no,
What? That's it?
Yeah. We were a vacationing family growing up.
I should have taken you with me on
He's
some
like
of
Tom
these.
Green in Road Trip.
Yeah.
Austin, Massachusetts.
I have a lot of catching up to do. From the 817 Amsterdam, that is actually in discussion for my birthday next year. So,
Can I ask you about that? Not just you, but just in general. Do you think the popularity of Amsterdam has waned at all with the more acceptance of drugs?
yeah.
You know what I'm
I do
saying?
think so. Like, there is still a wow factor because, one, it's just not here. It's overseas. So there is kind of like the, hey, we could do that in a totally different place. And then the idea of country hopping too, because everything over there is just a few hours away and you can hop on a train or something.
You're so right about that. So when me and Jess went to Germany, so many of the kids were talking about how we're going to go here and then here and then here. And I was thinking about it, I was like, that's crazy. But to them, all of it was like going to Wichita Falls or something. They were so close those countries were together.
Yeah, and I would love to do that, and I think that might be in play for me next June. So if I disappear for a week, that might be why. Gentlemen, did we decide that we want to hear about AI divorcing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Corey. I really want to hear about this.
I was there.
Here we go. Buckle up. This is odd. A 32-year-old Japanese woman ended her 3-year engagement to marry her AI-generated boyfriend.
What?
Who appeared on her phone at the wedding. Her parents even attending the wedding ceremony that happened just a couple of weeks ago. According to the Tokyo Weekender, in an interview with RSK Sanyo Broadcasting, this woman got an AI-generated boyfriend named Klaus.
Okay.
He is reportedly...
That's a good beer, by the way, from Manhattan Project.
Oh.
Very good
Klaus?
beer. It's Klaus. It's their winter ale.
Yeah, gonna have to write that one down. This AI boyfriend thing is reportedly a blonde, soft-spoken man. Perfect for a fake husband. The woman he married, who goes by the name Kano, commissioned an artist to create that specific look for him.
Awesome.
Kano programmed her new AI-generated husband's personality through repeated conversations, also taught him how to speak in a warm, reassuring tone, unlike most human men, according to Kano. So this feels like a very, I hate men move. And she said, quote, "At first, I just wanted someone to talk to, but he was always kind and always listening." And then I like that the article puts in parentheses because he was programmed to be that way. Duh. So she ended a 3-year engagement, split that, and said, "I'm done. I want the fake blonde man."
Question.
Wasn't
First
there
of all,
a movie called...
Can you mark that? Yeah, it was called Her.
Man with 1,000 Kids, and his name was Klaus.
I don't know.
He was in Norway, and he was a sperm donator or something.
How big...
Oh, no, his name was Jonathan.
...of a red flag is it if you go on a date with some gal? Oh, have you ever been married? No. Oh, engaged or anything? Oh, I was engaged to artificial intelligence. Do you just snag the check then? or what's the play?
This is interesting because in the C block today, we will have a little bit of a conversation regarding some AI discussion there. Not this crazy, but we got something on Twitter this morning that I wanted to bring up with you.
Okay.
I want to see this out. I'm on this date. She starts talking. All right, explain more. What exactly? What brought you to this point? You know, why did you decide you wanted to be in that relationship? And what did he do wrong? What did the learned AI do wrong?
That is a quality freaking question, man.
That I can learn from here. So I think this is a great.
Right.
This is one of those opportunities, Kevin. You're always like, hey. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is a great opportunity to find out more.
No, you're right. You convinced me. I'm back in. Hearing the answer to what did the AI do wrong, I am really invested in finding out what that answer is.
I like this. And that is my time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we power rank the NFL quarterback power rankings, and the Eagles are officially an S show. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
the Baylor AD taking a leave of absence. Now, we talked about his for personal reasons, and you're like, oh no, something bad happened. Well, we're getting more information. I guess there's an investigation going on into him right now at the school. Now, listen to the things pile up. It is unrelated to the alleged confrontation he had with a Baylor football player earlier in the year. It is a different investigation. They had done this investigation earlier and said that appropriate actions were taken because of a violation of university policies, but now they're conducting a second internal investigation about that very same thing. So it sounds like it is not necessarily a family matter as much as a what exactly did he do matter.
All right, so the initial investigation, is that usually surface level?
I think sometimes it depends on the accusation and who the person is. Like for Shohei, if we're crossing sports, I think that was a surface level accusation.
And then whenever somebody finds out more information, you got to go, like, crap, we got to go do more of this now.
Yes.
And then it turns out it could be even worse. Okay. All right. Yeah.
So there you go. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. And Kevin, that just proves do it right the first time so you don't have to do it again.
Yes, agreed. Unless Major League Baseball, you have a lot to lose. Now, I've learned the last couple of weeks that you guys do not care for the USA Today quarterback ranking.
Who said that?
You said that last week. I believe you said these are stupid.
Pretty sure that Alec dropped the other words I said.
So today, we'll go with CBS. Who do you think is the worst starting quarterback in football?
Let's see. Dylan Gabriel.
The Dylan Gabriel hate on this show is out of control. He is, in fact, not the worst.
What?
He is the second worst.
Okay, so you say it's out of control.
That's right. I'm tired of your Dylan Gabriel bashing.
Did you say behind Cam Ward?
I guess ahead of Cam Ward, I should say.
I don't know. He is the worst, so that would be behind, I guess.
And then you get...
it's a weird word. You ever think about that? Behind. Behind.
Are you stoned right now?
I'm just thinking about words.
Did you contact prep with the next show? Geno Smith. I'm sorry.
Gino Follows bit yesterday was hilarious.
Yes.
I just want to point out that was brilliant work.
It can bring out lots of creativity.
Yes, it can.
Geno Smith, in case you're curious about the game ahead, is 29th. Where would you put Mr. Prescott?
He hasn't played in a minute.
That is true.
In the last couple times he's played,
meh.
I can't blame everything on him.
Agreed.
But that doesn't matter in this situation. So we'll put a middle of the pack, just ahead, 13.
13. Alec, where do you think Dak Prescott deserves to be?
I think he's just outside the top 10. I'll put him at 12.
Ooh, you guys are pretty much on the same page. Alec is more on the same pager because he was, in fact, number 12. Number 13, Aaron Rodgers. By the way, Justin Herbert, 11. Glad everyone's finally moving in the right direction. All right. Who is your number one quarterback in all of the National Football League?
It is, in my mind, unquestionable.
It's Dylan Gabriel. That's what he was going to say.
It's unquestionable. It's not Steve DeBerg, although I do appreciate that. He would be 2 behind this guy right now. It is Highland Park's own. Not Clayton Kershaw, but Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford is, in fact, number 1 in the quarterback power rankings. Alec Medford, who would you put number 2? By the way, and I know that the USA Today list can be stupid, they also have Matthew Stafford number 1. Who would you put second? I bet you get it wrong.
Okay. That tells me I am going to get it wrong. My heart says Drake May. I think Drake May is the best quarterback in football right now. For my money, I think it's a close tie between him and Stafford. But if I'm going to be wrong and it's not May, I feel like this forced Ravens hype might be coming to life, and it's
That's
Lamar
a good
Jackson.
one. That is a good one right now.
Mr. Medford, you have learned about how the system works. Lamar Jackson.
Forced Ravens hype?
Yeah. They were 1-5, and people were like, they still won the division. Well,
yes!
Here you are 3 weeks later, and by God, if it doesn't look like they can win that crap division.
Weird.
Lamar Jackson is, in fact, second on the list, followed by Drake May. I love Lamar Jackson. However, in this instance, I'm definitely inclined to agree with you. It feels like a Stafford-Drake May 1-2 combo is easily the most logical way to go. All right, rest of the top 5. Stafford 1, Lamar Jackson, Drake May, then Jared Goff 4, and Jalen Hurts number 5.
Oh, interesting.
Josh Allen has tumbled all the way down to number 6, which I think is right. In terms of how you're playing at this moment.
At the moment, that whole list sounds correct.
Yes.
Except for the Dylan Gabriel place. Like
You think you should be last?
Yeah.
Because when Cam Ward finds out, rest of the league's in trouble. You turn your mic back off.
Did I cough into the microphone?
I don't think you did. I think you turned it off again.
This thing's so far away.
Okay, don't blame the technological placement of things for you pressing the off button twice.
It's just, if it hadn't been so far away, I could have reached it better.
I don't think that's right. I think you would have pushed it twice either way.
All right.
If anything, shouldn't you have pressed the off button fewer times because of its distance? Why are you doing what you're doing?
I was just trying to figure it all out. What's the no sign for? Does that dump if I push that button?
No, see, that's what I thought too, but we're told we don't have a dump button in here.
So we can say whatever we want. It falls on him.
That is a weird interpretation of what I just told you.
But we don't have a button, therefore we can't control it.
Yeah, but don't you think that you'll still get in trouble if you just say F? You know what? Speaking of that, actually, believe it or not, I have a way to transition into this.
I knew you would.
I can't tell you how much time I sat and looked at my computer and debated the rest of my T's. So it was power ranking, the NFL QB power rankings, and the Eagles are officially an S show. Now, when it's shortened to S, I say NS because the word S would start with an E. But if you said the actual word, it would be A. And so I sat at my computer for multiple minutes and debated how to put that. Are you sad for me?
You're trying to figure out how to get anus in there? Is that what you're saying?
No.
That's what I heard. NS.
No.
That's a planet.
Alec, did you understand what I was saying?
Uranus.
You guys are the worst.
Uranus.
I understood what you were saying, Kevin.
In the world.
Are we the worst?
I'm going to go ahead and announce
favorite?
Fan Phenom right now. We're going to kick it off. I'm pretty sure I do not have any of the power required for that.
I just want to point something out right now.
Mm-hmm.
My friend Mike Bassick just texted.
Damn it.
Alec. And he said...
I don't want to hear this.
He said... Tell Kevin to be nicer to you. I love you. And that's the thing right there that I always loved about Mike.
He's so nice. So supportive.
The caring. The love.
Mike, if you need something to do with your time off, you're welcome up here at the studio.
He told me what he's doing with his time the other day. He said he really misses the meetings on Monday. And there's some other things that he's doing.
Okay. Thank you very much for weighing in on all of that. My point was, it was because A.J. Brown, that's what he said. And he goes, look, man, it's not about my situation. I want to win, too. I think we're really focused on winning and doing our job. We can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? And so he went on to say, if you keep putting on a Band-Aid on it and expect it to get fixed by the end of the year, it's not going to effing happen.
But he's not saying anything to create a solution. He's just saying a bunch of obscure stuff.
And he said, family is good. Everything else, no, it's an S show.
So he's saying that losing Kellen Moore is a problem? I don't understand exactly where he's suggesting that we're tight as a group. We all like each other-ish.
Yeah.
But something's wrong, and I'm not going to say what's wrong. I'm just going to complain about it loudly until somebody fixes what's wrong.
I mean, if he would have said Monday was an S show, I would have gotten it a little bit more than just his broad statement of like how their offense sucks. I don't know.
It is weird. It's a very weird situation. And you know what? Maybe because family is good, that's why nothing's really leaking, about what they're not doing.
From the 817, what the hell did you just say, Kevin? My brain hurts like Corey. Is Kevin talking about space right now? What is happening? Look.
Uranus.
No. And you know what? And I really want to explain how the word S starts with an E, but I feel like that's going to make it worse. And whatever. From the 817, are you stoned? No.
You don't know that.
I do know that. I am the number one authority on that.
Are you?
Don't save that.
Yeah, I want you to say that. There's so many times where I want to hear Kevin's, I am the number one authority. I love it.
It's going to be so dumb. It's going to be like, oh, he broke his ankle. And then I'm going to go, I'm the number one authority on that.
You can play that right with the PJ Washington quote, too.
Spittle, if you can hear this, come back. Let me know if I can just start a new fan feed.
You know how women are, right? I'm the number one authority on that.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Hey, you guys. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do NFL overreaction or reality. Next, right here on The Fan.
Yes! Tolo means turn up.
From the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on a whole lot of platter. And don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a whole lot of baseball news coming out. Some of it is predicted. You've already kind of seen Luis Ortiz go down this route. But, Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you for the news about Emmanuel Clase getting arrested.
Yeah, David Purdom had the news that Emmanuel Clase arrived at JFK Airport this morning from the Dominican Republic, and he was arrested by FBI agents upon arrival. According to the Department of Justice, he will be arraigned at 2 p.m. local. So that is happening. He has been arrested on gambling and fraud charges.
Not particularly surprising. I think Luis Ortiz's bail was set at $500,000, I believe. So that's step one. If you're concerned more about the on-the-field product now, let's throw it back to Alec for step two, and this could have some pretty big waves through baseball.
Yeah, the San Diego Padres have put out a press release saying that the Seidler family, the ownership group, has announced that they have decided to initiate a formal process to explore strategic options for the San Diego Padres, including a potential sale of the franchise. I saw Bob Nightingale, our friend here at Odyssey, Baseball Insider. He was on Foul Territory just a couple days ago, and he said there's some really loud noise that the Padres are in severe debt as a family. They might have to start trading some of their star players, including Fernando Tatis.
Wow.
And he said a sale of the team could be on the table too, because they have a lot of financial issues outside of baseball as well. So you could see the Padres get sold in the near future.
Yeah, and that, based on having financial issues, I would think as a Padres fan, you'd want the team to get sold to hopefully solve some of those as opposed to like fire sailing your team or whatever else. All right.
Sorry, something else popped up. Maybe you already know about this. Maybe you've discussed this. The NFL is filing a grievance against the NFLPA
for
the asking the union to stop its annual team report cards, saying that the exercise violates the CBA by airing public criticism of teams. And it says the league claims the report cards, which poll players on various aspects of working conditions, violate a CBA clause that says NFL owners and the union must use reasonable efforts to curtail public comments by club personnel or players which express criticism of any club or its operation. And after months of discussions with the league after the letter, the NFLPA alerted its players to the grievance last week and said it's moving ahead with this year's survey. So they're like, screw it, we're fine with it, we'll move on. We have responded to the grievance with our intention to fight against this action and continue what's clearly become an effective tool for comparing workplace standards across the league and equipping you to make informed career decisions.
So the NFL teams don't like it because players have the platform to say the quiet part out loud and make them change some things.
Yeah.
And then the NFLPA said, you can stick that, you can figure out what they said.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? These are the kind of things, honestly, I really like talking to Jerry about these things. I know everybody wants every single Jerry interview to be, why do you suck so much and when are you going to fire yourself?
Yeah.
But I really like these kind of issues too, to get his kind of like vibe for it. All right.
And he's usually pretty honest about those things.
Absolutely.
Too.
Absolutely. Got me in a lot of trouble with one of those honest answers once. All right. So NFL overreaction or reality. The question or the statement exists how I have drawn it up, okay? Overreaction or reality, you want to see the Cowboys in the playoffs at 8-1.
Ooh, if they were 8-1, that puts me in a place where they weren't perfect on the stretch to get there.
You want 5-3 down the stretch.
And maybe that was a stretch of like a couple wins and then a couple losses or a few losses, and then they just tore it up down the stretch.
So the downside would...
So yesterday we talked about the Mavericks getting the playoffs and that being good for Cooper Flagg.
Yes.
Who's that good for on this team? Overshown?
I hope this makes sense.
Pickens?
I think it's good for Pickens as just like another selling tool. It'll probably just come down to money. But for a potential selling tool of here's why you want to stay here, here's why you want to be here.
I do. I feel like this is a kind of team, Kevin, that would go 7-8 or 7-9-1 or 7-8-2,
right?
And then be stuck in another bad draft position where it's like, you're bad enough to be 11 or 12 or 14. And you're like, what? How does this happen to us? Why are we never bad enough to be 3? But I kind of would want to see it because this too. You never know what's going to happen once you get in the playoffs.
I hear you.
I'm very adamant about that. So you never know what's going to happen. Maybe you do catch the buzzsaw San Francisco Giants and they just go on a torch ride and you're like, see you later. The reality is it's very difficult to do that. But if Brian Schottenheimer was telling us at the beginning of the year, we're going to build up to something, and by the end of the year you're in the playoffs and you've built and your team is now a little more whole than it was earlier, that could be a lot of fun.
Because the downside is potentially sacrificing draft position. Maybe you're going to get buried in the playoffs, but you would be there. Overreaction or reality, Alec, you want to see the Cowboys in the playoffs at 8-1.
It's tough, but I'd go reality at this point because You've already screwed up the draft position. That's out the window in my mind. I don't care what the pick is at that point if your record is at that point. Whether or not you make the playoffs, I'm just kind of out on the pick because I wanted it to be bad. After what I saw against some of these lackluster teams, especially like after the Carolina game, I was like, I want a really good pick. After that game, I want a really good pick. You're not going to get that if you're 8-1. So I'm thinking, how does this help in that place? It helps guys like Tyler Booker in his first season making the playoffs, even if they get wiped in the first round of the playoffs. He gets that experience his first year in the league, and knowing how intellectual he is and how well thought out a guy like he is, I want him to get that experience. I want Brian Schottenheimer to get that experience and have that under his belt. And like you said, Kevin, it's a selling point at that point. You can say, look, our defense was almost historically bad at times this season, and we still made the playoffs. So then you can turn to free agents if you decide you actually want to spend that money. If you want to go trade again, you can convince people, hey, we were awful on defense and we still made the playoffs. If you come and play for us, so I think it's a great selling point, and to your own that you want to keep around. I think that it does a lot of good things if you make the playoffs.
NFL overreaction or reality? You have no idea if J.J. McCarthy is any good.
Reality.
I think that's where I am at, too.
And it's just consistency.
Sure.
Like, he's not Milo insulation, helping you keep a consistent temperature in your home.
Oh, that could be a sponsored segment.
Yeah.
Milo insulation or not.
Consistency or no. There are moments where I'm like, just absolutely brilliant. And then other moments where, and this is not me saying that I'm judging him in his all-time. Somebody that said that the other day, how can you say he's not? I didn't say that. I'm saying what I see is inconsistency. There are moments he makes a spectacular throw, or
like that throw to nail her.
Yeah, or he'll break down and run that you're like, oh, man, perfect decision there. And then there are other moments where he airmails one that you're like, he knows he shouldn't have airmailed that one. There are times when a quarterback, Jared Goff's a great example. He'll throw one in the dirt, you're like, why did he do that?
Right.
And then you watch the play and you're like, oh, he knew there was no play.
Yeah.
And he threw it the 10 yards it needed to be. And like with JJ right now, there's still moments. So yeah, I think this is absolute reality. I don't know if he is a good quarterback, a great quarterback or not.
Alec?
Reality. He's mind-boggling. That's the best way to describe him in his current state because he makes 0 sense. As an NFL quarterback, he makes none. He has shown that he can be clutch. He has shown that he can make the elite throws. He has shown awareness, pocket presence. He's shown everything, especially in that Kevin O'Connell offense. He's shown that I have the intangibles to succeed in this system. And then the very next week, he looks like he's a redshirt freshman starting at the University of Michigan.
Right.
You know, like it's night and day, week to week. I don't know what to expect. I do blame some of it on the knee injury last year, taking away his rookie season.
Some of it needs to be blamed on his offensive line.
And also that it has not been good. They haven't done anything to help him, but I do think that it's going to teach him a lot this year. You know, it's going to teach him a lot, and it's going to teach that front office a lot that they need to protect him a little bit better because he does get really antsy when things fall apart in front of him, and he'll make a quick decision that's going to bite him in the rear end later on.
Last game, 2 interceptions, 5 passes tipped or batted down at the line of scrimmage, and the Vikings had 8 false starts at home, which that might be the weirdest stat of the season. Overreaction or reality? Kyler Murray has played his last game for the Cardinals.
Overreaction. Ooh. Anything could happen to Jacoby Brissett.
That's true.
So I'll just kind of leave it at that for right now. I'm very fascinated, though, at what team goes, we can fix him. Because there's always somebody that's like, no, we need that, and we can fix that.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to go overreaction as well. I think whenever he does come back healthy, I could totally see a world where Brissett has not been good whatsoever. But like Corey said, you never know what you're going to get with him. He showed in New England that he can be a good quarterback, and then he's shown in other places that he is a career backup for a reason. I don't know what to expect from him, and Kyler Murray is just, at least on paper, a better athlete, more successful than Brissett. So I would give him the nod if he does come back fully healthy at the end of the year. And then after that, in the offseason, I think that's when things get weird.
Overreaction or reality, the Bucks or Rams will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. This kind of plays off of the Eagles offense, and maybe the team in general is an S show as well.
I think the Rams are a reality.
You get both?
Yeah. At the same time?
No, you just get both as your choice.
Oh, yeah, I'll take the Rams for sure. I don't completely buy into the Bucks yet, but the Rams are a team that I see. I'm a little concerned about health still always with them, but the way Matthew Stafford's playing, he gives them the chance, and I trust him in the clutch too.
Alec, overreaction or reality, the Bucks or Rams will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
I'll go reality. My hype level on the Bucks has died down, especially with the injuries that they've had. Mike Evans being done pretty much for the entire year. Total bummer there, and it hasn't been super pretty. You know, the cardiac Bucks were a real thing for the first, 5 weeks, it felt like. The Rams, I think, are the most legit offense in the NFL right now outside of New England. For my money, Kansas City is creeping into that conversation each week, but Matt Stafford is doing incredible things when I really had no expectations for him this year. Puka, it seems like he gets hurt every game, but he comes back the next week.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried because he's tough as nails. Devontae Adams looks really good again. Guy that just got hurt. We'll see if he can stick around. But that defense is always underrated with LA. Always underrated. Jared Verse is one of my favorite players in football. I think the Rams are legit.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. And also, we got Sean Merriman coming up on the show next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me.
Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair. Get a free foundation inspection, 844-919-7276, or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And a three is still good. Rebound tipped out to Brandon Williams. Looks off the defense. And he elevates and detonates P.J. Washington.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Shotty in just a minute. And then we got Sean Merriman coming up in this very same segment. But right now, there's some stuff to get to with the Mavs. So the Mavs lost to the Suns last night, 123-114. We talked about how their defense would be put to the test against an offensive team like this. But there is another story of brewing, Corey, that I know you're interested in.
Yeah, this is from Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix, otherwise known as SI Chris Mannix. He said the Mavericks have discussed blowing up the roster, and as for what's next, I'm told Mark Cuban, the Mavs' minority owner who was exiled from basketball operations by Harrison, is back at the table. I'm also told that radical roster changes have already been discussed by Dallas's new brain trust. Big changes could be coming to Big D. And so there's lots of, people like, oh, here comes the big Anthony Davis trade. Here comes
now that I do support.
That the injuries of P.J. Washington, it looked like that Gafford last night was limping as he was leaving the arena. Like, there's lots of concerns, health-wise, obviously. But what exactly would this team, what are they willing to sit down and go, all right, guys, what can we do?
Yeah, see, I'm really in favor of if you wanted to blow up the team. By the way, if you see the betting favorites, depending on where you look, to get Anthony Davis are the Bulls and the Lakers. I have a hard time fathoming trading him back to the Lakers where people would be able to dissect what you really got for Luka in that trade, like apples to apples.
Yes.
But if they have the best deal, they have the best deal. They've clearly worked you over before. But I like that because I think the time has come, and you can see the time has come to rebuild and focus on Cooper Flagg and building the entire franchise back up. Plus, Anthony Davis is hurt right now, and he's not playing anyway, so I'm okay with that. Having Mark Cuban as, in the room, that's okay. Having him as the primary basketball operations decider, I think that's a terrible idea, and I think we've seen for many years that doesn't work really well.
My approach to that would be, hey, your connections, the people you know, the people that you've talked to, what can we do to have conversations with those people? Who do you know, Mark, that you've worked with in the past that can help us here?
Right.
And then also, when you've done stuff like this, when you've made these kind of decisions, what happened? How did you feel about it? What advice can you give Dumont as he's kind of rolling through that as well? Kevin, last night, what I saw on this team was something I've seen a lot: too many turnovers.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to give opponents any more possessions than they have for themselves. And last night, over and over again, they were sloppy with the basketball, had plays that just did not function properly, and then there's Phoenix with the ball going, we can take advantage of this. You talked about it. On the perimeter, their threes, they were feeling themselves. Dylan Brooks was feeling himself for sure. And defensively, the Mavs just aren't good enough yet to be a team that can afford to turn the ball over the way that they do. Until they clean that up, and I know that's got to be killing Jason Kidd too.
Yeah.
Until they clean that up, this team is going to be in the same situation they were last night late in the game.
Look, for I feel like you're going to lose every single game this season in which you turn the ball over 19 times, right? Like
you got to get that down to 10.
10 to 12.
10 to 12 is where you have to be. And I'm not saying that with Luka, this team was like very clean all the time, but he made up for it offensively. This team can't yet.
It was really interesting to hear, and this is yet another, I know Bobby had talked about like power to the people, and Mavs fans got this done, and Sean Sharif had talked about that as well. Jason Kidd was talking about this before the game, and he goes, we can only hope that we don't have to go through that again, the fire Nico chants with PJ on the line. This was in the game before now. It was a little disrespectful because the guys were playing hard with that chant. We're shooting free throws. It's very disrespectful. PJ Washington added, hopefully people will be cheering for us tonight, and they'll be quiet during free throws. And so you could see, like, it wore on some of these people, and Cooper Flagg's mom even had to clarify that, like, the retweet wasn't about firing Nico. It was about, like, focusing on the players, and Cooper sidestepped the question, too. He's like, I'm here to play basketball. Which is probably smart not to wade into those waters.
Did it seem like, to me, it seemed last night that the fans respected that.
Yeah.
Like, it seemed last night that the fans were like, hey, we did what we asked. All right, so now y'all go play. And I know Jason Kidd said it was disrespectful, but Kevin, whenever I read those words, it's a little disrespectful to be chanting that during these guys' free throws. These guys are fighting. I get it. The fan base wasn't ready to move on, though.
Right.
The fan base thought that it was disrespectful that somebody would decide to trade their favorite player.
Yeah.
And they weren't ready to let that go. Even though the coach and the team were like, please, will you let us move on? The fan base was like, nah, that's not going to happen just yet. And so until it did, last night was the first time I saw it felt like the fan base was like, okay, now let's cheer for this team again.
Yeah, and then you still had the harsh reality of the way the roster's been constructed punch you in the face. And one of the things that they're going to have to fix about this is they need players that can shoot the three. Obviously, you brought in Klay Thompson to do that. That has not worked.
He's not as good as he used to be.
Cooper Flagg has struggled with this as well. He was significantly better last night from three, but he's struggled early on. But if you look at it, they were last in the league going into this game, both in terms of three-pointers made and in terms of three-point percentage. Their three-point percentage, 29.5%. That is like a good, probably 7.5% lower than you need it to be, especially when the league has moved this way so much. So that's a big part of what they need to work on as well. And Cooper Flagg's going to be part of that. He needs to shoot better from three. And of course, I understand that the counter argument is it's been, like 15 games or whatever, like give it a second, or 12 games. I agree, but he does need to shoot better.
He does not look like he even entertains the thought of shooting threes most times.
You think?
Yeah, there are a lot of times on pick and roll, and I understand how the pick and roll is designed too. But then yesterday he hit one, stepped into it, nailed it. It was beautiful. I was like, this is great. There are a lot of times, though, that his mindset is go to basket, dish if necessary. And, dude, there was also that moment last night, him and Brandon Williams going to the basket, and it looked like he took 48 steps and then just decided to drop it behind him, and Brandon Williams finished with the layup. It was awesome. Brandon Williams is a blast to watch.
Agreed.
That dude goes to the basket. He's got great speed. He gets the ball. He says, coast to coast, I'm turning it up. He's willing to take the abuse to his body. I love watching this dude play. I hate that he has to take that kind of abuse so much, but in order for them to get these points, sometimes he's going to have to do it. But there are some times where I want, maybe it's because I'm used to so many of the players in today's NBA saying three-pointer first. It looks like Cooper Flagg's mindset is, let me get in the paint first, then maybe if I'm feeling hot, I'll do something.
And I know that this is kind of a stretch because you're probably still going to be looking at bad basketball. But to your point about Brandon Williams, look, Cooper Flagg, Brandon Williams, Max Christie, players like that, Najee Marshall, are the ones that you want to get to see some more, to see like, hey, could this be a real part of your rebuilding? I know Cooper will be, but for the rest of them, like, how big of a factor will they be in your rebuilding, or are they just players that are on the roster now because you're struggling and you don't see a long-term future with them? Like, that is one of the things I like about having a rebuilding team. There were times when watching the 90s Mavericks were fun when you got to see like Kidd, Jackson, and Jamal Mashburn going, and you're like, oh man, can we really build off of that? Then there are other times you're like, this is the worst thing ever. I never want to watch basketball again.
I agree that the team that they had was not good enough defensively with Luka. Okay?
For sure.
It seemed like an overcorrect.
Yeah.
And then
the idea that Drew Holiday was on the same level as Jokic for Nico is.
It's. I mean, I'll compare it to the Micah thing in that respect. Like, was this you have to give up one for the other, or you can have both, and let's see if we can figure that out. And they didn't. This is an extreme overcorrect to go all defense, and then their defense wasn't good enough to go on top of that because they weren't healthy enough. But now I'm wondering, because I don't think that Nico Harrison just sat there and went, by golly, I'm going to make this a defensive team. I think there were people in that room that were like, man, we need to be better defensively. And he was like, okay, all right, it's going to have to take a sacrifice for me to do that. And then he said, I'm going this way with it. Bad decision. But so now are those same people that were saying we need to be better defensively saying we have to change up our whole mindset? Or are they going to stick with, no, we're going to be good defensively. We just got to find some more offense somewhere too. And can they find that balance?
It really feels like there's a whole lot of dissent within the organization right now. Take Anthony Davis. There is, I guess, disagreement about when he is going to come back. And obviously Patrick Dumont said he's going to err on the side of caution. But I guess there was a disagreement between the director of health and performance, Johan Billsborough, which, I mean, obviously, if you go back to last season, that was a whole big thing about the training staff and everything there. And Davis's personal medical staff, they disagree about what was the way to go. And Davis was held out after Dumont sided with Billsborough and decided to err on the side of caution, which I guess would lead me to believe that in Anthony Davis's team is like he's ready to go.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of disagreement, but it's interesting that the team would be the more cautious one and be like, yeah, let's just hold on a little bit better. And apparently he's not going to play until Dumont is like satisfied and said, all right, go back out there.
Does that lead you to believe trade options?
That leads
me to think that.
Yeah, that leads me to believe they're like,
we got to keep this guy healthy.
Don't put him on the court. We can say he's healthy, but if we do, he's going to get hurt again, or maybe they think he's going to tear his Achilles. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then you can't do anything with that asset realistically.
Yeah, no, this is really just the doctors telling us to proceed with extreme caution, and we're just doing what the doctors say in this instance, but he's ready to go whenever you are.
It definitely sounds like he's ready.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm selling to the other team.
I thought you were saying in real.
Once y'all sign off and give us the Lakers picks back, plus more picks and Luka, then he'll be ready to rock for you guys. And then y'all can bring LeBron back from the G League, and y'all will be back to firing
for
off
you.
Again.
That's not
going to happen. You don't think Luka's coming back this year?
No. No, I don't. All right, so you got the Clippers coming up on Friday and then Portland on Sunday. So you got a couple of more home games to finish out the 4-game stand before you hit back on the road. All right, let's do
I don't think it's going to happen.
That he's going to come back?
I don't know. What the plan we had for 12/20.
Yeah, look, Dallas Cowboys PR, figure it out, man. Figure it out. Have a schedule and stick to it, right? Because it was supposed to be at 12:20, and then they moved it to, it was supposed to be at 12:30, plan accordingly. Then they moved it to 12:20, plan accordingly. And then they're like, oh, never mind, 12:35, plan accordingly. So we already moved Sean Merriman when we had him in the perfect spot to begin with, so we can follow a plan, work on it. All right, that's okay then. I have other things before we hit up Mr. Lights Out. I had a couple of other overreaction or reality questions, if that is okay with you guys. NFL overreaction or reality. The Patriots will be the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs.
They might have the schedule for it. Like that. Usually the schedule's a massive depictor of that. And I think that they might have the schedule that puts them in a really good position there. Plus, they're playing very fine football right now. So I think, let's go check, Kevin. Strength of schedule. It's going to take me a minute here.
Okay,
but
Alec, I'm going to go to you.
I think they have the schedule for it.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Yes.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Patriots will be the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs.
I'm going to go reality because I think Kansas City sputtering early in the year ruined their chances of being the number 1 seed. On top of that, I think the Patriots are one of the best teams in football.
I kind of thought you might say that based on what you said about Drake May, the other segment.
I have Drake May fever. I have Mike Vrabel fever. I have Josh McDaniels fever.
Let's get some Mac Hollins fever, too, because I just pulled him up in my fantasy league.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Stephon Diggs. Barefoot on Radio Row that year, so that was cool.
Yeah.
When we interviewed him in Arizona, he was barefoot.
There's no chance I remember that.
His TikTok page taught me how to fix a crack in my windshield.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Huh.
Yeah. He's a very odd character, but very helpful.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Kevin, I went to look at my guru, and they changed it, my strength of schedule guru. They have the easiest schedule remaining in the NFL.
Well, there you go.
They have the Bills, the Giants, the Jets twice, the Dolphins, the Bengals, and the Ravens.
Okay.
So they are currently listed as the easiest schedule remaining.
So my bonus follow-up question, Mike Vrabel or Shane Steichen will win NFL Coach of the Year?
The second toughest schedule remaining is the Colts. They have the Seahawks, Niners, Chiefs, and Jaguars twice, and the Texans twice.
So you think that could...
that might derail it just a little bit.
Kind of knock that down.
It won't look as easy as it looked earlier in the season. Now, they could play competitive games and come out winning. They got to figure out how to win the close games now. But at the moment, I would definitely have Vrabel at the top of the list at the end of the season based on schedule alone and what's been accomplished so far.
Alec, as long as we're sticking in this direction, overreaction or reality, Mike Vrabel or Shane Steichen will win NFL Coach of the Year?
Reality, I'd say it's Steichen right now, but I'm kind of with Corey. I think by the end of the year, because of the schedules and whatnot and just the way the Pats are rolling, I think it ends up being Vrabel.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality, Jaguars kicker Cam Little's 68-yard field goal record will be equaled or surpassed this season.
Overreaction. It might be 2 seasons.
No faith in Brandon Aubrey?
I don't think that Shoddy's going to give him the chance. Here's the reason. Shoddy understands that this team right now needs more. That's not enough of a boost. This team, like, the only way Schottenheimer's like, we got to get touchdowns. And I don't think that he's willing at this moment, unless it is a halftime or end of game situation, to say we're going to go for the 70-yarder. And I don't think he's willing to go for the 70-yarder either late in the game. Because I don't think he's willing to give up that many points because this team needs every point they can get. It's going to have to be a 1 second at halftime, hey, why not kind of situation.
Alec, overreaction or reality, Cam Little's record will be matched or surpassed this year.
Reality, Aubrey's going to do it at some point in a game that doesn't matter.
That's the faith that I was looking for, Corey.
It's not that I don't have faith in Aubrey. I just don't think he's going to get the opportunity, and that's not his fault at all.
You don't have faith in Schottenheimer because he can't stay on the clock?
I think that Schottenheimer, I have faith that he's going to try and score touchdowns, which I like more.
Okay, all right. NFL overreaction or reality. This one is going to be hurtful for one fan base. Quinn Ewers is going to replace a benched Tua this year.
Overreaction. I think Mike McDaniels...
Sounded like you were close,
until Mike McDaniels is fired, I think he's riding with Tua.
Okay.
I think he's just like, nope, this is the guy that I'm dancing with. And if I make a change, it's not going to matter because it's just me making the change and shortening my time as the head coach here. Look what just happened to Dable.
Okay, then bonus question to go along with that. Mike McDaniel can still save his job.
Reality.
Okay.
New GM maybe comes in and goes, no, I like the coach. There's other things that we got to fix here first. And I'm going to be the culture changer. Maybe that's the thing.
Alec, overreaction or reality. Quinn Ewers at some point this year will take over for a benched Tua.
I'm going to go Overreaction. I'm kind of with Corey, the idea of like, I got into this dance with this guy. I'm going to try to make it work until the bitter end. And I do think McDaniel ends up sticking around for at least part of next season. After the GM was let go, you saw some of the insiders saying he hasn't totally lost the locker room like you might think. And I kind of understand that. He's a likable dude, but at the same time, he's not winning, so we just assume he lost the locker room. So as long as his guys still care, I think he's going to get another shot. So I think he's going to try to win with Tua.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. The winner of the Seahawks-Rams matchup will win the NFC West.
This is very similar to the Chiefs.
Exactly. And once again, much like that division, there's three contenders kind of right in the mix.
Yeah, because the Niners could definitely insert themselves in that place too.
Yes.
I think so. And I think it's going to be the Rams.
Ooh, okay.
I think so. Now, that being said, I do need to check the schedule because at the moment, I do believe that the Seahawks are 4-0 on the road.
Yep.
All their losses have come at home.
Just really weird.
So I'll keep an eye on that. But I think that it's the Rams' health permitting for sure.
All right. Alec, overreaction or reality, the winner of Seahawks-Rams will win the NFC West.
Yes, and right now I do think it's the Rams that ends up doing it. I think the Seahawks are intriguing still. I gain more confidence in them as each week goes by, but I think the Rams are just 2 steps ahead. So I think it's going to end up being the Rams.
Now, is he ready to go?
Oh no, I was just asking if you had that.
Oh,
that slide.
Yes, I do. All right. Well, my bonus question that I think essentially you both answered no to was: right now there is no team in the NFC better than the Seahawks. Fair to say you both say no, then?
I like the Rams at the moment.
Okay.
And that's the quarterback. I go all the way back to USC with Sam Darnold, and while he may have been the one kind of pulling that thing along at USC, I always thought there were moments where he would make a play that was like, what'd you do that for?
Right.
And not that I think he's limited those since he got with the Niners, but I don't think he's eliminated them altogether.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter, our buddy Sean Merriman. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
We're doing pretty good, especially if you answer this question in a positive way for us. Expectations for Quinnen Williams are very high. How soon do you think it could be until we see a real impact from him?
I think immediate, man. And this was something that I actually talked about, when the change was made earlier with Micah and everybody else, right? Because you don't know what that's going to look like this year and in the other first-round draft picks and these other opportunities. I mean, you get a couple of good players out the deal, then good things happen, right? So I think that people are looking at more the immediate impact and not looking at what this thing could be.
The guys in front of you played edge linebacker, you played that area that you needed guys that were in front of you too to hold up their blocks, to hold up those areas. How important are they to what a linebacker's group can do?
You know what? I played with Jamal Williams, and I don't really talk much about my career without mentioning him because
yes,
in that defense, they're everything. They need to collapse the pocket. They require attention, and they don't get a lot of credit. That's the thing. They don't get a lot of credit. So people see the guys that go get the big sacks. But, man, let me tell you, with a quarterback being able to step up whenever he wants to, those sacks don't come easy. So I don't talk much about my career without mentioning Jamal Williams. By the way, somebody who could potentially be in the Hall of Fame. I know he doesn't have the numbers, but you talk to any offensive lineman that played against Jamal Williams, they'll tell you so.
See, that's the thing when it comes to Hall of Fame. We need to really go and analyze the conversation because listen, Sean, Darren Woodson's one of our favorite people on the planet. We love this guy, and he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. We think he belongs in there, and anybody that played against him will tell you, no, I played against a Hall of Famer. That's the same thing right there. We need to talk more players about Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I think we know, right? And we also know that certain players are like, take a Myles Garrett, right? Yeah, he's going to the Hall of Fame, but you know what? If he played on a better team, he could go down as the top 2 or 3 best defensive players ever. Now, he won't be because of where he played at, but he could be if he was in a different position. So the Jamal Williams of the world and these guys, Darren Woodson, I mean, that's just a slap in the face for him Darren Woodson not to be there, man. He's one of my favorite players. You're talking about just somebody that puts fear in people and his intelligence and the way he played the game. Guys like Darren Woodson made me want to play football. They made me want to go out there and inflict pain because that's what he did. And I just think it's such a shame that he hasn't been in there yet.
We're still waiting. We'll get there.
That is the best description of Darren Woodson I think I've ever heard. He liked to go out there and inflict pain. I think I would agree with that. Now, one of our players who's coming back from injury, DeMarvion Overshown, he's obviously been great when he's on the field, but I wanted to know kind of from your perspective or your teammates' perspectives, physically and mentally, how long does it take for you to feel like you again on the field after an injury?
So it's funny. We're gladiators in our mind, right? Yes. We can get back on the field. We played through anything, any kind of pain. We put fingers and joints and shoulders back in place and go right back on the field. I mean, it's pretty insane. Mm-hmm. The one thing that we can't get over is the fear of us having an injury. And I'll tell you, man, like when I tore my Achilles, now could I run and cut and do things like that? But it was always in the back of my head for the first couple of months when I came back. If I can push off of that thing, if I can turn and change direction, could I sustain an offensive tackle, run block me and then putting all my weight back in it? Is it going to pop again? Is the other one going to pop? Because there's so much pressure on the other one now. So it takes a while mentally. That's one thing that we can't get over. We can deal with the pain, but when you have a significant injury and you get back on the field, that's the last thing that comes back.
You can't play this game timidly, right? Like that's just something you cannot do.
No, I mean, and in fact, you've seen guys quit in the middle of the season, in halftime, right before halftime was out. If you go out there and your mind isn't fully on that field, you can put yourself in great danger because that guy across from you is not thinking about anything you have injury-wise or whether you got family problems or girlfriend problem or a wife problem at home. They don't give a damn, right? They are out there to kind of beat you up for 4 quarters. And until you go out there and be able to lay it on the line, you'll put yourself in great danger.
Was there a moment where you just did something that was like the old you and then you were like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Ooh, I guess I'm back.
Yeah, it was, I was fully pushed off on it as hard as I could, right, a couple times. And then I had a double team with a tight end, kind of came back and base blocked me. And I had the tackle that came and double team, and I was able to put all the pressure on my Achilles. And I said, okay, I'm good now. I'll never forget that play because I was always afraid of that, right? You got one of those big offensive tackles firing off at you, and you got to step back and put all your pressure on. When I was able to take on a double team, and then put all the pressure back on. I was back on my Achilles. I officially was over that fear, but it takes a little bit of time.
My co-host here is convinced that the winner of the Broncos-Chiefs game is going to be the winner of that division.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Do the Chargers? Are they built to be able to take this division down?
Look, I'll say this: the first 3 or 4 games of the season, everybody was screaming Super Bowl. I mean, they looked like a Super Bowl team. Then they had, and I don't believe in curses too much. I really don't. But this was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Rashawn Slater going down beginning of the year, that was already, terrible. Then you got Joe Alt that moved to the left. He goes down for several weeks. He comes back and goes down for the season. Najee Harris go down for the season. Omarion, Khalil. I mean, it was insane. I've never seen anything like that before. And they had a bad 3 weeks. Now they came back out against the Steelers, and now they look like they're back in the mix. I don't see Denver taking the AFC West. Maybe KC has an opportunity, but I still think the Chargers are the best team. I just don't think Denver got enough on offense. They're just not showing me enough on offense to go out and win that division.
Plus the fact that some games they only play for 1 quarter, that feels concerning to me.
The Broncos.
Yeah, but you know what? That defense is so good, and I didn't know how good they were until I was at the Chargers Broncos game when they played the Chargers at home, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention to them. But that front four, actually the front seven, those guys fly around and get after you on the edges. I mean, I just wasn't paying attention enough, but they got a great defense.
Now, we love talking with you about football stuff, obviously, but also Lights Out continues to just rock and roll. You've got Lights Out 29 coming on December 6th. Now, I want to talk about that event, but also, it can be a crowded combat sports space. For people who haven't heard you talk about this with us before, what is it that you think kind of can set y'all apart in that space?
Well, for one, we sent 5 fighters to the UFC in the past month and a half.
Wow.
We sent 3 to Dana White Contender Series, and 2 actually fought in the UFC in the last, I think, 50-something days or so. So that's one. We become, the next up, the guys. Everybody wants to come to us. They want a shot at the UFC. They know they come to fight with us. They look good. They become champion at Lights Out Extreme Fight, and they get an opportunity. The other part of that is we have, technology coming with chips in the gloves that can measure speed, power punch, G-force. This is like next level stuff here with live data that's popping up on the screen where you can see a power of a punch that's coming when a guy lands a punch and with the speed and velocity of that punch, which is traveled. And this data is going to be instantly up on the screen. Also, we're on Lights Out Sports TV, my network. You guys can download that on any smart TV, iOS and Android. And then also we're on UFC Fight Pass and Fubo and Amazon Freebie, BN Sports coming up soon. And we got a really big announcement, man, in the next couple of weeks. Probably our biggest broadcasting deal yet. So we're waiting on that. But no one's has grown as fast as we have in the last couple of years in the history of this sport. And I'm glad to just be able to send these guys to the UFC and keep continuing to add this tech and give more fans an interest to watch us.
And is it the title fight at 170 pounds that I need to be most focused on for December 6th, or is there another fight that you're like,
let me tell you, our main event, Jake Babian, he's crazy. I love him to death, but he is crazy. And he's going to come out. He's had his last fight he had with us. It was the first time he got out the first round. The 3 fights before that wasn't longer than 40 seconds.
Wow.
This guy is he's a beast. He comes out and charge, and I talk to him and I say, Jake, this guy's good, man. I don't know if you want to come out and charge him like you normally do. Yeah, sure, man, I won't. And the next thing you know, he's taking off full sprint and then charging the guy. He is insane. So, we got a pretty stacked card. Lights Out Extreme Fight in 27 we had 2 Saturdays ago, was our biggest show yet. We got 2 guys already in the process right now of signing with the UFC after our next fight with them. So it's been great, man. We know we have the next up-and-coming guys in the sport. We have a cool reality show coming about former athletes from other sports transitioning into Lights Out Extreme Fight and making that transition to fight. So, we got a lot of great things, man. So check us out, December 6th, Lights Out Extreme Fight in 29.
Man, awesome stuff. Appreciate your time. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again soon.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block.
Kevin, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. How many other teams do you think just hang around the rim? Next on The Fan.
That's a Lola B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got C-Block in just 1 second, but a couple of updates for you. Corey from the 229, hockey professor here, giving an exam right now, and I'm giving my students the extra credit you two suggested. They're going to flood you with thank yous and listen to the show. And I told him that they had already flooded us with some messages to lead up to this. I think that's super cool. And think about it. Tomorrow, we are going to be at Taco Bueno in Bedford. And that's where this all started. It was at Taco Bueno in Waxahachie last week where we met the professor, talked about it, encouraged the extra credit, and then all throughout the week, that's been an ongoing thing. So I love it. We'll be doing that tomorrow, Taco Bueno in Bedford, 1528 Brown Trail. And then I know for you, Sean and RJ, Firehouse Tour in Plano, 51115. No, 5115. There we go. West Park Boulevard. Got it.
I can tell you this. It's right around the corner from Whole Foods. Actually, as a matter of fact, you know what? This is insane because I'm going there tonight. It's right next to where Lucy does her therapy.
Oh, nice.
And right next to where Lucy does her therapy is Wild Fork. Tonight, I am going to go in, dip in there, get it. I made the brisket last week, and it was awesome. I still haven't made the A5. People are asking if I'm scared. Maybe. I don't want to mess up a steak like that, all right? I'm just saying. It's a very nice one. But it is right, like seriously, right around, it's on the same road as Wild Fork. So tomorrow, here's what you do. You go over there, you say hi to everybody, and then you dip and go to Wild Fork and get yourself some stuff for the weekend. This brisket turned out amazing. My family, like usually they're just like, hey, it's good. You know, I cook good food, but they're not huge into barbecue like I am.
Okay.
They loved this stuff from Wild Fork. So get ready, man. I'm telling you. And that chimichurri steak, that chimichurri skirt steak that he was talking about, he wasn't lying. So tender, so flavorful. So I think it's a full day tomorrow.
Okay.
Go to Plano. I'll see you. You dip over to Wild Fork, and then on your way home, you head out to Bedford and go to Taco Bueno with me.
See, I love it.
You'll love it.
Yeah, I do. I love it. Except, I guess I do need to make one.
Oh no!
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. What's going on?
All right, go ahead. C-block me.
Okay. All right, Kevin. It's time to C-block you. Would you like the first sports question, or would you also like? I'm going to go ahead and go with this then, because I do have concerns about the class getting the double extra credit. Here's why, Alec. If they're getting the double extra credit, should we then work with this teacher for the future and say, hey, man, let's make sure these kids are always listening?
I mean, sure.
They can get extra credit with certain things throughout the year. You just let us know when. We'll throw it down for them. We'll throw the gauntlet down, and we'll see how this thing rolls. I think that's a possibility, Alec.
I've always wanted to feel like an educator, but I know I don't have the mental capacity to actually be one.
Is that why you got those glasses?
Yeah, kinda. You know, I like feeling smart, and sometimes perception is reality, so if I look smart, people think I'm smart.
I like that idea right there. Guys, I can't remember exactly what it was yesterday that brought me to this question, but Jerry and Steven have used the term hang around the rim frequently. And one of the biggest complaints from Cowboys fans is that they believe, which you could be right about this, that the Cowboys care about money. And by
yes, I do believe that.
And by being a team that hangs around the rim, it means you constantly have the injection in your vein, and you never know exactly when to take it out. Because if they say, guys, we're 3 games into the season, it's done, we're going to start trading pieces away, you can quit listening and watching and doing all the things with this team this year. Jerry, they understand that. So it does seem a lot of times they're like, when they say out loud, we just want to hang around the rim. Now, that doesn't mean hang around the rim and let's maybe be good. They want to be good and give themselves a chance to be in the playoffs to hang around the rim. But unfortunately, as a fan base, we feel like that's good enough to get you in the playoffs, but no further. And the Cowboys are like, but
that's good enough.
Bill Parcells said, just get in the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's what they put everything on is once you get, and I agree, once you get in the tournament, if you're good enough, you can go further.
And like that part doesn't bother me.
You can get lucky in one game.
And that's the
I don't think you can get luck your way into a Super Bowl.
They use luck as saying like, oh, it's luck if you win in the playoffs. That's the part that I can't stand.
So that's the part that kind of, okay, are there other GMs and owners that you believe are okay with just hanging around the rim? And I think with, the way Broadus puts this a lot is as GMs that aren't Jerry Jones, you can't be okay with hanging around the rim because you don't have the job security.
Right.
You are most people in the NFL are nomads. Like they're just going from job to job, hoping that they can last a little bit longer. Some of them are really good. Some of them are very good GMs, coaches, whatever. Some of them are bad. Not all, but you can be good and bad and still lose your job in the NFL. That's a fact. We've seen it. But I was kind of curious. Like the Jets, I don't think that they would love to be around the rim. They just aren't.
I see, and that's the thing. I think the Jets are trying their best. They're just bad at it.
I'm looking at teams in the AFC right now, and I wanted to figure out. I think the Patriots are a team that's like we demand more. And the reason being is they went and got Mike Vrabel, and right now they are looking like they demanded more. They have a standard that they used to have, and it is no longer there.
Do you kind of hate how quickly it looks like they're good again? Because you're like, I have nothing against like the Patriots particularly, but like you already got to be really, really good for a really long time. Like you should have had to suffer.
They have a
longer.
GM with a purpose.
Yeah.
They have a coach with a purpose as well.
Yeah.
And a coach that takes pride in being where he is because he once played there when the standard was very high. Like that's why I believe that they're back in that conversation of they're not just willing to. I don't think the Bills are either. I also don't know if the Bills are smart enough to get past that next hump.
Is there any tiny part of you that wonders if like a little bit of bad luck was on their side with that 13-second or 12-second game, whatever it was?
Yeah, but they've had chances since then.
No, you're right. And I always wonder if that one thing like changes your trajectory. Like, for example, going back to the Bills again, if Scott Norwood would have made his field goal and they would have won, would they have like gone on a big run? I'm sure that's something that Bills fans debate. Yeah. But like irrelevant to right now.
Probably so.
And you might be right. You can't argue they can get over the hump because guess what? They haven't gotten over the hump.
Yeah. The Steelers, I honestly think at the moment are just okay with it. I think that they believe if we can just get into the playoffs, we'll have a shot.
Okay.
And Mike Tomlin is a really good coach, and we don't do certain things we don't put ourselves in bad positions. I don't think that they kind of. It almost seems sometimes that the Cowboys go out of their way to say we're going to sabotage it a little bit so that we have to go back down to earth. But it just seems like the Steelers are like, we're not going to really get a good quarterback.
And that's okay. So to kind of go back,
a little self-sabotage.
This kind of goes back to the Jets example. So do the Steelers care a lot? Just everybody involved is terrible at scouting quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Or
maybe
because and that's
kind of like Alec was saying about everybody up in Cleveland. They're bad at scouting quarterbacks.
Yeah, and like, okay, so what's worse then to you? And maybe this is a question for another day. Is it you're just bad at it, or it's that you're disingenuous about the amount of effort that you're giving? Because I've made it very clear. There are multiple times I think the Cowboys have been disingenuous about the amount of effort that they've put in.
Hey, look, you went and got George Pickens.
Yeah.
And then you went and added Javonte Williams. You made some adjustments on your offensive line. You look like your offense is good. You neglected your defense.
Yes.
You added people to the defense.
Yeah.
Because you needed people to play on the defense. So that's my example right there is, yes, sometimes they're like, look, we did our job. We did half the job. Somebody from the 405, so you mean the Chiefs and Eagles aren't just lucky?
No.
Good point.
The Chargers.
You think they're okay with it? Because they're like, we don't have many fans.
So
we have that one that texts in a lot.
And I know we just had Merriman on there, and he's right. The losses on the offensive line are crushing. Sometimes, though, I feel like they're like, no, we got Justin Herbert. And then, oh, yeah, I remember we have Harbaugh. Like, we fixed it. And you're like, oh, okay, did you?
There's still some things that you need to accomplish here. And they're like, yeah, we're good.
And I don't know for a fact, like, I get it. Slater and Alt, those are humongous losses. But there have been other times where I feel like you go back to the LT era where I was like, I don't know if you made the proper adjustments to like really, really get to the promised land.
No, I see what you're saying there.
They get really close a lot. They're way closer to the rim than the Cowboys.
I do think the Broncos and Chiefs, I think the Broncos consistently try. And, I mean, they've gone out and gotten Peyton Manning. Like, they've done things over their time that prove that they do. In the NFC, it's the Eagles. They prove that they're going to go after it every year.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman does. He's like, I cannot settle. This fan base will kick me out as soon as they get a chance. Detroit has made a statement. I think the Bears are changing their approach, but it's going to take time for them.
Can I ask you about Washington, then?
I think they follow. Here's the thing that I fear the most, Kevin. That other owners in the league follow Jerry's model and go, guys, it doesn't matter what product we put out there.
Yeah.
They're going to show up. They need the product.
And so that's one of the reasons.
That's my biggest fear.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to nominate Washington because I think they were, clearly.
Felt like Josh Harris got them rolling.
Yeah, but then they were like, well, this isn't okay anymore. And they like essentially forced a sale. I realize there were other non-football related things that led to that, but I appreciate the level of Washington being like, this is unacceptable. You're out. See ya.
So I'm done with that for right now, Kevin, because I did get this morning. This is from Dawn newspaper in Pakistan. All right. Is a story about auto sales revving up in October. And I'm going to read the lead real quick.
I'm assuming you skipped the exact pronunciation for...
maybe, is it Dawn?
Oh, I thought you were saying it was Dom something.
Dawn. No, Dawn,
okay.
The trusted news source in Pakistan.
Oh, neat.
In Karachi, Pakistan's automotive market showed strong growth in October, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now let's skip to the very end, Kevin.
Okay.
If you want, I can also create an even snappier front page style version with punchy one-line stats and a bold infographic-ready layout. Perfect for maximum reader impact. Do you want me to do that next? That is ChatGPT. That they did not edit out. Now, Kevin,
it's in the paper?
I know one time I left a headline in that said outdoor column about outdoor things.
This is worse.
This is much worse. Letting something else write the story for you and then not even editing out the last part of its conversation with you. And this is a tragedy in my mind.
Oh, dear.
Because I am afraid, like, we are former newspapermen, all right?
True.
I am afraid for the newspaper world because I can see the minds of the executives going, we can save so much money by letting ChatGPT write these stories for us.
Yeah.
And it just breaks my heart to know that like good journalism might go by the wayside completely for that. And good journalism is only going to be able to be found in smaller areas of the world where they don't even have the funds to get the good stories.
Okay, so I hope.
And maybe it's good. Maybe it's good journalists' fault too. At the same time, but we're in a really bad place with it.
So, like, if we're really being honest, how much of a disaster has The Athletic been?
Because it tried to do too broad of a stroke.
Well, I see, and I think that is a worthy discussion to have. We might have that discussion another day. But The Athletic's focus was going to be good, quality, in-depth journalism.
Which takes good editors. It takes good journalists. It doesn't take just, hey, we found somebody, right? Editors are so important to the news industry.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people just were like, we don't need an editor to make that much money. Yeah, you have a bad editor, you're going to have a bad managing editor, a bad editor-in-chief, you're going to have a bad product.
And everybody loved that until they saw the price tag.
That is true.
And then they were like, yeah, I'll try to read this other article.
Because somehow they can't monetize it based just on ads anymore.
Well, and that's true. But one of the
quarter for the newspaper.
One of the other that newspaper's $5 now.
No.
One of the other issues is there's so many like accumulators of stuff that essentially take your article and they're like, hey, if you read The Athletic, and then here's the entire article.
Yeah, that's true.
So they like technically kind of gave credit to The Athletic, but used their own payment subscription to work around the paywall for everybody else.
Yeah, no, it's a weird place, man, and it's sad.
I can't believe that was ever on in the. That was actually.
It's not going to be the last. I can guarantee you, it's not going to be the last time.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, thus far, which Cowboys player has been better than you anticipated? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. Now, the Cowboys are getting ready to start essentially what we'll just say is the second half of their season. So thus far, which Cowboys player has been better than you anticipated? 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Corey, is there a singular player that has been better than you anticipated? That highlight might kind of tip my hand.
I expected good from Javonte Williams. I did not expect this version of Javonte Williams.
Right.
I expected George Pickens to be extremely talented. Like, I think there was never a question of that, right? Whether or not he's
for sure.
a skilled wide receiver.
Agreed.
He has all of these things. It was just whether or not he could keep his head on straight.
Yep.
And that was the only thing. I'll probably go with Solomon Thomas.
Really?
I didn't expect anything out of him. I knew that you had done was it a podcast? Was it a segment with him?
No, it was. We did a whole national hour. Him, and Dak Prescott talking about mental health.
And
several years ago,
I knew that was cool and all, but he did not live up to his draft status
for sure.
And so I was like, all right, so we signed a guy that just has never quite lived up.
And you signed him for very little,
right? And from everything I hear in that locker room, he's made a big impact on them.
Yeah.
And in more ways than just one. And I've seen plays where I've been like, man, that was pretty good. There's still been plenty of plays where that thing's getting blown up. But I've been pretty impressed with. He's been better than I didn't expect anything.
Ooh, I like that vote.
I expected something out of Javonte. I expected something out of Pickens. They are playing better than I expected, but it's the distance between what I expected and where they are with Solomon Thomas.
For me, it is Javonte Williams. I don't think people appreciate, well, maybe they do, but they might not totally understand what a staggering season he is having thus far. He is on pace for 1,352 yards and 15 rushing touchdowns, and it's not a volume thing because he's averaging 5.2 yards per carry. There is no way I would have thought that you would have got this, which I think is reasonable for somebody who, they had like 900 yards their rookie year and never got back to that point. I didn't think it was very likely that he would hit 1,000 yards. Now we're at the point for Javonte Williams. I think if he finishes with 1,000 yards, I'm going to be really disappointed in what he does.
Hold on. What you're saying is now that he has shown he's good, your expectations have changed because you believe that when presented with new information, you can change your mind.
People that refuse to change their mind when new information and new facts are presented they're dope.
So if you had let's say you had a stance on something before, and then I handed you a whole new stack of files.
Yes.
You can call them whatever you want with these files. You could call them the Williams files or the Pickens files. Whatever name you want to call them, Kevin.
Right.
Now that you've seen these files, you can change your mind about what you thought before.
Because you're presented with new information. That goes for sports and everything else in
movies.
Life. Yeah. Oh, movies is interesting because that feels a bit more subjective. Sometimes there's a movie that is very popular on Netflix right now. The first 30 minutes are awesome. And then it just really falls apart and is repetitive. And then the ending is idiotic. And then I was reading people giving a bad review. They don't get it. And I'm like, no, I got it. I just didn't like it.
Hey, Kevin, for the person from the 682 that says y'all were laughing at this running back room before the season started, so for y'all to say you expected something from Javonte is kind of funny. Can you please tell them what I said all season before this?
That he did expect Javonte Williams to do something because he's like, if you've watched where he cut before injuries and everything like that, that's why I'm speaking for me.
Yeah, no, for me, I expected a lot.
I did not.
And I remember having the discussion. Every time I said it, I would get not mad, but I was like, Kevin, what do I have to do to prove it to you? And I was like, I guess I just have to wait for him to prove it.
Yes.
And that was the only way, and it sounds like it has.
And what a tremendous job he has done at proving that.
Now, the one thing I will say, because I watched a lot of him at Denver, and now I will also say I laughed at Miles Sanders.
Right.
I did laugh about that, and I didn't have any thoughts on Jaden Blue because I didn't know anything. But with Javonte, I watched a lot because I had him in fantasy, and I watched a lot of Denver. And so I was thinking, okay, well, the one thing I kept saying over and over is, if he can make a cut. Well, guess what? He decided, screw cutting. I'm going to run over people. And that's been the difference. That's the thing I was wrong about. I didn't know he was just going to say, I'm just going to show people that I got power. And no, he does not have a fumble issue. He didn't have a fumble issue in his past. I don't think he has a fumble issue now. That's I do have concerns, but I think like you go look, and I think his max was like 4 in a season. So I do have, but I'm not that concerned about it. But I definitely said before the season, I think he's going to give you something.
Alec,
I didn't know if we could block it, though, and we are. We are definitely doing that.
Alec, before we get into some of the feedback, because there's a few different names on there, but one name hasn't been brought up yet, is coming up a lot. Who is your Cowboys player that has been better than you anticipated? And I know there's probably multiple, but let's focus in on one for you.
Yeah, I kind of like Corey's pick of Solomon Thomas, but one that I think, especially after talking with Corey Proctor yesterday and just learning more about the person, Tyler Booker. I think he's been fantastic. You've seen some things fall apart across the offensive line at times in games this year, but you never catch yourself calling his name. I know that he got injured earlier on in the season, but I do think that as a rookie, especially a first-round pick here in Dallas, the expectations are always way overblown. So I told myself after the Guyton experiment and after Jerry told me around this time last year that he was out in front of his skis on Guyton and the expectations there, I said, I'm going to have none for Booker. I'm going to have the expectation that this is a learning curve, that he is playing his first pro season, and that it's not going to be perfect. But I think he has been steady. He's improved week by week. I think he's been really good in the run game specifically. I think he's been fantastic this year, and he's been better than I would have expected.
Now, somebody just texted in, the correct answer is Ezraku. And again, that goes back to what your expectations are. Corey's answer wasn't Javonte Williams because he did expect something. My answer is not Donovan Ezraku because I expected Donovan Ezraku to be awesome and was actually a little disappointed that it took longer than I anticipated just because he just was all over the place in camp, and my expectations for a rookie were probably too high, but I can totally understand why he's the answer for some folks.
Do you see him replacing ever Micah's production?
I don't know about that, just because that felt like a franchise defensive player, so I'm probably not going to say that right now. I would love for that to be the case, but I probably won't say that right now. Now, the answer that has come up the most that we haven't mentioned yet is George Pickens. And I was looking at an article, I believe it was on ESPN. Their non-quarterback MVP from the Cowboys was George Pickens. And they said, look, it's either Pickens or Javonte Williams. And they gave Pickens the nod because of what he did in the 3 games that CeeDee Lamb was out. He
produced.
Yes, in those 3 games, 19 catches for 359 yards and 4 touchdowns, and 2 of those were 100-yard games. They went 1-1-1 and averaged 34 points, despite missing CeeDee Lamb. So if George Pickens is your answer, I think that is a very good answer as well.
I want to throw this answer in there from the 817. Shoddy's play calling. I think there have been more than 0 times, and actually probably more than 2 times, where we've walked in here and gone, dang, like, he was really in his bag last night.
Right.
The Green Bay game, I'll say, is one of them for sure. And he knows, too, when he's feeling it. He even said there was one day where he told the guys in their ears, I'm crap right now. And then he made a play, and he was like, I'm back, baby. And he told them, it was a touchdown. And so, like, he's had those moments. But he's also told us, very honestly, I was bad last night. And he knows that he has to be better. I'm hoping that if this defense gets fixed, he can focus on his offensive game plan a little bit more and get back into that groove that they were in. That's something that they definitely need.
This one's interesting from the 682 Schoonmaker. I guess I don't see that at all. Like,
He's been worse than I expected.
Yeah, at all.
Ferguson definitely has been better than I expected.
From the 682, they mentioned Ferguson. From the 817, Flanoy. The issue with Flanoy for me is...
not enough?
Yeah, because he had the one game that I was like, holy crap. And I'm not saying I thought they were all going to be like that, but then it just feels like he disappeared off the team for a minute. And so I'm not going to say that, but...
I wish everybody had a consistent way to say his name. Because doesn't it seem like the Cowboys people will say Flournoy or Flournoy sometimes, and you're like,
yes.
Right? And then on TV, they're like, Flournoy, and you're like,
I thought we'd agreed on
Flournoy,
but, you know.
Now I like him.
From the 972, from the 817, and then from another 817, it's got to be Dak. Now, up until 2 weeks ago, I think I really, really would have championed that opinion. I just don't see it anymore.
I don't think, when it comes to Dak, I've always had this, I don't think he's that dude.
Right.
I told you I saw a different dude in that Philly game to open the season.
Absolutely.
And you're right. For about 3 games, that dude existed.
And he was awesome.
And then it has felt to me like a little bit of that confidence and swagger left. I'd love for him to find that back because this team desperately needs him to be that guy.
Yeah. I hope we do this exercise all over at the end of the year. And the answer is Dak, because that means the season probably ended really well.
2 things there. One, when it comes to Dak, like I think that the Cowboys have gotten in his way plenty of times, that he is better than people give him credit for. I've said that. I don't think he's that top 5 guy, but I think he's right in there in that other area. And then somebody said from the 682 sarcasm on Schoonmaker.
Okay, good.
They sports hate the Cowboys. So that was what they were just being. They were just taking part in the show, Kevin.
I understand.
So.
I really do. Now, Leah Fow has come up a couple of different times. That's another person that I was really had high hopes for. But then somebody said Reddy Stewart, and I feel like we've referenced that a couple of times. And if we're going to do that, then wouldn't you throw out as well Shamar James?
And Siobhan Ravel.
He is not.
Overshown.
Thank you.
They have not played yet this season.
Still better than I expected.
And at this point, it feels like they can only be worse than expected. Because if they don't come in like Derek Thomas and Deion Sanders, I feel like you're going to be like, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do we do? But I think Shamar James should probably be up in the mix. For a 5th-round pick, the flash plays that he's made. Now, there have been other plays. I get it. But the flash plays he's made some impactful plays already this year.
Dude, if Dak finishes second in MVP voting again this year, nobody would have expected that.
If that happens, you're in the playoffs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
get for the way the show started yesterday?
Oh, yeah. It was, I would say generally well received. It was easy. When you go ahead and hit the pinata, that is Nico Harrison, You're going to get some cheers. So, for the most part, I think it went well. You have some people that are just like, hey, quit crying about it. I don't know who those people are really. Like, are you just not a Mavs fan and it just doesn't resonate with you, this entire disaster over the last 10 months or whatever? Or are you a family member of Nico? What's the deal here? But there were, I would say, maybe there was a small percentage of those. But for the most part, I think it was well received.
Well, we did get our first text here. Is Eric going to have another epic speech? That was awesome yesterday. Is that a new character that can be added to the show? You know how you had Coach Ballsack for so long, and he could do the speeches at the right time.
Yeah, right.
But you didn't want to overuse it, but it is a character that can go find how to spell something, and then for each letter come up with something. I think it's a good bit.
Absolutely. Well, I think there's a place for it. Like you said, like you got to strike while the iron's hot, and so in those moments when breaking down a name and spelling, it feels like a huge opportunity, we're going to have to take advantage of it.
And it teaches the kids how to spell, and that's important, Kevin.
Yeah, that is important.
I loved rehearsing it with my 5-year-old yesterday.
There you go.
She was like, yeah, intermittent fasting. Absolutely.
I never realized until now that we're going back through learning the letters and how to read, how tough the little D and the little B is. Like, I could see how kids get confused.
Yeah, P and Q also.
Yeah. We're not really helping them out, are we?
If we ever had an opportunity to get an exclusive DeGrom Clubhouse interview, we were going to ask him about the challenges of spelling his name as a child, growing up in elementary school.
The teachers are like, you got to capitalize the first letter. And
no, it's a little D. It's not a big D at the start. Like, just trust me here. I talked to my mom and dad about this, teacher. But then we are going to get a capital letter in there somewhere where you don't think it belongs. We are going to go big here, but we're going to have to slow play it for a second, right? Like, how much did that throw him off?
Can I give you just a thought?
Absolutely.
Based on his reaction to y'all's interviews this year, I might not go in that direction.
Well, listen, here's the deal. Will we shoot our shot the same way Corey has for the last handful of years?
Oh, my gosh. Probably not. It wouldn't work. It doesn't work.
Are you punting on even...
I've tried to be nice.
Yeah.
I've tried to be aggressive. I've tried to notice what he's doing and talk about that.
Find common ground.
Yeah, there's no place for me. So
you know what I respected about this last time? He didn't even give me a fake excuse. He is just like, no, I can't. And then he went right back to playing his game.
Yeah.
And I was like,
he was playing Call of Duty one time, and I walked up and I was like, hey, man, you think we can chat with you in a minute? And he goes, I'm playing Call of Duty right now. And I was like, all right.
Clearly I'm tied up.
Yeah. I get it. And then what was really funny, though, was a teammate then came in and was like, I was watching you on your stream. And I was like, well, that's kind of funny.
See, that's legit. I wish he would sit at his locker with like a headset on and we could hear him just like lambasting kids from around the world.
Yes.
Like that would make it a little bit more entertaining.
You just got roasted.
And then your interview would start as like, what do you think about that dip-ass 12-year-old? And he's like, screw that kid.
That kid was dog water.
That's how we could find common ground with this guy.
Yeah. All right. I kind of like that. Now, the Mavericks lose last night. Bigger picture, though, Corey brought it up, is that Chris Mannix said that Mark Cuban is back at the table, at least perhaps having some say in some of the decisions. How do we feel about that?
I think it's a great way to transition out. I don't think you can ever really go back to what it was with Mark Cuban being in charge, and I don't know if we'd want that, although it wouldn't be the worst as long as he had the Adelson's checkbook. But, I think things need to be run through filters with Patrick Dumont until we're satisfied that he has figured out, what it is to be governor of the Dallas Mavericks, and that might still be years away. So I'm comforted by the idea of a Mark Cuban being in the mix in some way. Run ideas through him and Jason Kidd as basically your basketball operations department.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about y'all?
Yeah, I'm cool with it because I think you need somebody who has some level of experience, right? Like
even if they weren't very good at it?
Even if they weren't very good at it, I still would trust him over Dumont just taking this whole thing by the shirt collar and saying, no, I got this. right? So, yeah, I'm fine with it, and it seems like he has a pretty good understanding of how tearing something down to build it back up can benefit you, and hopefully that's the direction they go. And it sounds like he's a guy who's really in favor of bringing in Dennis Lindsey,
yes,
who
was here before.
Yes.
And some people, it's interesting what's happened now that Nico's gone. Some people have retroactively changed the credit for the good trades and be like, no, those were Dennis Lindsey trades. Those are the bad ones that were all Nico. And I'm like, oh, well, okay.
Kind of like Chris Young. Chris Young got all the credit for the World Series, even though John Daniels did play some things. Yeah.
You know what I thought was interesting is Nico was pretending that people really were dogging him for like the Kyrie Irving trade or the P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford trade.
We
I'm like,
love that trade.
Yeah, where are you coming up with this?
Yeah.
I think that was just the distorted reality he lived in.
Broadus?
Yeah, I'm always worried about the guy who, what's his motive? I mean, do you want a different approach? And even though that Mark knows what's going on within the organization, knows all the ins and outs, maybe you need a different voice.
Agreed.
Maybe you need a different idea. And listen, Patrick Dumont, I mean, listen, if he's worth himself as a businessman, he should have the ability to reach out, find the best candidates, talk to the best people. It's a job that, we were talking yesterday with our guy from ESPN, the front office guy,
Bobby Marks.
Yeah, Bobby Marks, yeah. And Bobby Marks is like, yeah, this is a good job. So you would get people that would be interested in this job, and people that are really good at it could take this job. Like I say, for all the things that Mark has done, I think it's time for a new era. Move on. Try and go a little bit different direction. I guess you have with the ownership, but as far as getting the front office guys together, let's see if this guy could actually do it.
Yeah.
Let's see if this ownership can actually pull together a search that brings the absolute best candidate here.
Do you think Judge or Cal Raleigh gets AL MVP tonight?
I think it's going to be Judge again.
I think I do too.
I'm going to go with Cal Raleigh for the difference factor.
I hope that's who wins, for sure.
Yeah, so they like a novelty in there. I don't think Raleigh's going to probably do what he did last year again.
Yeah.
And I know his metrics weren't as good as they were in 2024, but he was also one of the best defensive players in the game for a lot of his career. So, career achievement, Cal Raleigh.
I like it. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. I was just informed Jake Ferguson's going to take the afternoon and evening off, so we'll catch back up with Jake later on in the week. We have the very latest on the Mavs plans to start trading guys right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes, Hagee.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come and see us tomorrow, Taco Bueno in Bedford. Or you can still listen right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Spell the letter S, Kevin.
It's ESS.
105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service, Heddies. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Yeah, Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over here, Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, back to their normally scheduled daily time windows, as we did get the update there during Crosstalk, if you missed us, that Jake Ferguson's going to take one more week. He'll rejoin us next Thursday at his normal time, 5:35. Broaddus is going to preview the Raiders' defense.
The deforts today. Yeah, I'll do that one for you, Dawson.
Looking forward to Krusty's Corner 340. Learned a lot about the Raiders' offense last night. It was a terrific report. There's
Thank
Chief.
you, man. Appreciate that.
Wolchuk remains out on dad duty. He's got that paternity leave situation going on as baby number 2, dominating social media. I'm loving the Zach Wolchuk and Wolchuk family updates there. Pretty cool when you get, it's got like a 1.5-year-old playing with the little baby. The pictures are just precious.
Yeah, it's quite the experience. And now, and I think he's already starting to feel this, all of a sudden, your toddler baby becomes more daddy attached.
Oh, really?
Now mom is on full-fledged baby mode, and so you are now kind of the sole caretaker to some extent of the toddler, and then that relationship just begins to blossom in a way that it never could before.
So he's feeding her more brisket and stuff like that then, right?
Yeah, they went and had some milkshakes and cheeseburgers yesterday.
Sliders.
Yeah, I think they got a French dip to honor the National
French
Day.
Dip, yeah.
Oh, 214 says wrong address, General. What did I said 75 and Fitzhugh. We are, of course, at 75 and 635
I didn't even know you said
here.
it. I've been sitting here for so long.
The Lakeside Studios, and it's been a tremendous transition here as we near our second week of broadcasting here, drawing to a conclusion. A lot of the kinks getting ironed out, but you can still see the engineers, the producers, all dealing with a fair amount of stress. So we appreciate them battling through that and making things so smooth on this end of the glass.
It is so funny to watch them running around frantic. Oh, crap, there's another fire, but we haven't put out this fire, but now we have a new fire to worry about.
I'm enjoying the fact, Lucius, if you noticed across from you here, I got the Bass channel up.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, so Lucius and I are watching, we're doing radio with you guys. We're watching some bass fishing going on.
That's
here.
beautiful because I got Storage Wars for some reason on this television.
Ooh, Storage Wars.
But yeah, Storage Wars is always an interesting thing. Do you think those people were acting and they kind of getting mad at each other?
I think they were acting and probably scamming. You
think so?
I don't think that's the first time that door's been opened in the last couple of weeks, if you know what I'm saying.
You think,
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, greed's undefeated. You know how I feel about that, Brian.
Oh, yeah.
So we're driving this thing up, but somebody knows where the goods really are. And that gentleman's just going to end up having his highest bid on that particular garage for the afternoon and evening.
I know what you're saying, but I wanted to believe.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to believe you didn't know that there was a Lou Gehrig baseball card in there.
I think the door got right.
I really did.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Gold bars. A Medal of Honor. Who would have thunk it?
Oh, look. It's a dustpan. Oh, wait. Oh, my gosh. It's, yeah, you're right.
A good friend of mine, actually my first job in radio, this is like the late 90s where Survivor is really taken off and then all the different spin-offs, and it was the golden era for reality TV. But one of his buddies was one of the producers on a lot of these shows, and he was just like, it's totally scripted, and I was like, well, it's still decent drama. It's not that much different than regular TV, though, just with different camera angles and worse acting. I think it's been my opinion for about 2 decades running now. Mavs take another step toward a terrific lottery pick with a 123-114 loss to the Suns last night. Cooper Flagg 16-6 and 6. It was Brandon Williams starting at point guard with 17 and 9. Their defense just was not up to the task there last night. We'll see, if anything changes when they get healthy. But the much bigger question is, what do they have cooking? Chris Mannix among the reporters today. It seems like everybody's talking with different reporters. Mannix, a longtime NBA insider, says Mark Cuban back at the table. And the front office and the governor are already considering radical roster changes. Separate reports going back to last night and then continuing today say the team is going to work with the camps of Klay Thompson and P.J. Washington to maybe facilitate a trade for them. But when you talk about radical roster changes, that to me seems like more. You know, that seems like anybody that is not on a young player's timeline, we're going to see what we can get and, start building for the future. And I love hearing that. You know, that's right. I think there's a decent chance or maybe a slight chance that you could get healthy and have an entertaining season, but ultimately it would just, be kind of like feeling like spinning our wheels here, Brian.
Don't you want to hire a new general manager first? Let somebody come in and evaluate your whole operation before you do these radical change. Not that I'm saying I'm against it, but what are we doing here? It's like we're hiring the coach before we're hiring the GM. I hate when we do that.
Yeah.
I don't, unless you're telling me that, like, okay, like we were asking yesterday or talking about that. Does Jason Kidd become director of basketball operations and head coach?
I think they got a pretty good brain trust going here. I think the guys involved are capable of pivoting.
So we're not going to get a new general manager then if this is what we're going to do. We're going to it's going to come down to Finley or Riccardi or whatever the gentleman's name is. My apologies.
I like the idea of Jason Kidd as the overseer of the personnel operation with Riccardi and Michael Finley working for him. I guess Riccardi's the phone guy. We figured that out from the Nico story. But at 877-881-1053, what do you think about radical changes here for the Mavericks roster? I think that's the first step in a great direction, and I don't know that they need a new GM. I would be nervous about bringing somebody else in that would have his own ideas and would have influence over Patrick Dumont. Like, that's how we got into this trouble, was Dumont isn't smart enough to make his own decisions.
But what if the guy agree? Okay, Dumont is like, he's interviewing the guy. He's interviewing the new GM guy, the candidates.
Yeah.
And he's asking, okay, what's your philosophy? You've looked at my basketball team.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think. Now, if Cuban wants to sit in there with it or whoever else he wants to get, to be that guy, then okay. But have this guy come in or gal come in and look at your team and give you the honest assessment of what you would do.
Well, I think Patrick Dumont is a smart guy in his own discipline. I mean, I think he went to Columbia and he's got an engineering degree. Like, this dude is smart.
I know a lot of Ivy League idiots.
Okay, so I don't want to assume too much, but I think right now it would feel like an art professor grading your math paper.
Sure.
Like, he is interviewing GM candidates, but you have to have a good understanding yourself in order to review what he's telling you.
Okay, well, this is where now, if you're going to keep Finley around and other people around in the organization, let it be part. I know Jason doesn't have time to sit around and interview candidates, but he does need to sit down and see if their philosophies do match.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to sit there and all of a sudden we're interviewing Matt Eberflus again, and our players are this way. And we're really not helping the team. Mm-hmm. You can't get rid of all those guys.
No, you can't, and there's value there. I would love it if they just used a committee approach here, and we got 4, 5, 6 guys, and we're all going to workshop this thing together. It's to me much better than an owner going it alone, especially at this point in his tenure, or bringing in another outsider with his own set of ideas. I think you got a lot of good people here that understand the way through this path, and it's not just all personnel; it's how you frame things. It's your arena experience. Like, you got a lot of repair with your relationship with the city to do.
Yeah, but
I think Cubes and Finley can do that for you.
Do you worry about some of these guys still might be here that were like get rid of Luka guys?
Yes, absolutely.
See, that's what I worry about. I don't know if I want get rid of Luka guys running my basketball team. That seems like to me a very poor judge of players. Don't think about the out of shape stuff and all that. Think about the guy that's averaging 38 points a night and 10 rebounds and 8 assists. Do I want anybody, if I'm Patrick Dumont, and he was part of this too, by the way, because he had to sign off on it, but he owns the team, so he gets to stay. But if you're telling me that guys are on this team or are part of this front office that signed off on the Luka trade, I don't know if I necessarily want you in my organization. If I'm a fan.
Yeah,
agreed.
And maybe if you're the organization, and I don't need to blame them or fire them now, that could easily change, though.
Yeah.
And the way Jason Kidd was talking last night would maybe make me move more in the direction of a pink slip before the game, urging Mavs fans to move forward. And that part, I think, is fair to suggest it. But my issue with him last night was lecturing the fans for the reaction with the boos over the last 9 months. Like, one of the worst things that can be done to you in any relationship is when somebody wrongs you and then blames you for the reaction. And if you're not careful, you can get gaslit into being like, oh, you're right, my bad. I shouldn't have booed that guy. No, you had a decade of basketball paradise pulling for your guy ripped from you. And I would say, to have it only last 9 months is actually well under schedule for when you could possibly get closure on this. So when Jason Kidd said that last night, I was like, man, you better be careful, because these fans are still hurt, and there is a pocket of them that blames Jason Kidd. I can't confirm whether he was into it or not.
Right. I can't get that either.
Yeah,
I can't get that either. That's the thing. If you're telling me that he was on board with the Luka stuff, you know what? We need to start thinking about that. But he got the extension. They moved on. Him and Nico, there was some kind of going back and forth when he was sniffing around at that Knicks job. It was kind of like, well, maybe I could take this job. Maybe,
Yeah.
I mean, and I think Nico would have been damn happy to have him out of the picture if that was the case.
Yeah, and to Jason Kidd and the way he was talking last night, I get what you're saying. I think a lot of it has to do with trying to make sure that the players in the locker room feel like head coach has their back, right? Because I think a lot of it is just on behalf of the current players. That's all it was. It's just, hey, these guys are out here trying their best night in, night out. They're in a tight game. We're at the free throw line, and it feels like we're on the road because of the way the fans are reacting. And so I'm sure in his heart of hearts, Jason Kidd totally understands that, but at the same time, he's trying to make sure he has the back of every player in the locker room. So that's why I would give him a pass for the way that he approached that last night.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, and we'll see how things go. I would just say for all parties involved, you can respect their perspective, and fans almost all the time get left out of consideration, especially when it turns to boos and voicing their frustration with the organization. And I'd like to protect the fan perspective a little bit. Okay, the news yesterday out of The Athletic confirmed what we suspected about Nico and AD. The Athletic reporting he was urging AD to return early, despite the staff warning there was a chance of a torn Achilles. So, it was the players and the GM kind of against the training staff and others in the organization. If this was the ultimate pain point that led to the dismissal of Nico, I'm just glad that they got to it before something foolish could have happened with Anthony Davis. But, that one right there, I think's a pretty fireable offense and kind of like a party foul in the world of sports, isn't it? To try to pressure your guys.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, but look what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the general manager that was backed into a corner. I mean, every night we talk about the booing, the fans, everything about it. He was put into a corner. This was his trade. To be honest with you, he needed Anthony Davis to step up and not be hurt. That's the biggest problem with this whole trade is the one thing that we know about Anthony Davis is he lacks availability, and the guy still made the trade. So, and he's like, you know what? He went against everything that you should believe when you're getting players. Don't get hurt, guys. Hurt guys stay hurt.
Yeah.
And he messed that up. And yeah, for him to push the trainers or to push them to maybe get him back out on the court earlier than he's ready, that he deserved to be fired for that.
Okay, a lot going on in the world of sports this afternoon. Apple is scrapping their MLS season pass in 2026, so MLS is going to be on a different platform. I think that's overall good for the league, although it was a good service. It pinched their exposure down so much in the market. You have the Padres exploring options that include a sale. Coming up in about 45 minutes, we'll give you Chris Young's updated perspective on the Rangers' approach to free agency and spending and their budget. budget. But we have a college football playoff chair and the athletic director at Baylor, Mack Rhodes, taking a leave of absence from his position at the school for personal reasons, telling ESPN today he's leaving the committee as well, which opens up a second spot on that committee. Hopefully you get it replaced with a guy who's got some Big 12 influence.
Isn't he the guy that actually runs the committee?
He's in charge of it all?
He's in charge of it all, yeah. I believe the Baylor athletic director is the lead voice for the chair for the committee.
Is this going back to the confrontation that he allegedly had with tight end Michael Trigg about the color of a shirt he was wearing September 20th against Arizona State? That was the only part in the story that suggested on what this could be about. You know, who knows? You got personal reasons, you got medical reasons, and anything is possible. But maybe just looking for an explanation on the how and the why and the when. And then salute to Notre Dame's Hannah Hidalgo, one of my favorite players to watch in college basketball. She announced her intention to make this season at Notre Dame her best yet. 44 and an NCAA record last night, 16 steals. She's basically Lady Iverson, if you will. Made 16 of her 25 shots, also had 9 rebounds and 4 assists to go along with that. So
in 28 minutes.
In 28 minutes, bro. Yeah, she is an absolute baller. Okay, we got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Where are you taking us today?
Yeah, late night Jimmy turns 58 years old, so I have the top 10 Jim or Jimmys in sports history. 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Insider sources in Waco. Brian working the phone there at the break. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So the AD, Mac Rhodes, taking a leave of absence, not only from Baylor, but also from the College Football Committee.
Yeah, the thing is, the Baylor one is the one that it has nothing to do with the committee, the playoff committee. The fact that he's leaving Baylor is now that ties into it's not
disqualifies him from that.
Exactly. That since he's having to take the leave. But I talked to actually a couple of people during the break. I mean, quick, and they said, "Listen, this guy is a great manager of crisis. Like he is like one of those ADs that handles crisis, problem solver, does all those things really, really well." Sometimes those are the people that can handle their own crisis.
Okay.
So that's what you're dealing with right now here. Well, probably some more, hopefully Mac will pull it all together and everything for himself, But, it sounds like that he's dealing with some stuff down there in Waco. And like I said, hope the best for him.
Yeah, hope the best of them for sure. And hopefully it's not too serious. He can get everything resolved and resume his career. Speaking of colleges, salute to your guy at Tarleton State for sending us these sweet.
Yeah, Byron Anderson.
All caps.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I think Choppy's doing the game with him this weekend. Choppy and Bobby maybe both doing the games with him this week. So
that sounds fun.
Yeah, and then I'm going to circle back for a playoff game. So I'm excited about doing that.
All right, we got the top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yeah, let's do this. I believe this is day one going for two of this champion. Audio comes from right here in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo started the show yesterday with a love letter to Nico Harrison.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf, home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle. Straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your hiney with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both.
Kaboom.
Well done, Chief.
Thank you.
Tremendous support and applause happening on social media. You can follow our YouTube at Dallas Fan Cam and, of course, on Twitter as well to get our shorts and our multimedia presentations. And Chief will face a challenger coming up at 5 tonight, a challenger or two. And, won't be too long before he's nominated for the G-Bag of the Year. Okay. Somebody on Twitter, we were talking about Hannah Hidalgo, and sent me a link to Audie Crooks last night, USC big.
Yeah.
She had 43 points in 20 minutes. Okay, and if you've ever played YMCA basketball and you're down there in the post trying to defend somebody, and the giant guy shows up who's maybe more giant wide than tall, but you can't get close to him, right? Doesn't even have to jump. He's just creating so much separation by being a big bag. That's Crooks for you, and she looks unstoppable.
She really does, dude. I mean, she is a true joy to watch right now. Like you said, 43 points in 20 minutes is crazy.
Let me retweet this at Gavin Dawson so everybody can jump in there and check her out for yourself. I think I remember talking about her last year in the tournament. You know, that's just not fair. I don't know. She's got to have
USC?
Yeah, she's at USC. No, she's at Arizona State.
Iowa State.
Said Iowa
State. Okay,
you talked about it last year. She was wheeling and dealing.
Man, if they said USC, I thought I remember her at Iowa State. I didn't know if she hit the transfer portal on us there.
No, you're right. My bad. I saw the colors and thought that was USC or apparently Arizona State, but it's option number 3.
There you go.
Okay, so it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220. Here's Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053, your favorite athlete or just person in sports with the name Jim or Jimmy. Late night Jimmy Kimmel turns 58 years old today. So went ahead and dialed it up.
I like
athletes or people in sports named Jim or Jimmy. I think we all first think of Jimmy Johnson, right? That's the first name that comes to mind.
Both of them.
Which Jimmy is having a birthday?
Kimmel.
Okay.
He's turning 58 today. And, the national days were a little bit barren.
Okay.
You know, we had the French dip yesterday.
So you got creative.
So I had to go ahead and try and get creative, if that's what you want to call it. But, so that's what we got here. And we already are getting plenty of text now. Jimmer Fredette.
Okay.
I was wondering there because he's not a Jim or a Jimmy. He's the very unique Jimmer.
Now, Jimbo counts too, right then? Jimbo Fisher?
If Jimmer Fredette's going to count, I'll let you guys be the arbiters here, then absolutely. Jimbo would totally
I think
count.
they're both in the James family. Yeah. Look at 817 coming in with Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Whoa!
Played football at SMU.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he really special?
He was a good player. Yeah.
I mean, actually special though. Like,
I can't tell you that. I know he played at SMU.
That's the character that he played. I can't imagine you'd get into SMU, but maybe they were willing to look the other way.
Well, that was a time period where they were doing a lot of things.
One of my favorite wrestlers of all time, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Were you making a reference I should have known?
The hoe? Yeah.
Well, I didn't watch wrestling either.
He would bring in a 2x4 out to the ring and then lift it in the air.
Okay.
That was sort of his intro.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Obviously, Jim Jackson.
There you go.
You know,
but Jim Thorpe.
Jim Thorpe coming in hot. He will absolutely be making an appearance here. There was
a player named Jimmy Connors in tennis.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He's
a champion.
He's super high on this list.
Okay.
Jim Plunkett coming in. Jim Bob Cooter.
Oh yes. Was that the Browns QB coach / head coach maybe for a minute?
Yeah, he might have ended up in Cleveland. I feel like he was definitely in Detroit at one point.
He was in Detroit for sure.
Jim Bob Cooter was definitely planting the Cooter flag there
Jimmy
in
Johnson,
Detroit.
the NASCAR driver, 7-time NASCAR champion, I believe.
Yes, 100%. He is already getting some love here on the text as well. Jim Plunkett, Jim Irsay, the late
Brown.
great Jim Brown. Yes, he of course will be in the midst here of this top 10 list. WWE Jimmy Uso.
Okay.
And then WWF commentator Jim Ross.
Jim Ross, he's pretty legendary, yeah.
He's that guy.
Oh no, he is. He's like he was the voice, but yeah, very well known. Very well known.
Jim Harbaugh is good. I would go with the rapper Jim Jones just for his ballin' song, which whenever I'm watching basketball and somebody hits from deep, I have to holler out the chorus. It's mandatory.
Yeah, that plays. That absolutely plays here. All right, 877-881-1053. Jimmy Rollins coming in hot on the text. Let's see. Jimmy Everett. Jimmy Butler, yes. That one's a no-brainer. He will be nice and high on this list here. Jim McMahon brought us.
Should have known better.
Should have known better, no question.
Jim Kelly,
yes. I know Tim and Carthage said Jim Kelly, end of list.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of love for whole Jim Kelly there.
Wasn't Jim Kelly amazing? Like, he might be one of the great quarterbacks of all time, but couldn't get it done.
Well, yeah, you look at where he playing there at Miami and how well he played on those teams, and then he went and played in the USFL for the Houston Gamblers, and he was really good, and then went to the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, just couldn't play against some really good. I mean, they were good teams in Buffalo. They just couldn't find a way to get past
incredible teams.
Yeah. Couldn't find a way to get past Dallas.
Jim Nance in the 512 getting some love here.
Friends.
So we will go ahead and take a look at some of the outside looking in here. Jim Boeheim.
Okay, Syracuse coach, Hall of Famer.
I mean, yeah.
2-3 zone? Yeah.
2-3 zone master, no question.
Kind of a pain in the ass guy.
Oh, big pain in the ass.
Over 1,000 wins. Was he really? Was he just unlikable?
He's one of those biggie snob dudes that sit up there and you ask a question and he would grovel along why you ask me that question. If you remember, they had a case that went down in Syracuse about some one of their coaches there that involved some
Sandusky stuff, or
and he went in and was protecting the guy, So anyway, that's
not a good look.
He's kind of not one of my favorites. How about that?
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Also on the outside looking in, you have Jim Lampley, broadcaster.
Oh, ABC
boxing.
He was
boxing with HBO, Olympics, NFL,
Demolition Derby.
Quite a bit of stuff.
Great
there.
host, great voice.
Jim Otto.
Oh, 00. Oakland Raiders. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, he was a great player. He wore 00.
Coach him, Al?
Yeah, no, I can't remember. Jim, I coached in 63, 64. I think Jim was after that. Yeah.
That's a good 4 you got there.
Thanks.
We have Jim Valvano.
Ah, there you go.
I mean,
never give up.
Don't give up. SB speech is all time. We have Jimmy Key, clutch lefty, MLB.
Toronto Blue Jays?
Yeah, I believe so.
Good pull, Brian.
We have also Jim Palmer, Jimmy Graham.
Oh, the tight end.
And Jim
Jordan
Kelly.
Lewis killed him one day. Jordan Lewis got after Jimmy Graham one day. That game that the Cowboys beat the Saints.
I do remember one of those games.
That was a Jordan Lewis game.
Wasn't that where they had him on Kamara?
They had him on everybody. Yeah,
he was just locking down everybody.
He was just locking down everybody. Yeah.
I do miss him.
Yeah,
I really do miss him.
Jim Leland from the 682, one of the great managers.
Have a smoke.
Yeah, he'd be smoking in the dugout.
How about this one here? Number 10 on the list. Soccer's very own Jimmy Greaves.
Oh, got me.
Are you familiar?
No.
Clinical finisher, 1966 World Cup. He's a UK broadcasting legend.
Oh, England 66, huh?
Yeah, 44 England goals.
Yeah.
Last major tournament they won, I believe.
At 9, you have MLB's Jimmy Rollins, 07
Phillies,
NL MVP.
Right?
Yep, Phillies hits leader. Great shortstop and World Series champion. At 8, you have Jimmy Butler. I think he's gotten a lot more respect ever since he had the Miami runs.
Yeah.
They didn't actually end up winning a title, but he's definitely got a lot more respect after having that era. Number 7 is Jim Thorpe.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Carlisle.
You have Jim Brown at 6.
Yeah.
Oh, that's low.
I mean, yeah, you would think
Speaking of Syracuse.
He's considered to be, right, like
one of the 3 or 4 goats.
Yeah, maybe the best running back of all time, certainly in the top 2 or 3 conversation. Number 5 is a different Jimmy Johnson.
The race car guy.
Yeah, race car guy.
No.
Oh.
49ers.
Oh.
Huh?
Jimmy Johnson, running back?
DB?
DB. My bad.
Hall of Famer?
No, sorry.
47 interceptions?
Yeah, but what year? He might have played with my uncle. My uncle played there for a long time. 60s and 70s?
Yeah, he's a throwback player for sure.
Okay.
I thought that was going to be your wheelhouse. I thought you were going to just
that.
give us the spiel.
I could give you like Ted Kwolek and Forrest Blue and some other names on that team. I couldn't give you the Jimmy Johnson one.
Guys from Dallas, born 1938, and yeah, he played in the 60s, early 70s.
Your guy at 4, Jimmy Connors.
Tennis.
8 Grand Slams.
He had some battles, him and Bjorn Borg, and then also too John McElroy. I mean, they had some tennis players back in the day.
King of the baseline, Hall of Famer.
Left-handed, by the way.
Oh, thank you. A little southpaw.
Yeah.
Number 3 is NASCAR's Jimmy Johnson.
7-time?
7-time. He had 5 straight Cup championships.
Yeah.
NASCAR Hall of Fame in 2024. And then how about them Cowboys, Jimmy Johnson, of course, at 2. They say the number 1 most famous Jim or Jimmy in sports history in terms of impact and titles, records, all that kind of stuff, Jimmy Fox.
Oh,
Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
3-time MVP, over 500 home runs, 325 batting average, 2-time World Series champion, and, of course, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that good. Good enough to be number 1 amongst all Jims.
Yeah, they nicknamed him Double X and the Beast. I think he was just an absolute savage back in the day.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Another top 10 is in the books, and we're going to circle back with some college football.
Yes, we are. Let's crank open a College Football Thursday. Darty featuring the best games of the week and some insider trading going on as Georgia preps for Texas. That's next here in the nation, but...
2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a college football darty. And here's your host of it, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Big college football weekend, man. We got some great matchups. Let's get into it right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the rain man call.
All right, good news for the Texas Longhorns. Nobody listed on the initial SEC availability report, so it looks like safety Michael Taff and wideout Ryan Wingo are on track to play Saturday at Georgia. This is going to be quite the matchup. Now you have former Florida coach Billy Napier spotted at Georgia's practice a couple of days ago.
Oh, so Florida beat Texas.
They sure did. Texas went to the Swamp earlier in the season, and Florida's pass rush was all time in that game. And so I guess just a little meeting of the minds here. This is just like a heady play, veteran move. Kirby Smart. Hey, Billy, why don't you come take a stroll through Athens with me, man? Lunch on me. Let's just chop it up. Couple of football guys talking ball. Of course, we play Texas this week, and you whooped up on them pretty good. So, let's just see what we can get from you. I mean, it's in the same vein as Arch Manning hitting up Ty Simpson, quarterback of Alabama, and probably picking his brain a little bit on how to approach Georgia. So I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but it is funny. It is funny that it would just be out there like that. Like Billy Napier's just walking around the practice field.
Yeah, that is odd. I think it's smart. Do everything in your power. Like football is as much of an intelligence game at this point than, who's got the better athletes.
Yeah, and we'll see how can Sark and company try and figure out this Georgia team, because last year you lose to them twice. And Georgia, I think their defense has gotten a fair amount better over the course of the season, but it's not the same type of vaunted pass rush in particular that you're accustomed to when you think about Georgia football. So, maybe Arch will have a little bit more time in the pocket, and maybe I do think Arch is going to have to be one of those games where, one, hey, off the bye week, Sark, what type of wrinkles do you have here? And then is this a moment where you can start to really see the growth from Arch Manning? Because you've seen it over the course of the last few weeks, but now you're going up against a real defense, right? Like Vandy, Mississippi State, not the same level here. And doing it in Athens, I just think that's too much to ask here.
It is, but if you would draw up a situation where the Longhorns could flip this narrative on its head, like after last year and what we observed, I would think, man, Georgia's probably too much for Texas. But if the offensive line is going to play better, and we need to see that validated against a better team, which Georgia is, but with their pass rush inconsistency, some of the susceptibility they have to the passing game on the back end as well, I think the Longhorns can do this.
Well, their defense is going to have to step up here in a big way as well, because the defense has started to slip a little bit when it comes to Texas. After allowing just 11 points per game in the first 7 games, they've allowed 30 points in back-to-back games. So the pass defense in particular, we'll see how they come to play. Getting Michael Taft back is obviously going to be huge for them. And Gunnar Stockton's kind of like the Bo Nix of college football, with just how much they're throwing it at the line of scrimmage. It's like 30% of his passes is the highest in the SEC behind the line of scrimmage this season. So it's just, hey, please throw it to one of the athletes and hope they go make a play. Arch Manning's second highest in terms of percentage of passes at the line of scrimmage. So both defenses tackling in space. That'll be a big component to this game. But I think Georgia at home. Like, how can you trust Texas at this point? You're going to have to really see it here. You started to see the incremental growth for sure from Arch and company. Offensive line getting a little bit healthier, but going into Athens right now, I'll have to see it before I believe it.
I got one stat for you from Burn Orange Nation.
Go ahead.
15th in the SEC in third down defense. Is Georgia.
Yeah, that's been a big issue. Their offensive line has really struggled with injuries. They've had to play some true freshmen at times this year, and that's been a big issue. And Stacy Surlis, who's the offensive line coach there, is really good. But, man, they came into the season having to replace starters, and now the guys that they've been playing with have just been really banged up. So they've had some problems with some continuity with their team.
But Arch has to get the ball out quickly, and that's not his strength. So I think a lot of it comes down to how much he's evolved.
Yeah. I think the thing, like if you look at like the things with Georgia, and I was asking us, bring up the Georgia offensive line, because Chief, how do you feel about Texas defensive line stuff like that? I mean, that was talked about. Everybody was saying, I'm listening to Carter and the guys that were talking about the strength of this team. There's the defensive line, and I just wonder if George is going to be up to the task. I mean, you mentioned Texas, that Vanderbilt game. Vanderbilt's a hard team to play. Mississippi State, I have no idea what happened in the Mississippi State game. As far as
it was a wild comeback.
Mississippi State scoring points in that game.
Yeah,
I mean that was crazy in itself. But the Vanderbilt one, I can understand. Because Vanderbilt's been that kind of team with Pavia at quarterback. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the country when it comes they're like 58% third down efficiencies and stuff.
No doubt.
So, I mean, sometimes you play a team that's just – but I just wonder if Texas's defensive line's up to the task of really getting after this Georgia offensive line that's been kind of banged up and playing with a lot of youth
You feel like the Longhorns' defense might be a little overrated?
I'm not saying overrated because I feel like I said I don't know what happened. I'm watching the Mississippi State game. Mississippi State had a really good plan. They got after Texas. They protected well until the end of the game. When it really came down to them having to make a play, they couldn't make it. But I could understand giving up points to Vanderbilt. I think Vanderbilt's offense is pretty good.
Well, I mean, that's going to be an awesome game. You also have OU going to Tuscaloosa to take on Alabama.
That's an early game, too.
Yeah, 2:30.
Oh, is it early? I mean, I thought it was.
It's not the 11.
Okay, I was looking at the schedule. I thought maybe that was an early. I got that confused. Okay, so
you got the Aggies play early. They play at home with the Gamecocks at 11.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Notre Dame and Pitt is at 11. Michigan Northwestern at 11. But you're going to get the 2:30 ABC game. Oklahoma going to Alabama.
Yeah.
And I mean, this will be a revenge game here for Alabama because last year it was Jackson Arnold running all over him. I'm sure John Mateer is pretty excited about the opportunity to go scramble around versus this Alabama defense that is really good, but they will give up yards to running quarterbacks. I just don't know that Oklahoma can really score enough versus Alabama to actually beat them here. Now, I think OU's defense will have a great opportunity because their pass defense is fantastic in the secondary, and of course their pass rush. And Alabama can't run the football, so I don't know that Alabama's going to be able to score at a super high level. But can OU match it? Can they find 20 points versus Alabama? I think that'll be tough for them.
That's why I asked Danny Cannell yesterday about is there concern about Alabama's offensive line? LSU got after Alabama, a lot of blitzing. A lot of line games, a lot of things, put a lot of pressure on Alabama. It was actually, if their offense was any good, LSU had a chance in that football game. Defense played well enough to potentially win that game.
Yeah.
But Oklahoma can get after you with their defensive front. They're going to cause some problems for Alabama in this one.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are for sure. I wonder if OU could actually score enough here. But this is going to be a tight game. Like it's a 5.5, or now Bama favored by 5.5 to 6.5, depending on where you're looking at it. I think OU will cover that. But I do still think Alabama goes ahead and gets the dub at home.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
A college football Darty is in the books. We got 1 hour down and 4 to go here, your Lakeside Studios at 75 and 635, the G-Bag Nation. Who voiced the loudest opposition to trading Luka? There's an insider report on that. And what CY says about the Rangers' approach to free agency, how many spots they need to fill with their presumed budget. That's coming up next year in the Nation.
Diesel baby.
Saffron squash.
Maybe. No. Said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it Saffron squash?
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have some more info in on the Luka trade, the Nico firing, and then we're going to jump into Rangers hot stove action as our guy CY was talking about the Rangers outlook at the general managers meetings and gave us some insight into what the plan might be. The Mavs note here, I believe, is good, Brian, and I can't wait to get your thoughts on it. Is Mark Stein saying it was Michael Finley who gave the strongest opposition to the Luka trade at the time. Does that make him the most qualified GM candidate here?
I would say that maybe Mark Stein is covering for Michael Finley. How about that?
Okay. Wow. All right. Conflicting reports on that one as well.
I would say that there's going to be a lot of guys and that are going to try and line up and help people that probably were against. You know,
do you think it was consensus in there?
I think there was.
I mean, outside of maybe the assistant coaches that are gone.
I think there were some assistant coaches that absolutely were against this. Now, like I say, this is my sources, their sources, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it appeared to me that the front office was in agreement with Nico on this one.
So this goes to me for a lot of the stuff that we talked about afterwards, that maybe the decision that Nico ultimately made that we're not in the best hands moving forward with Luka was an idea that a lot of different people may have had in the back of their mind, like, wow, this sucks and this sucks, and I can't believe he's out of shape and he's injured and he doesn't play any defense and he's always yelling at the refs. And that goes to the comparison to the 90s Bulls in The Last Dance where Jerry Krause ultimately breaks that team up because they were making fun of him and he just didn't like them anymore. And, that's where strong leadership comes into play, because if it happens to you like in football or baseball, there's so many players on the team. One player is not going to make or break you, but basketball, maybe soccer is the only other sport that this really applies to. If you get rid of your best player, you're completely changing the identity of your team and robbing yourself of, opportunity to win. So in those moments, you got to say, yes, we have another one of these superstars, just like Jerry Krause thought Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen were another one of these superstars that says his bleep doesn't stink and he doesn't like anybody here. And when you have that, if it's a top 5 player in the world, you have to say, you're right, buddy. Your stuff doesn't stink. And we can't wait for you to drop another 35-point triple-double tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I love that Broadus is pushing back on this, though. We should have a bit of a Stein Broadus source-off.
I'm just saying Mark is really, really good, and I think we're both, like I say, the thing that would worry me now is, and this is why I think it needs something from the outside. I think there needs to be a clean house of this thing.
Yeah,
I don't think
everybody's contaminated.
I think it's you're getting it now where guys are like lining up, and it's like, and I'm not saying that, I guess I am saying this that Sonny might be covering for this guy.
Sure.
And there's people in the organization that will tell you that there were some coaches, there were some front office, there was some guys there were analytics guys that were saying, hey, we don't need to make this trade. And then, okay, what about the front office? See, I can't figure out, I can't get the part where with, if somebody would come out and tell me where Kid stands on this thing, but I can't get anybody to tell me that. But they sure will line up and say, well, wait a minute now. No, this group.
Yeah.
And that happens in organizations. But, like I say, we all have friends in this business.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We all have friends, and we don't want our friends to look bad.
There you go.
And so, are you trying to get this guy? You're trying to help this guy get the job? You're trying to maybe wipe a little bit of the stain away from him?
Well, let me just say it's logical that anybody that was still around in a high-profile position had to have agreed with Nico, because if you had been fighting him on this, you would have been out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because there were guys that were moved on.
Yeah.
Like, he got rid of Casey Smith and got rid of some guys that were like pro-Luka guys.
I mean, he even gave the cold shoulder to Dirk Nowitzki.
Sure.
There was no limit to.
Listen, to me, utmost respect for Mark Stein. I've known Mark a long time. Matter of fact, his kids graduated with my kid at Greenhill.
He's probably got good information. Somebody inside is telling him that.
But he has information, and I have information too. He does that. He covers it. Now, listen, I'm jumping into his world, but I happen to know people in that organization too. And so, and these people are like saying, "No, wait a minute now." There's always revisionist history about this. Well, I always take notes in scouting meetings, because you know why? Scouts come back and say, well, I really like that guy. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. Would you like me to read your notes? Would you like me to read back?
You keeping receipts in there?
Parcells told me not to take notes anymore. He told me. He kicked me out of the room. He kicked me out of the room for taking notes.
Insubordinate.
Yeah, because I wanted to know who thought what about what players. So when we were doing pro personnel stuff, when it was brought up, when those scouts were on the road, I said, we really like this guy, if you remember. These guys lined up. These guys lined up for this guy, And that way you had a working knowledge of it. But I'm just saying there's always people in the organization that will always try and protect others. That's
and there's
all I'm saying.
there's different viewpoints on what reality is. Somebody might have felt like, well, I really wasn't with it, but maybe I didn't voice my displeasure. I mean, and there's a difference between you bringing this up and saying we got to get rid of Luka, and you're willing to go along with it. And I would say Michael Finley has worked with so many different people throughout this organization, and they've never moved on from him. He's a survivor. He's a get-along guy. He's a consensus guy.
He's a former great player.
Maybe there's some yes man in there. Like it's hard to determine right now, but I also think it stands to reason that if you're saying, okay, we're going to move on from Nico, but we can't fire everybody 11 games into the season. We have a lot of people that have relationships around the league and are vital to our day-to-day operations, and maybe it's our draft preparation, but we need to maybe see if removing Nico can push us in a much better direction. And unless there's clarity of reporting that, hey, these guys were totally anti-Luka, I don't think really a strong consensus or groundswell is going to build to get these guys fired. Finley is a former player, well-liked around the organization. Was it his idea, or was he just willing to go along with it? We don't know those things. Okay, we got our guy Chris Young here, and he joins us every Monday during the Rangers season at 4:20. We're big supporters of CY. I always tell him I love knowing that you're the guy in charge of it. Can't wait to see what you do next. So what he does next is the conversation here. And Young was asked about their approach on their top 4 players, Simeon, Seager, DeGrom, Evaldi, yesterday at the GM meetings, which are kind of a precursor to the winter meetings and all that. He says, do scenarios exist in which we can get better by moving those players? Probably yes. Is that our goal? No. Is it something we're actively pursuing? No. But we have an obligation to always be open-minded, so we want to find any way we can to make this team better. I have a hard time believing they can make themselves better by trading any of those guys. I don't think what you're going to get back is enough. I think you're going to have to eat salary, and I don't want it to happen because I feel like, at least with Evaldi, DeGrom, Seager, if those guys leave, then it's officially over. There's not a path back. Like right now, if you can manufacture good enough offense and you get to the playoffs with DeGrom and Evaldi healthy, you could see the team going on another run. But without those guys, you're back to one of 30 teams, I guess maybe one of 25 teams not at the top right now that's trying to figure out a path to even back in the playoffs.
Yeah, it would be, it would definitely be an intentional step back before trying to recalibrate and move forward here. So, I don't know what type of ability they're going to have. I think they're mostly in a spot where they are trying to clear salary as opposed to bringing much on.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's just... I don't know who's going to be interested in a Marcus Simeon, right? Are you going to just not tender a guy like Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, those two guys, save some money there? I don't know if they do it with both of them, but certainly one of them, and maybe both. I think a lot of Rangers fans would be fine with both of them.
Yeah, and hey, there's stories all the time of a team putting it together on a shoestring budget and having this, great team, and it's possible. I'm just saying the likelihood of you getting back into contention without at least 3 of those guys, it's hard to see. Evan Grant wrote about this, and the most compelling phrases or pieces, excerpts from the article, he says, it's worth reiterating, no amount of creativity can turn a roster currently at $190 million in commitments and lacking at least 7 or 8 roster spots to be a contender at $200 million without a significant rearranging of the finances. So maybe CY's looking at it like, I have so many holes, and I'm going to have to try to free up an additional $30 or $40 million of space by moving on from these guys, and then hope that we hit on those like mid or maybe low tier free agencies in the $1 to $8 million range that could add up to having more of an impact of those star players. But it really feels like that would be a big step back. CY's quote says, I don't think spending's going to inhibit us. I've been on a team like the Padres in 2010, had a $30 million payroll, was a game away from making the playoffs, and lost that game to a World Series champion. I'm a competitor. It doesn't deter me. It means we better be better at our jobs, and that's what I expect to do. And I love the extreme accountability there. I think that's fantastic, but I think this goes kind of to the Mavs conversation we were just having, that he knows there's nothing he can say to make the owner want to spend more, but there is things he could say that could make the owner not like him. And if you're a North Texas guy, the Rangers general manager job is the absolute top of the food chain for you for opportunities other than actually buying the Rangers. So, I hope, that this new manager, Shoemaker, can shake them out of whatever funk they've been in, and there's actually a lot more potential. CY said, what we got to do is play to our expectations, and if we do that, we'll have enough.
Well, man, I mean, expectations coming out of Surprise. Didn't we all have expectations that this team would hit?
Yeah.
And they didn't.
They did. They hit the hell out of the ball in Surprise.
They did. They really, we were there for the 5 days watching them play, 3 of those days, and, man, it didn't seem for a lack of runs. Didn't seem for lack of at-bats and quality at-bats, and you kind of felt like that, man, this team is going to be fine that way. I think this is where, again, they misevaluated the hitting. And listen, I don't have baseball-trained eyes, but, watching the games, I'm like going, damn, okay, they're going to be all right.
Yeah.
And then they just didn't. They just did not get the type of hitting, and maybe that was the expectations that they had, that, okay, we're going to be fine here. And they kept believing it. They kept believing it until they fired the hitting coach.
Mm-hmm.
And then that just only slightly improved. They got a little bump from that.
You move on from Boch, who I thought CY and Boch were like never going to be separated until Boch wanted to actually retire. But the Rangers were kind of thinking, we have to try this.
Yeah.
We have to try trading our star players to get role players. We have to try a different manager, a different hitting coach, because Ray's not offering a $100 million check to buy him out of this problem.
Yeah, and I give CY some credit. You win the championship, not trying to run him out of town here. Have a bad season. Have another season where you're 500. Have another season where you're not, His expectations are really, really high, but all of a sudden then the things start getting a little tight for him. And I know he won a World Series here, just a few years ago, but you just wonder, where is his levels of patience? We're starting to see that it wasn't very much with Bruce Bochy, it seems like.
No, it wasn't.
He was probably fearful of losing Skip.
I don't think he would want to leave. Yes, I agree with you on that. Shoemaker, former manager of the year just a couple of years ago. I would think CY's main priority is locking down this job for the next decade so he can see his young kids. Doesn't he? He has a son or something that must be around 9 or 10 now. He has the daughter that just graduated as a great high school basketball player. Yeah. So I would imagine my main priority is making sure I don't have to tell my wife I'm going to be gone for 6 months out of the year while I go work in this other market back to New York City for the MLB, or I imagine he would be a popular executive for other teams to want to hire. I don't think CY wants to leave. I just think he understands that, what the situation that he's in and voicing any displeasure about that could only negatively affect his job security.
Is Ray Davis going to run him off?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think he and Ray work well together. And I'll tell you what, the encouraging thing about this article is Evan can't pinpoint it, and CY can't pinpoint, what is our number that we got to stay under. And that makes me believe Ray is open-minded to great opportunities.
Sure.
And it wasn't a foregone conclusion that they would stay under the luxury tax threshold. If there's a good enough move out there to be made, I think CY has the ability to go to Ray and convince him that we need to, be more aggressive here or there. And the luxury tax threshold will give them, if they're at 200, it'll give them a $60 or $70 million cushion with which to operate if they do have a good start, and Ray sees the value in being more of a buyer again. Scott Boras, super agent, was quoted in this story. Asked about the Rangers, he said he doesn't necessarily believe it, saying nobody wants to announce what they're going to be doing at this point. They want to surprise the market when they act. And then he put pressure on ownership, saying, I also have to think that in this business, like any great business, you don't move in response to an internal subjective payroll. A few years ago, I sat down with CY and I said, we have 2 players that we think that if you sign these guys, you're on a very short track to the World Series. They signed both, Seager and Simeon, went way over budget, and were rewarded a year later with a World Championship. So if you first and foremost look at talent and what advantages are there for your team, but the word budget is a barrier to success in sports. So hopefully, that opportunity develops, and Boris is right that maybe the Rangers are being a little bit of coy here with their intentions, not necessarily managing expectations. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What are we looking at, about 3 months before we'll be out there in Surprise? 3.5 months?
Yeah.
Always an exciting time there with baseball in the air and Surprise and NFL free agency kicking off, and we have so much fun talking with the guys. And this year, of course, we're going to have a chance to have a reunion with the great Travis Jankowski, who was named to the coaching staff yesterday.
That's right, man. I'm super excited about that. We may relive that conversation a little bit later on in the program, but I did see Schumacher jokingly talk about not calling him El Blondie. He says you guys can call him that, but I refuse to call him that. So I guess he's just going to be Janko for the coaches.
Well, maybe we can turn him on that when we get out there. We got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening. A very eventful day at Cowboys practice. We're back with the details here on The Fan.
But Tolos, it's time to transfer.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. But thank you.
Later on as well, get you updated on everything that's been said around the Cowboys today. Week 11, Monday Night Football is coming up, 4 days from now, taking on the Raiders in Las Vegas. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. You see the Micah Parsons Colin Cowherd thing?
Yeah. Cowherd calling him out and them having a nice little back and forth. Saw just a little bit on Twitter.
Yeah, I guess he no sacks, no quarterback hits last two games, including the Monday night loss to Philadelphia, and that was sort of his jumping off point, talking about how Micah's not as good as the other top edges in the game. Also because he doesn't stop the run well, and I guess that clip went viral, and Colin was basically just patting himself on the back for, in his mind, being one of the few people that thought the Cowboys trade might have made a little bit of sense. Right before the season started, sending him to Green Bay. Micah responding, retweeting on Twitter with crying, laughing emojis, saying, "We just held Saquon to 60 rushing yards, and our only losses have been holding teams to 13 points. Man, sometimes can y'all please STFU and enjoy the great defense? Why do you think teams come into the games that we're going to run the ball on 3rd and long?" So he, basically defended himself, and now people are going after Micah, saying he is essentially throwing his team under the bus for not being able to score, and some of the frustrations from Packers fans are popping up, saying this is why the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons, because it's always about him.
Yeah, I mean, that's, the one thing is Micah is always going to put it out there, though, and I think there's the one thing that, he doesn't handle the criticism well. I don't think anybody handles criticism well. I don't think there's any players that really handle the criticism well, and you're right. They're not wrong though. I mean, he's not wrong in saying, "Hey, we're playing our ass off here, and we're not winning these games because we're not getting any points." But, Packer fans are probably looking at the same thing and saying he ain't wrong. And if you're a fan of the NFL and you're watching the Packers play, you're thinking like, their defense is doing a great job. And were they 5-3-1 now, something like that? I mean, that's a better team than that. So Mike is one of these guys that's always going to be outspoken, and people are going to hate him for it. Yeah. When in all honesty, it's refreshing that he's saying, "Listen, we're playing our ass off. We're just not getting any help right now. And if they could help us a little bit, then, we'll probably probably win a few more of these games.
It's a tough spot, and I hate that players have to sort of go out of their way to say no disrespect to the offense, but ... I really think that we've done a good job playing defense is a controversial statement.
I would say this. I would say if I'm Mike, I'm saying you watch this play. You watch this play, and just that's all. That's all you have to say. You watch this play, and people who follow the Packers and watch the games every week, and people who cover the National Football League know that they've struggled. They just haven't been good enough on offense. Their offensive line has been bad at times. They've lost games that they absolutely. I mean, a couple of their losses are to teams that they lost to Carolina, giving up. Defense gave their Carolina. Bryce Young had 100 yards passing, and they won that game.
That's great defense.
That's great defense. I mean, they've done a fine job, but their offense has been awful at times.
I would have a little bit of buyer's remorse if I'm Green Bay right now, though. I'd be thinking we should have spent our money maybe trading for a wide receiver. I don't know if it's Garrett Wilson or Terry McLaurin or.
Well, they actually drafted a receiver in the first round last year, or this last
Matthew
draft,
Golden,
which is the first time in forever since like 2003. They just don't do that there, But you're right. They could clearly. They've had some problems with some health too at the wide receiver spot.
Yeah, and I saw Jaden Reed. It was maybe back at practice today, but his window to return has not been open, so maybe he's working off to the side or something like that. Yeah. But they've had two significant injuries now, and maybe hindsight's 20/20. But and the pass defense is great. It really is. But I feel like Micah Parsons hasn't pushed us over the top, and we would have been fine on defense if we would have addressed offense. That's what's threatening to sink the season right now without the two future first-round picks. I don't think it's propelled them, as much as it looked like it early when they whooped Detroit week 1. Yeah. They're not head and shoulders above anybody. They're just another team with issues in the NFC trying to, fight their way through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles' defense was calling out the big fourth down stop late in that game, knowing exactly what it was going to be. I mean, LaFleur's seat is heating up. When you read some of the people in the know in Green Bay, they're like, now he's basically coaching for his job the rest of the year.
Well, we talked about that because Ed Policy is the new president of the team. Mark Murphy no longer there. Mark Murphy was the guy that helped, get him hired. So he doesn't have any support. I mean, he has support, but how much support, I mean, the expectations at that place they lost for 20 straight years, that place. And now all of a sudden they've had success the last 20 some odd years. So, the quarterback play hasn't been great. And they've lost some games. They lost to Cleveland because they got a field goal blocked.
Yeah.
And then they lost to Carolina, giving up a 100-yard passer. I mean, they've had some, and they tied Dallas.
Yeah.
There's some games they probably should have held. Dallas should have beaten them themselves.
It is exciting. It might be more exciting down the stretch than watching Cowboys games, just rooting for Packers losses because of how good that draft pick could be if they can't start scoring over 20 points per game.
Yeah, it would be huge, man. And they can't run the ball either. I think that's the big thing. Like, Jordan Love hasn't been the best version of himself for sure, but they're giving him no run game at all.
So you have to have like a crap run defense and poor tackling for Josh Jacobs to rumble like he did against the Cowboys. That's interesting to know. So there's ways definitely to troubleshoot the Packers. The Steelers played them 3 weeks ago, and I think I mentioned it in the days afterwards. They blitzed Jordan Love more than anybody had all season long, and blitzed more than the Steelers had. And he torched them. He destroyed them. The fourth quarter, they scored like 3 touchdowns or whatever. I think that game put such a big spotlight on that idea that now the book is out on how to slow down this Packers offense, and it could get very juicy. Like you mentioned, they're sitting here at 5-3-1, maybe going to have to lean on a wild card spot because Detroit's looking like the best team in that division, and Chicago's not bad. They got to play the Bears twice here in the next coming weeks. They have Denver and Baltimore on the schedule as well. Cowboys Raiders Monday Night Football coming up. Judy Batista, longtime writer, NFL.com, reporting today the Raiders 2-7, and Geno's thrown 12 interceptions in 9 games. Short-term question, will he be benched? Longer-term question, can he play well enough in the second half to give the Raiders a reason not to release him in this offseason? So, hopefully they go out there, put a ton of pressure on him, get a couple of picks first half. You could be seeing Kenny Pickett or Aiden O'Connell. I don't think you could justify actually benching Geno for either of those guys. There's just not enough upside there. I think that'd be idiotic, but it shows you how rough it's been for Geno that's even up for conversation. They've scored 10 points or less 4 times. If this rebuilt defense can't have more success than they have against this one, it'll be the biggest red flag of the year.
Yeah. If the Raiders go out there and put up even close to 30 points, they haven't scored 30 points in like 29 games or something. I heard Hagee mention that earlier today, and Geno and company. I mean, my goodness, man, highest interception rate in the league, and the sack rate super high as well. He's just, their offensive line is not good, and he has not been good either.
No, he is not. Maybe after week 1, they somehow beat the Patriots. They're one of 2 teams to have beaten the Patriots. That was a weird game, though, in week 1. And obviously, week 1's an extension of the preseason these days. Okay, the A.J. Brown story is back hours after a video surfaced of him saying things are a bleep show outside of his family life. He was referring to the Eagles offense. A.J. Brown speaking with reporters, refusing to apologize. That goes to what you were just saying with Micah Parsons, that if you're speaking your mind, like why is the sports media world so intent on trying to get you to retract it?
Why do you need to apologize if you're just being honest about the assessment? I just don't. If you watch how things roll, he's not. It's not wrong.
Yeah.
These players, we want to get on them when they're honest. We want to call them out for being honest. And I think that's unfortunate.
He said his discontent is with Philadelphia's offense as a whole, not his own situation. He says it's not just solely about me. I want to win too. I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about I don't care about winning. All I care about is stats. No, it's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go to that at the end of the year. It's just not going to bleep and happen, he told the media. So apparently he was on a stream playing video games with his buddies when he said this. Talk about having rabbit ears. Do you think Philadelphia is going to get this offense figured out, or are they who they are at this point?
Yeah, it's tough to imagine that this late in the season, all of a sudden you're going to have a total revolution to either side of the ball. And this is an offense that has plenty of continuity, right? It's not like this is something where, hey, he's a new acquisition and we're still working him in, trying to figure stuff out. This is kind of who you are now. And he was on the stream saying, like, yeah, if you have me on your fantasy team, just release me now, bro. Like he's pretty down in the dumps, and I get it. I totally get it. There's one side where you're like, man, are you just trying to get yours? But it's not that when you're putting up 7 points versus the Packers. You're going, okay, what needs to be done here? It's not about me just getting mine. It's about how I could be a total difference maker for our offense.
Yeah.
You're putting up 10 points, versus the Packers. Like, come on.
Who knew Kellen Moore was the secret sauce up there?
Yeah, how about that? Kellen Moore ends up being the biggest.
Everything else is the same
of the offseason.
Besides Mekhi Becton? And maybe the injury with their left guard?
Yeah,
they've had some problems with the offensive line, the health.
But they're also just so conservative. Like their whole mantra on offense,
head coach,
and no doubt, and it's helped them win games.
Well,
for an extended period of time. But it's just about playing conservative and not turning the ball over. That's the whole MO.
They won a Super Bowl playing that way.
Right,
though.
right. So
that's you are who you are that way.
Their defense isn't as good as it was, though.
No, it's not.
That's all right if Saquon Barkley's looking at a 2,000-yard season for most of the year, and your defense is just smashing everything, and your secondary and your pass rush, or either getting home or getting the job done on the back end. They're I don't know. It's probably still a top 10 defense. What do the numbers say? But it's not what it was last year when by the time they were complete at midseason, they just absolutely dominated everybody in their path. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the Raiders' defense. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you before we do that, though, because if you want your edge back, if you want to get back to living like that younger, more alpha version of yourself, then Men's T Clinic is the place to go. And there are 5 DFW locations. They're going to make it so easy for you to get in, get out, get back to being you. I love them. Our Tolos love them. And, you know, it starts with the testosterone replacement therapy. That's how they made their name. They're the best in the entire world at hormone optimization. But they look at this as treating the total man and making sure any issue you might have on board gets resolved. That's the Men's T Clinic difference right there. That's why I love them. And our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing. I mean, is it taking a little bit of fat off your body? Is it adding muscle? Hair replacement therapies, bedroom wellness? They got it all for you at Men's T Clinic. So you'll see why we love them up here at the Fan, and our Tolos love them as well. They have very affordable cash options. They also make it easy for you to run it on your insurance as well if that's how you want to get the job done. Just go to menstclinic.com, book your appointment fast and easy. They'll take a little blood, tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then get you optimized, and you're going to feel much better significantly. You feeling stuck in low gear? Men's T Clinic can fix it. 972-GO-MEN'S T. Tell them we sent you. menstclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ, we are live from Firehouse number 5 in Plano, 5115 West Park Boulevard. Brian Schottenheimer at 7:20, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20, Nick Harrison the 8 and 9 o'clock hour. Whataburger, come on out, hang out with us. Sean and RJ, Firehouse Tour rolls on a Friday.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Things are stacking up. Your tax bill's coming due shortly. Your credit card bills are higher. You have the holidays coming. Time to get ahead of the game and get things consolidated to a lower rate with a home equity loan or second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. Rates have fallen. Get a great deal today. Find out what you can get with TexasLending.com. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now. Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest approves from date of purchase. See store for details.
Here for the Lowe's early Black Friday deals? You're right on time for some of our biggest savings. We're talking up to 50% off select major appliances, plus up to an extra 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Holiday lights going up soon? Select ladders are up to 50% off right now. Get Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 11/19. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Are you ready for the all-new Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow and Fire? Come watch your favorite Hot Wheels Monster Trucks fly, crash, and smash thanks to Good to Grow special kids ticket prices. Coming November 14th through 16th to Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride. on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Go to GreystoneRoofing.com. Here's Krusty.
Hey, kids. Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you to my roofers, too. Appreciate you guys as well. All right, I have a real quick question for you.
Fire away.
I saw this just on Twitter X just a second ago, so I thought I'd ask you real quick, see if you guys give me a good answer. Lucius, you in on this one maybe, if I can?
Hell yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay, I'm going to give you money.
Bet.
I'm going to give you money.
Okay, I'm definitely in.
Boy, yes.
But you never get to watch this sport again. Okay, I'm going to give you money. I'm going to give you $5 million. Done. But you never watch the NFL again.
For $5 million, Broadus, I will turn in my football guy card. I still get college football, right?
I'm giving you $5 million not to watch the NFL anymore.
This is tax-free?
Sure, Dawson.
Okay. Direct deposit. I was trying to do the math.
Sure,
you got all my info. You just kind of wire transfer.
Well, at $5 million, you can set it up on passive income and get like $250K a year, just off like 4 or 5% interest, right?
Sure.
Can I still read about it? Can I read some box scores?
The question is, which sport would you give up forever if you got paid to never watch it again?
Well, football would not be my first choice to give up.
Okay,
but that's obviously the hardest one.
Sounds like I can still listen to Sham and Babe though.
Oh yeah, my ears.
Wait. If you got paid to never watch it again,
it's just a watching deal, so we can just soak in some radio play-by-play.
That's a no-brainer if I can listen.
It is a no-brainer if you can listen. I think it's a no-brainer either way. For $5 million?
Yep, $5 million.
Yeah, man, I'm going to have to go ahead and
all right.
I'm going to have to punt on America's game.
You got family blessings forever.
Yeah.
I mean, employment is just an option at this point.
All right.
It's just a no-brainer.
Lucius, you in for the $5 million?
I mean, for the NFL?
Yeah, you don't get to watch it ever again.
I've already quit them before, so that'll be easy.
Okay, $5 million goes to Lucius.
What's the lowest number we would take on this, though?
Ooh.
Like you punt on the NFL forever for, would you do it for just $1 million?
I'd pay them. I'm kidding.
I mean, quick math, around 3 or 4 million. We're right around the ballpark.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Now
I think Chief would
we got to
take
go look for a new career.
All right, wait, let's
you know?
see. Let's see some of these other leagues. Gosh, we're going to get to the Raiders. I swear we will. Our defense, we'll get to them. Okay, NBA's $1 million. Would you punt on the NBA for $1 million?
Not enough.
Got to be tough. NBA playoffs are so fun.
Yeah, playoff season. Can you imagine just being so out of the loop?
Yeah.
When you're hanging with your buddies during postseason time.
You got $1 million. You can go to the game.
Watch.
Yeah, right.
Now you
Watch
can't
me
watch
sitting
it.
courtside.
Watch me.
Like, I'm caked up and I can't go now.
You got to be blindfolded while you sit courtside.
$1 million? Are you kidding me? NBA?
It's closer to 5 mil.
You'd flick that away, wouldn't you?
I would. NHL is $500K. You ever get to watch another NHL game for $500K?
We have a deal. I mean, I like hockey, but
Chief,
postseason hockey,
got a lot of sports to keep up with
for $500K.
$500K, no more.
See, you're gonna wake up like that. $500K is gonna be gone in some years. You know, it's not like that's sticking with you forever. I'm gonna live most of my life without the $500K and without hockey.
Pay off the house though. You're living most of your life with a house paid off.
Yeah.
Lake house.
It does sound pretty. It does sound pretty nice, doesn't
Lucius?
it?
For $500K.
No hockey.
I'm going to flip the game. For $500K, I'm going to be your hockey guy. I'm going to be all the way hockey guy. You never see me sell it. I'll never miss a game, bro. Ilgaska Gisk and all of those. All them names. I have all them names memorized.
No hockey.
Yeah,
for
I'll
Lucius.
miss a tooth, everything, fam.
Okay, here's one. Major League Baseball for $100K.
No. Come on. That's going too far.
That's in the multi-millions. How is baseball lower than hockey? We've got to localize this for North Texas.
I'm just saying, bro.
Never watching the Rangers again.
Yeah.
That might be more in the NFL. That's a lot of days in the summer where nothing's on TV.
Yeah, I'm not doing that for $100K.
Watch my man. Soundboy.
And don't let your team.
Soundboy.
Don't let your team get hot.
Right.
You got to hear about it all the time.
Yeah.
Your team finally got hot again.
Can you imagine in 2023 for $100,000 you didn't get to appreciate
I left the damn
that?
World Series game early. I might take the $100,000.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's crazy. No, can't do that. I like the $1 million offers.
So but by far the NBA. So NFL number one. NBA number two with you guys?
MLB.
Ooh, yeah, it's close.
Home of the Rangers, bro. You know, it's mandatory.
Okay.
I'm looking at a different career. You know, I got to change jobs. If you punt on the NFL or Major League Baseball,
were you one of the happiest board ops ever for Seattle Mariner baseball all those years?
That was miserable. Yeah, being a board op late into the night, hitting buttons, listening to a really bad team of that one season.
Yeah. All right. Very good. I love it though. That was good. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good question. All right, let's talk about your Las Vegas Raider defense. It's no surprise here that the player you're going to absolutely have to worry about is Max Crosby. And you're actually, this team, when you look at them, they play, which is something that Dallas hasn't seen very much this year. Carolina did this to them. They play base defense like 63% of the time. So you get the same players on the field the majority of your snaps.
So they're going 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers?
Yeah. And they're playing Jeremy Chin, who's really kind of like a safety, as a nickel.
Okay.
So they're playing him, Darnay Holmes. There's opportunities. There's opportunities. Now
throwing the football.
It's kind of like on the other side of it with Brock Bowers. Like how do you stop Brock Bowers? I know everybody's like, well, damn, Broadus, you don't worry about anybody else. You put 3 guys on him and da-da-da-da-da. You might have to think about the same thing with Max Crosby. Because this is also a team that doesn't, and it's not, they give up less than 4 yards a carry running the football.
Mm-hmm.
So when you try and run the ball, and teams, it's not that they just run the ball and don't, they just throw the ball and that's it. Teams have run the ball on average about 28 snaps a game against these guys. And they're carrying you under 4 yards a carry.
You're going to have to go earn this one on that side of the ball, aren't you?
That side of the ball, you're going to, and I think it's with Jonah Laulu, excuse me. I think you're going to have to find a way. He's number 96. He's a defensive tackle that to me, when you watch him in the run game, and actually Devin White, the linebacker's playing pretty well for them inside, so they're making plays that way. Teams are kind of trying to run the ball away from Max Crosby because he could chase. What the Commanders did, I watched the Commanders game. Actually, Denver and the Commanders did this. They played college offense against them. They got in pistol with the running back behind the quarterback.
Yeah.
They did a lot of the RPO stuff. The Commanders, with Marcus Mariota at quarterback, was just gashing them, running the ball, playing RPO football. Now, I don't think Dak, but it's something to keep in mind. Another thing watching this team play, when you run the ball against them or you try to run the ball, you need to go on a quick count. Because teams that as I was watching the tape, they kind of get disorganized. They're not like they even though they don't substitute, they're kind of standing around. Get up to the line, snap the ball, and go. And you catch them kind of standing around a little bit.
Okay, still talking and standing.
So quick stuff. If you're like, hey,
up tempo, let's go.
But go. Don't sit there and draw things out and carry it all the way deep into the clock. Make sure that you're like, if you have this, say you got 2 plays called, get up there, get under center, snap the ball, and if you want to run it that way, because they don't get set quick. They kind of mill around a little bit.
Okay.
So something to keep in mind with this team.
Do they move Crosby around?
Yeah, he's going to play right. He's going to play left. He's mainly going to be on over Steele in this game, though.
Okay.
Mainly going to be over Steele in this game. Now, we always talk about what are the ways, how do you affect him? The way you could do it with spacing. Put a guy over there, put a tight end, put Spanford over there, put Luke Schoonmaker over there, make him have to play a man wider. Now, what you got to watch out for him, though, as well as he'll do that Tank Lawrence thing where all of a sudden it's third down, and he'll kind of get out of his stance and kind of work his way inside and then shoot the gap. So you got to be ready for him guessing the snap sometimes. So here I'm talking about snap it early, but you got to be a little bit alert of him guessing the snap and knifing through and making the play.
Like the third and short, slip in and stop the run kind of thing. Yeah,
exactly.
Tank was a beast at that.
Tank Lawrence was great at that kind of stuff. And so you got to be very, very mindful of that if you're the Cowboys and the way he plays. Now, if you look at these guys also, too, I think to me, like I said, Isaiah Puolamau, he's the safety, number 20. Need to take advantage of him. Chin, Stokes, Darnay Holmes. Mention those guys. Those are the cornerbacks, I think, and the safeties I think you can take advantage of. This team plays a ton of zone coverage. Only Carolina plays more zone coverage than these guys. You're going to get a lot of cover 3 with that single high look. One other thing to keep in mind, too, here, guys. This team runs a cover 0. And, I mean, that's no safety. So when you see cover 0, it's going to be a blitz. They're going to bring everybody. It's going to be one of those kinds of looks. There's only 3 other teams that run cover 0 more than these guys, and you can see it on the tape. Minnesota, Kansas City, and Baltimore. So if Dak gets up there and sees no safety help in the middle of the field,
they're bringing it.
They're bringing it, and that's attack mode to try and get the ball out before and try and attack the middle of the field where those safeties aren't.
Is that it, Brian?
One more thing, if I could here. This team, the thing that hurt Dallas last week, and you could see it again on tape with the Raiders. Arizona got the Dak with quick pressure. Okay, those things where Dak's been good all year when it all of a sudden it flashes and it's there and then he has to move and he throws. Arizona kept him. The quick pressures got him. This team has the fewest quick pressures, or actually the fourth least quick pressures. So hopefully that won't be something that Dak has to deal with like he dealt with in that Arizona game, and Arizona kind of threw him off kilter a little bit.
And there's not a second guy that you got to worry about, like you can send your extra protection Crosby's way.
I think it's all about Crosby there.
I love it.
All right.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Some hoops next, Chief?
Yeah, let's go around the rim featuring a coach getting absolutely roasted, the rich getting richer, and why the Mavs need to blow it up. That's next year in the nation. But Tolos, you and I make decisions every single day. But on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Do not miss any of the excitement this sports season. Whether you're a football fan, basketball fan, or both like me, it always feels good to be right. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on the Cowboys, the Stars, the Mavs, you name it this sports season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long. The NBA season's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, what Nikola Jokic is doing right now, I mean, just hit the more on him and watch the money roll in. I had a sweet payout in the NFL last week, going more on Matthew Stafford's passing yards and more on Bijan Robinson's rushing total. It's simple, it's fast, and the app is a blast to use. You just tap a few squares and you watch the money hit the account. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and if you get your picks right, you cash in. And now with stacks, you can actually triple down on, say, a Pat Mahomes yards, touchdowns, and rushing all in one lineup, and that's only on Prize Picks. Withdrawals are lightning fast with Venmo or Apple Pay, so go ahead and download the Prize Picks app today. Use code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And while A.J. Brown's candor may seem obnoxious or diva-like behavior, the reality is he's right. Forget the Eagles' 7-2 record. This is a basic offense that has underperformed and has been bad at times. And if Nick Sirianni, the head coach, isn't going to call truth to power to his team, thank goodness someone, even their wide receiver who's disgruntled, did so. Good job, A.J. Brown. I'm Bill Ryder.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Tolos Chiafalo here for the Zintex Remodeling Group High School Matchup of the Week, and it is playoff time here in North Texas, the by-district round, and it's the undefeated 10-0, number 2 in the state, Allen Eagles, welcoming in the 8-2 Louisville Farmers. This is going to be a heck of a matchup. Coach Odell's going to have Louisville ready to rock, but can they slow down the Allen Eagles all-world speedster, Lyndon Spriggs? We'll find out on Thursday night, live from Allen, and don't forget to remodel your bathroom in as little as one day with the Zintex Remodeling Group, Zintex.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now. Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows and make no payments with no interest for 24 months. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey, and you can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, it's Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. We're not just a radio show, we're also a podcast. Find the Sean and RJ show anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button, or get every minute of the show on demand the way you want to listen.
Hellsberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Guys, it's time to stop living at half speed. Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic, the one-stop shop for men's health. Whether it's low testosterone slowing you down, maybe hair loss, joint pain, or even bedroom performance, the experts at Men's T Clinic deliver personalized treatments that get real-life results. Natural regenerative therapies, state-of-the-art hormone care. They help you look better, feel better, and live better. Get your edge back. Live your best life. Fast visits, trusted medical experts. It's all there at mensteclinic.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Jake Ferguson rescheduled. We'll get him on next week. So I just wanted to give you the heads up on that if you'd be checking for it. He usually joins us Thursdays at 5:35. Just went on another week. So we'll grant that. We'll float the sked, whatever he needs. It's time now for Chiefs Rim Session. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we are already getting odds on Anthony Davis's next team.
Oh, let's go. Chicago?
Leader in the clubhouse, the Chicago Bulls.
I love it, man. The 3 first-round picks that they have that could possibly trade you, the expiring contracts. This is the fast forward on the rebuild right here.
Yeah, that would be something, man. You have John Wall as a reporter.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's saying that he's been hearing that AD does want to go back to Chicago, and we'll see if that ends up being the spot for him. We know Mark Stein reporting that the Mavericks and Anthony Davis's representation will be working together to kind of find the best landing spot for him. And so, yeah, Chicago right now, leader in the clubhouse.
He's from there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be going back home. And they have like plenty of picks to give, expiring contracts that could totally work out.
I mean, I don't think they're an Anthony Davis away from contending unless they can keep Vucevic. But I think that's the contract they'd have to give in order to get it done. This is a go home and maybe make the Bulls a little bit better. But if I can't go to a contender and the Mavs want to move on. Maybe just going home and finishing your career in front of friends and family is the best thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you had Chris Mannix reporting for SI that as for what's next, he's told that Mark Cuban, Mavs minority owner, who was exiled from basketball operations by Nico, is back at the table. And he's also told that radical roster changes have already been discussed by Dallas's new brain trust. Big changes could be coming to Big D. So hopefully this momentum will continue here, and they will start doing a bit of a teardown, a sell-off.
Yeah, and I like Cuban in there. I don't think it's a permanent fit, but at mid-season, you're going to hold off a full-on next GM search in the summer if you don't like what Cuban, Kidd, Finley, Ricciardi can do here over the course of the next 3 months. I mean, they might cook something up great, and you're like, we're in great shape here. So, but I think Mark Cuban is more about restoring the relationship with the city, maybe, helping get Dirk Nowitzki back in the fold in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think we are all here for that. For sure. I'm here for Mark Cuban kind of being an intermediary to get us as a bridge to the next group of people that are really going to be running the show here. But yeah, Kevin O'Connor in Yahoo Sports, he's got a write-up on why the Mavs should go ahead and blow it up and try and get the best pick possible. He notes the team with the worst record is guaranteed a top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Second worst record is guaranteed a top 6 pick, and the third worst record is guaranteed a top 7 pick. Right now, it's the Wizards, Pacers, and Nets winning that race. They're all with 1-10 records, but finishing 5th, 6th, or 7th might seem unappealing in most draft classes, but this 2026 draft class is quite different. He says it could be historic. So it's Darren Peterson at Kansas, the guard, BYU wing, AJ DeBanza.
Yeah.
You have Duke power forward Cam Boozer, but the draft class, he says, is more than just them. You have players like North Carolina power forward Caleb Wilson, Tennessee wing Nate Ament, and Louisville guard Mikel Brown. They could all push for the top 3. So there's at least 6 players who a team would happily draft with a top 2 or 3 pick in almost any other year.
Nice.
And
so when you go to radical roster changes, it's about tanking as well as acquiring extra draft picks and moving on from some guys who don't match the Cooper Flag window. I was thinking, like, who should be exempt from that? Is it Max Christie? Is it Cooper Flag and that's it?
Yeah,
Derek Lively?
Yeah, to some extent, I think Cooper Flag is really the only untouchable. If somebody wants to come overpay for one of these other guys that you would like to keep, like maybe a Max Christie, like PJ, I would be willing to trade them if a team is coming correct with a blow me away type offer. Those aren't the guys that I'm immediately trying to punt on necessarily, because I do think they could be a part of this next era here, growing with Cooper Flag. But at the same time, yeah, I think anybody's really on the table if you're gonna give a good enough deal.
I mean, Lively is so good that if you could get him back out there playing just for a month or 6 weeks before the trade deadline, somebody might unload for that kind of rim protector and guy that can switch on the perimeter. I mean, he is just a dream come true as far as being a modern big. And his injury resume now is so extensive that I really don't want him around anymore. I think that's more of a liability than an asset.
So O'Connor continues. He says, to put it in perspective with this upcoming NBA draft, some executives around the NBA say that if Cooper Flag had never reclassified and he would have been a part of this 2026 group, he probably would be the 3rd pick at best, but could go as low as 5th or 6th. That's how special this group could be. So it makes all the sense in the world to try and go ahead and capitalize, especially for a team in the Mavericks right now who don't have much in the way of quality picks after this season. Like, you want to go ahead and get a surefire guy, and hopefully you're trading off some pieces and you can get more picks to come here. But that is, I mean, that gives you a pretty good perspective on just how well thought of this class is, that Cooper Flag, who is as good of a prospect as we can all remember, probably wouldn't even have gone number 1 if he didn't reclassify.
That's how good Peterson and DeBanza are. The Flag would have been the 3rd overall pick. This is now becoming a must-tank situation, and I'm excited about that because you don't move on from Nico this early unless you have a drastic approach, and Cuban getting back in the mix is going to lend to the idea that, hey, guys, we should tank. Like, this is how we got Luka. This is how we got Lively. It is the path. And as much as I might have spoken out against it back in the day when I was the majority owner, that was pretty much to just try to avoid fines. We got to get in here and tank this thing away. And, it starts with Thompson and Anthony Davis, but it's got to quickly go to Kyrie Irving if he can come back and establish any value. Like, anybody on the roster right now could be had if I'm answering that phone other than Flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And tip of the cap to Cooper Flag, talking about the fan energy last night compared to this entire season up until last night. He had a great response. He's like, we have not given the fans a lot to love. I think that's part of it, and I think we take a lot of responsibility on that. And having lost the fans a little bit, I think had we given them a lot more to cheer for and be up in the fourth quarters and be into it and giving them more wins, I think we might look at it a little differently. So I think we can take a lot of responsibility for that. But the fans have been there. They've stepped up tonight. They were huge. They were loud. They were positive. So I just want to look forward and try to continue to give them things to be positive for. I'm just glad they show up for us. Look at that. Man. How about that? Just a killer response from Cooper Flag last night after the game.
Yeah, just copy and paste that into your post-game comments next time, Jason.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. There's also a report. How about this, man? Can you imagine how bad Klay Thompson is down right now? Apparently, according to The Athletic, the Lakers were willing to offer Klay Thompson a 4-year, $80 million deal. But he took the pay cut to play with Luka. Like, he had an opportunity, 4 years, $80 million, to leave the Warriors and go to the Lakers and play with Anthony Davis and LeBron James. But he was like, nah, I'm going to go take a far less money, 3 years, $50 million, to go to Dallas so that he could play with Luka. And then, of course, we all know what unfolds. I do wonder, like, just behind closed doors, the frustration that he's vented out at times since Luka's been traded.
Yes. I mean, that's a double whammy because his dad's in Los Angeles. It could have been tremendous. I know Michael was bummed when Klay decided to arrive with the Mavs. I would love it if there is somehow, some way you could trade him over there still. I don't know that there is.
No, I don't know that there is either. I'll be interested to see which teams would be trying to go ahead and take him on right now, but he's absolutely a guy that you'd be down to move on from.
I was looking at CBS Sports, and they have a deal with every player on the Mavs roster, what you could get for them. And they had him on trade number 5, with Dallas takes on bad contracts with upside. So this is a deal with the Pelicans, which sends Klay Thompson, Caleb Martin, and Dwight Powell to the Pelicans. And then the Mavs get, is it DeJounte Murray?
Yeah,
DeJounte Murray. And they're saying one of the benefits of rebuilding around an 18-year-old is that it affords you plenty of room to take on bad contracts. And the Mavs have 3 cheap years left for Flag after this season, as we all know. So they're saying the Pelicans have little reason to keep Murray. He struggled mightily in his first half with New Orleans. He tore his Achilles and has shared some very troublesome criticisms of the organization last season. So that's like what they're talking about. You would likely be able to get for a guy like Klay Thompson if you're looking to move him on.
I mean, Murray could help this team. Inefficient player. Is he out for the rest of this season then?
No, I think it was last season.
Oh, he tore his ACL last year. That's why he only played in 31 games. But I mean, the Mavs are just so bereft of playmaking that Murray would be a welcome addition. He'd help this team more than Klay Thompson.
Somebody says we need to do everything we can to try and get Luka back. Luka was actually asked about it last night, if he could ever see himself playing for Dallas again now that Nico's gone. His quote was, "Right now I'm just focused on the Lakers. No further comments." He didn't totally shoot it down.
No, he didn't say no, did he?
No, I think he's saying there's a sliver of hope there.
I think he's got to be open-minded to what this Lakers team is going to look like for the foreseeable future, because there's not a lot of like championship potential there. They're doing well in the regular season, and salute to them, but they lack so many pieces.
Man, okay, so the Thunder continue to crush, and when you look at the draft lottery, and we just laid out what this draft class is supposed to look like, they have the Clippers pick and the Jazz pick.
Ouch.
So right now, the Thunder will have the 7th and 9th pick in the draft, according to the tank simulator right now.
When you change the CBA,
crazy.
Yeah, and Sam Presti had the foresight to know years ago the only way to become a great team, at least in a market of this size, is to overwhelm the opposition with draft picks. And then when those guys come eligible for new contracts, we got to have draft picks on the backside of that.
Mm-hmm.
They could easily end up with 2 instant starters, maybe 2 instant stars.
Yeah, the rich getting richer at a high level. You have the Clippers where Bradley Beal, they move on from Norman Powell inexplicably. He goes to the Heat. He's balling. Bradley Beal now going to be out for the season. So that is looking worse and worse by the second for them. You had the Nuggets hitting them hard last night. Nikola Jokic, did you see what he did last night? 33 points at the half, 52 points, 11 boards, 6 assists through 3 quarters. He is playing at a ridiculous level right now, and it was the second night of a back-to-back. He's the first player in NBA history to score 90 or more points on 80% shooting over a span of 2 days. He's just playing out of his mind. And Ty Lue, Clippers coach, he says, our game plan was to make him score and take away his passing. I didn't think he would score 55.
I mean, he's just such a problem. He's the closest thing to Shaq, I think, with being able to physically overwhelm you, and then you add like Vlade Divac level passing. It's kind of unfair. Probably got to put up with this for a couple more years. I don't think he's going to have great longevity into his 30s, but for the time being, best player in the game still.
I don't know, man. I think he's on kind of a Drew Holiday kind of tier, if you ask me.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have NFL free agency preview. Why I'm confused about where they have GP. That's next year on The Fan.
But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one favorite local family-owned business here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Now, keep in mind the roofing business here in the DFW is a bit like the Wild Wild West. Very unpredictable, super chaotic, and extremely risky at times thanks to the storm chasers. That's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people, high school sweethearts, power couple, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. They're never cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Award-winning singer-songwriter Scotty McCreery, live in concert.
Bottle rockets in the sky, bare feet in the
Saturday, November 29th, Choctaw Grand Theater. One of country's hottest stars, Scotty McCreery. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
And you know I've always been your...
His new EP, Scooter and Friends, is out now. Choctaw Casino Resort Durant.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are in Las Vegas in primetime again to take on the Raiders. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 4 Monday afternoon with the Cavender's kickoff at 7:15 Monday night.
Hello, DFW. Are you looking for affordable properties 90 minutes from Dallas? We're offering 3 to 5 acre properties starting at $49.9. Saturday, November 22nd, 1 day only. That's right, $49.9. These properties feature beautiful lake views, mature hardwoods, paved roads, power, creeks, ponds, and offer great build sites. And call now for our exclusive 3 acre property with its own private pond for $49.9. This 1 day land sale is by appointment only, offering properties from only $49.9, making this a great family getaway, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Ask us about our event day discounts for veterans and cash buyers. Call now to book your appointment for Saturday, November 22nd. Call 214-731-79.
Agency preview. A lot of interesting and irrelevant storylines for the Cowboys in here, including, was George Pickens disrespected with where they have him in the top 10. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I got some NBA rookie rankings coming up here for you in about 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll take a look at how things are going for Cooper Flagg relative to the others in his draft class. But where would you think George Pickens would be on a free agency ranking without diving too much into it? Of course, first couple of weeks of March are pandemonium around here with all the news. Chief?
I mean, I would have to imagine top 5 for sure.
Yes, and you'd be right on that, Brian.
Number 3.
Number 3, okay, and you'd be almost there.
Oh.
Matt Bowen and Jeremy Fowler did this for ESPN.com. They have Trey Hendrickson at number 1. If a team that needed wide receiver and edge wanted to spend around $35 million a year to get a player, would you be looking more for George Pickens or Trey Hendrickson?
Man, I think that's really, really difficult. In general, I would lean towards the pass rusher, but considering the age factor.
And the back.
I think you have a conversation if it's for one season. But GP's about to get to his prime. Hendrickson's is in his rear view.
Yeah, if all things were equal in terms of age and things like that, I would probably default to pass rusher. But with this specific scenario,
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'm going Pickens for sure.
Pass rush is just... It is so amazing that it's not really dependent on anybody else having success, and it wrecks game plans and allows you to preserve leads better than anything. It's, to me, the second most important position on the field. Brian, quarterback, then edge, quarterback, tackle.
Yeah. That's what they say.
I mean, it's between those two. Okay, so they have Trey Hendrickson at number 1. We don't agree with that. Up next is Tyler Linderbaum, center with the Ravens, that we were hot on coming out of the draft, but Cowboys weren't that interested in getting him. But apparently the Ravens are going to let him get to free agency, which is interesting. And then at number 3 is Daniel Jones. I just don't think any team out there is going to look at him seriously and believe he can recreate what allowed him to have so much success with Indianapolis so far, which is, Tyler Warren, best tight end of the game, some solid wide receivers, but the best offensive line and the best running back going right now.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, and we'll see. We'll see how the season ends for him, and if they somehow make it to an AFC championship game even, and he's continuing to look at the way he's looked this season, there's no question. I mean, the Colts won't let him leave. They'll slap a franchise tag on him or do whatever it takes to keep him there. And I think them punting on the 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner was kind of a window into the way they feel about Daniel Jones, because there's no way you would do that if you didn't feel like you had your quarterback. So I don't know what his contract would look like. Would you try and just duplicate the Baker contract or Sam Darnold or something like that, because he's in that same vein? But yeah, it could easily bottom out on him.
Yeah, I would look at Daniel Jones like we need to keep this thing low. Like, what is the dollar amount that's not going to allow us to recreate it and build the supporting cast around him?
He's playing it for $14 million right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he's playing for?
Yeah, and then what other quarterbacks are out there that we could get for similar dough? Like, if you're thinking about the Baker Mayfield or the Darnold money, that's like 30 or 33 million a year, somewhere in there. Like, who else is out there that could play better? Like, maybe Daniel Jones is the benefactor more than he's the reason for our success.
Man, there's some bad quarterbacks as far as it goes. I mean, I just saw like Aaron Rodgers' number, and I'm just saying Russell Wilson's number. I mean, Daniel Jones is playing great as compared to those two guys.
Aaron Rodgers is interesting.
I'm trying to look
Joe Flacco's interesting.
Yeah.
If we can get those guys for half of what Daniel Jones would be asking for, I think you would have to consider all options.
Marcus Mariota?
I think that's below the bar of what I think is possible.
Well, that's kind of where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, they could trade for. I think like guys like Kyler Murray or Tua would be available in the trade market, but that's going to be a touch more expensive. And
I was looking at
trading.
I was looking at over the cap, and these are because they talk about void contracts and stuff like that, But the names they've got like Trey Hendrickson. They're looking at like Deebo Samuel has a void situation. Mike Evans has a void situation. Khalil Mack is he's going to be a UFA.
Mm-hmm. Might be an interesting name for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Clowney moves on, Fowler moves on.
Yeah, I just was, like I say, there were just a couple. I didn't realize that Mike Evans was 33 years old.
Yeah, man. He's been around for a minute.
Yeah. Hamstring problems this year, right? Was that the big issue?
That's been his career. I mean, despite the fact that he's been super consistent with 1,000-yard seasons, I can't remember what got him this year.
I think it was his hamstring that got him.
Wouldn't shock me.
But Forrest Pickens, I do wonder if the previous tag of him having off-the-field concerns would scare off others in the market and maybe suppress his value lower than what I think. I mean, on the field, I think he's worth somewhere between $35 to $38 million. I think he's going to get more than CeeDee Lamb. I think maybe Chase and Jefferson will be the only contracts more than him when he get it done, just based on the player that he showed, especially when CeeDee Lamb was out. The fact that he's got durability. But, I mean, the market works in mysterious ways, and that's why it's unfortunate when a guy gets a label or a narrative around his personality or character or whatever you want to call it early in his career. It can be hard to shake that, and maybe the Cowboys will have less competition than at least I imagine as of now.
Yeah, but if he finishes with like 1,400 yards and double-digit touchdowns, I think teams will put that to the side.
But okay, yeah, me too. Right, especially with all of the good press, like playing for the Cowboys, it's not any mystery about any player on your team. Everybody's going to know that the George Pickens thing went incredibly well if they're paying any kind of attention.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Since we're talking about quarterbacks, I was just going through the list again. Do you think if Zach Wilson got to the right place, or is Zach Wilson just a bad quarterback?
Ooh.
I mean, he's like a young guy like that. I mean, the Daniel Jones young guy that, I mean, coming out of college, a lot of ability. Is he just bad? That can he go somewhere and all of a sudden they're like, whoa, they're coaching him up, and look, it's Zach Wilson. He's making plays now like he did at BYU.
It's crazy, though, because in the one scenario where Tua, I guess he got pulled late in the game this year, they turned to Quinn Ewers.
They drafted Quinn Ewers. That was
right. But it was a
I just was thinking about
that's a reclamation project for sure.
Yeah.
But you haven't really seen anything from him in the NFL.
Yeah, but we all hated Daniel Jones, though, right? Didn't we?
Yes, we absolutely did.
Yeah, we were like, Daniel Jones sucks.
I mean, he could be a guy where you're coming in and you compete with another dude. I don't think any team would be like, all right, Zach Wilson, we're going to give you the keys to the franchise even for a single season. But that is another young guy that it'll be fun to monitor if he gets with the right team, right coach, and who would be interested in him. Like if you see McVay say like, oh, hey, get over here, then you're like, all right, he sees something in him, right?
Yeah.
Denver, if he goes to Sean Payton.
Exactly.
I think there's still more busts that stay bust than busts that become resuscitations or reclamation projects or what have you. And, I guess with Baker, you'd had good football for a half season in Cleveland. With Daniel Jones, he had made the playoffs with Sam Darnold. What happened in Minnesota last year?
See, that's what I'm saying, though. We've seen more dudes kind of all of a sudden find themselves.
Yeah.
Haven't we? Like Baker was the start. Now we've got Sam Darnold. Now we got Daniel Jones. And we've seen more of these than we have the guys going the other way, right?
I don't know. I think you still just have three guys that were considered busts that have emerged, right? And these have been in pretty good situations, other than Seattle.
All three playoff quarterbacks, right? Right now, playoff quarterbacks.
Yeah, it is impressive. I would be looking to harvest that, especially if a guy had played for the Jets. Or was just in a dumpster fire situation like Cleveland. Those are your opportunities. Braden Smith, okay, let's shop for maybe some guys the Cowboys could or should be interested in. Shoddy saying today there is going to be an open competition at right tackle, Brian. I know you've been calling for that maybe since training camp or very early in the season.
Yeah, but, I mean, we got to see, like, Nate Thomas played the other day, and he only played like 19 snaps, gave up like 5 pressures to a team that really doesn't rush the passer all that well.
I think that's fair, but it does say that they're probably at the very
they're tired.
Earliest,
they're tired. Yeah, they're tired of Steele. And I ask you guys the question, and I don't know if I've asked you guys this question, and I want to know from the fan text if they want to know. Would you use one of the 2 first-round picks on an offensive tackle?
Absolutely. 100%. Maybe 2 of them if they're the right guys, and the Packers do end up missing the playoffs. You can get a good right tackle top 10, obviously, but top 15, top 18, somewhere in there.
I've seen a couple of offensive tackles already that could help you. Will probably be somewhere in that range of 1 to 15.
I mean, my top priority going in right now will be corner. But if they would fix that somewhere in free agency before you get to the draft, I would not be opposed to two of them.
So you're okay with using one of those picks for an offensive tackle? Chief?
I wouldn't totally rule it out. I would like to think that maybe Nate Thomas can show enough the rest of the way. I mean, I'm cool with moving on from Steele, and if Nate Thomas isn't your guy, then that's a huge hole that you have to get figured out. So I wouldn't rule it out by any stretch.
I wonder what the text saying. Are they saying absolutely not? Nobody wants another offensive tackle, do they?
I mean, they've drafted a lot of them,
yeah.
And I could see there's fatigue, but that's a spot like we just mentioned. It's so important that if you miss after 2 or 3 years of an experiment, it's time to go find a new one, especially because their weighted DVOA on offense right now is 11th.
Yeah.
Like this offense is, kind of unfortunately devolving into what I feared it would be and has been, since really Tyron Smith moved on or when Tyron Smith was injured. This is kind of what we got. And it was very impressive for the first 6 weeks of the season how they were able to mitigate that with the offensive scheme and Dak Prescott. But the defenses have figured it out, and the Raiders, as you told us last hour, are not going to be a piece of cake to move the ball against.
No, not running the ball.
Okay, but number 5 on the list, Colts right tackle Braden Smith, average tackle, could be a good Terrence Steele replacement. Like, there are names on this list that I think should be of significant interest for the Cowboys. That's number 5 in the 2026 free agent rankings, the Colts right tackle Braden Smith. Breece Hall comes in at 6. I think the Cowboys have done a good job here with back-to-back years with Dowdle and Javonte Williams. As long as they don't bring Zeke back and give him way too many carries, I'm confident they can do what you should do at running back, which is hope for an absolute superstar that you draft in day 3. And if you don't get one of those, you look to budget free agency to solve your problems. 7 is the wide receiver Alec Pierce. I was surprised, but he's doing well with the Colts.
Yeah,
he is going to be a free agent
out of Cincinnati.
Deep ball threat.
Yeah, he can go get it.
He might be a more ideal second wide receiver type of player there, and they estimate his value at $15 to $20 million.
I got a guy named Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. It's a George Pickens clone.
Well, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
What round?
He's a first-round player.
First-round guy.
Yeah.
Alontae Taylor, the corner, at 11. I think if you go get him early in March, you might be able to eliminate corner from your draft needs. Not an elite corner, but very solid. Maybe like a Brandon Carr type of signing as far as an above-average guy. Might not be a badass, but I like number 14 here, Quay Walker, the Packers linebacker, very athletic. I was surprised when it said 6'4", 241. Like, this isn't a small guy. The way he moves, he looks like he might be about 215 pounds.
Gosh, I didn't realize he was that big either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he stood out in a big way in that Cowboys game.
They say explosive traits, creates playmaking upside. He can cover ground as a run-and-hit defender, plus Walker's diagnosing the run game at a quicker rate in 2025, averaging 8.5 tackles this season to go with a sack and a half, 6 tackles for loss, and 3 pass breakups so far in the season. And, you add him to what you got going on already with Logan Wilson and DeMar Vinovershone, and linebacker could be a real strength for next season. But that'll be a fun thing to continue to track as one of the branches on the Cowboys topic tree as we, keep our fingers crossed for a miracle run for 2025, but probably not on the cards. But man, you throw around a little cash. Jerry Jones, you want to put your money where your mouth is, 83 years old, feeling more urgent about contending. Is the Super Bowl really the Super Bowl to you, or is it the stock market that's the thing you're most passionate about?
Just saw the evaluation for George Pickens. Would you like to guess for 2025, his valuation?
$34 million.
Oh, like what he's brought to the table this year?
What his value currently is.
Yeah, you said 34. Yeah, I would say over 30 for sure, 32.
Yeah, 31.4.
Hell of a player, man.
He's been awesome.
Yep.
Might be one of the 5 best in the league. NBA rookie rankings, and where's Cooper Flag? We got that coming up in addition to the finest at the top of the hour, and we're back here on The Fan.
Patolas, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do.
Uber Eats has Lola B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats have groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ford. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 903 says, guys, they need to spend every pick they have on defense. And we'll see, you know, when they go into free agency, they want to button up the entire roster so they're not really dependent upon the draft to plug any holes. We'll see what happens when they get through. But I also, you know, do want to talk about what Brian said. I think it has a tremendous amount of credibility that the offensive tackles just are not good enough if you want this offense to be what it is. And that, you know, or what we thought it was. Sure. I don't think you can dodge this or think that the tackles are going to start playing better next year. You need at least one. And if you don't spend a lot of money in free agency, like your chances of getting a starting tackle are drastically dropping once you're outside the top 10.
I'd like to see them spend money in free agency. I'd like to see them look at a safety, potentially another linebacker in free agency. And I think that would open them up to be able to take some offensive players potentially, but I think they got better with Quinnen Williams. We'll see with Overshown getting back, him and Logan Wilson and how those guys play. But they've got to upgrade at safety. They have to.
And Donovan Wilson's contract is over.
They got a couple. Yeah, I think
Malik Hooker will have one more year on it.
I think they got some possibly. I was looking at I think they got some voids. I think both those guys could be voided.
Oh yeah.
So. But if I'm the Cowboys, I'm desperately looking at free safety. If you start talking about defensive players, give me a safety, because I think like they've gotten better up the middle with the additions they made. But give me a couple more players on defense. That would totally open you up to be able to take those, using those two first-round picks for other positions as well.
For offense, maybe by the time we get there, it could be George Pickens is somewhere else. You need a tackle. You need a wide receiver. The great thing is we have 2 first-round picks this year, and we have Brian Broaddus once again heading up our draft coverage. It's not only the best in town, it's the best in the entire country. You'll find on any radio station in America. Okay, Gavin, do you listen to the things you say? Horrible? I mean, let me know. Let me know what
understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
What did he say that was horrible? What did you say?
I don't know.
Does he not like the tackle?
I think it was a laundry list. It would probably take the guy all day, right, to calibrate everything.
Yeah,
you think?
See if I can get the mouse over here, get his number, see if there's anything more specifically.
Yeah,
772.
I'd be curious.
I know some people were reacting to me calling Quay Walker a big linebacker at 240 pounds. I mean, he looks significantly smaller. Maybe it's because he's standing next to Cooper, who's a mountain of a man, but he moves like he's significantly smaller than that. Okay, NBA rookie rankings. How long until Flag rises to the top is the question for you here. And is there concern with the breakdown that they have? Where are you guys with Cooper Flag at 877-881-1053? Now, everybody ahead of him on this list is at least a year and a half, some of them 4 years older than Cooper Flag. I have no concerns with where he's going long term, but I do wonder if his lack of instant stardom or his lack of Rookie of the Year candidacy did contribute to the decision from the Mavericks to sort of not only move on from Nico, but from everything we've heard so far, they're looking for radical changes to the roster, just probably out of the acknowledgement that Cooper Flag can't be maybe the first 18-year-old to ever come in and dominate. Like nobody's ever done it at his age, so I'm not worried about his timeline, but he can't help AD and Kyrie win the championship right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they were throwing him into the middle of the ocean as a point guard, right? I mean, that playing him out of position, maybe big picture is something that will benefit him, but for the immediate, that is a lot to ask, and you can see like when he's on the floor with Brandon Williams, it's a different version of him. His points are up, his assists are up, his rebounds are up, his efficiency levels are way up when he's playing with a real point guard.
Yeah.
And defensively, he's been what you were hoping he would be.
I tell you what, the fact that how he moves with the ball or without the ball, just watching him, I made it a point to say, okay, I'm just going to watch him play. I'm not going to worry about everybody else. Just going to watch him play. And I'll tell you what, there's things he does communication-wise. I think there's things he does, helping on defense. He understands where he's going to be. He comes down the court. They yell something at him. He knows where to go. He knows where to be. If it's a missed shot, he tries to get the rebound. I think there's a lot of things that he's just trying to overcome. I mean, he looks fine for me. I mean, I know the expectations are so high for him, but you watch the things that he does. It seems like to me, for such a young guy, he's got a really good understanding for the game.
Yeah, he's a well-rounded dude. And when you watch him, when they try to just ISO on him and he's one-on-one as a defender, dude is lockdown.
Yeah,
he is forcing extremely difficult shots for these guys.
Yeah,
there is a lot to like about him. 817 says, "What about LeBron James?" I'd say you want Klay Thompson and Daniel Gafford. We'll take LeBron. Try to get Kyrie and AD healthy, and at that point, I would say let's try it. Let's try to win the championship.
I think that was to the point of like an 18-year-old stepping into the league and being dominant.
He wasn't dominant. Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't. He was definitely good, but it wasn't like he led them to the playoffs or anything like that.
No, but I mean, maybe 18-year-old LeBron could help this team, maybe more than Cooper Flag. They say Flag was the toughest rookie to rank, as his performance thus far needs to be placed in context, as we've been attempting to do here. Says Flag's no longer the runaway rookie of the year after his first 11 games have been marred by rough efficiency numbers. 37% effective field goal percentage on jumpers, ranks 131st out of 135. and his .76 points per pick ranks 68th out of 72 players with at least 100 screens as the ball handler. To Chief's point, this is all through the context of him playing point guard. The Mavs have been 25 points per 100 possessions worse with Flag on the floor. For context, the Nuggets are 21 points per 100 less when Jonas Valanciunas spells Nikola Jokic at center, so it's that kind of a drop-off. Yet Flag would still be the pick for the best long-term prospect of any rookie. His slow start is not an indictment of his number one selection. He turned in his best performance of the season while playing more of an off-ball role against the Bucks on Monday, and his surface stats are strong across the board with averages of 15, 7, and 3 assists per game. The only other rookies to average at least 10, 5, and 3 in the past decade, Wemby, Banchero, Scotty Barnes, Josh Giddey, Cade Cunningham, LaMelo Ball, and Luka. So he is already in some pretty special company as far as what he is able to produce out there because he's so well-rounded.
Yeah, I just think, to me, I get lost sometimes in the metrics, but the eye test, you just watching him play.
He's a professional basketball player. He is doing a little bit of everything.
He's trying. He is trying to do everything possible that he can, and I think that maybe that whole thing of having to be the point guard. He probably knew, hey, it's going to be tough, but he did it. He tried. Maybe that's on the coaching staff and in the front office for thinking that was the case. But, man, I don't think you could blame the kid for that. That's just not what he does very well.
No, but he is 6th on this list. Ryan Kalkbrenner at Charlotte, the 34th pick. He's a 7-footer, making 81% of his shots. He's ahead of him. So is Dylan Harper with the Spurs in 78 minutes. The Wembanyama-Harper duo has a whopping plus 36 net rating. He has been hurt, I think, for the last week or so he hasn't played a lot of games yet. Con Knippel with the Hornets.
Yeah.
He's taking and making more threes than any rookie in NBA history, and he averages 6.5 rebounds, 3 assists per game. He is 20, 2 years older, former teammate of Flag there at Duke. VJ Edgecombe, who's really slowed down since a super hot start. He scored 34 in his debut, but he hasn't scored over 20 since his third NBA game in which he scored 26. And then Cedric Coward, now with the Grizzlies. He played like 1 month of college basketball, got hurt, been a very solid scorer and defender and has the composure, beyond his age. But he is 22, very strong 3-and-D player, but he was in college basketball there for a couple of seasons, just got hurt last year, so they had a difficult time putting a value on him, but he is your current number 1 rated rookie here in the association. We got 3 hours down, 2 to go. Find us next, Chief. Where are we heading?
Yeah, we are heading to preview what is going to be an incredible NFL football week, and that's next year in the nation.
Okay. Station on 105.3 The Fan. I got 60 seconds on soccer here coming up for you in about 20 minutes as we kick off the Expressway. Maybe the most significant professional soccer announcement in the USA in 30 years, maybe since the MLS was first announced, or maybe it's just a couple of years since Messi came to town. Not quite sure. Decide for yourself, but we'll have the details on that for you coming up in less than 20. Here's the Chief with some football's finest.
That's a hell of a tease. All right, we got a big football weekend ahead of us. Let's get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, the NFL owners. How about this one, man? The NFL owners filing a grievance against the NFL Players Association.
Woody Johnson, huh?
Yeah, it was led by Woody Johnson with the Jets. They're trying to stop the annual report cards. We love those in the springtime. Usually we're in Surprise, Arizona. We get the NFL report cards where they grade every organization through the players. The players get to grade the organization on a handful of different categories. And yes, Jets owner Woody Johnson called them totally bogus after he and the Jets received an F grade from their players last year. So this is just another example of the NFL not wanting to have any accountability. I would have to imagine plenty of teams have been sort of forced into some sort of facility upgrades and personnel upgrades from like training staff and things like that, food quality, all of it when it comes just because of these report cards, because they get put out there. So the NFL is trying to go ahead and make sure that never happens again. It's just,
man, if I was the NFLPA today, I'm sending a message back to whoever sent it saying, kindly go bleep yourselves.
Okay.
We will be open-minded to this as a point of negotiation, but we're definitely not going to be bullied into exercising our freedom of speech about our work environment, especially in a league where owners like Woody Johnson himself have attacked players as he did with Justin Fields 3 weeks ago. You know, I don't want any negativity coming out from the organization about any of the details in a personal life. It's a no comment from you. And if you have any public negotiating to do for contracts, that's going to be a finable offense if you besmirch any of the workers in our union in any way. And then maybe we'll consider, you know, removing this, which is basically our one way of communicating with the public through an anonymous survey of their job satisfaction.
And just selfishly, I love to have the content in the middle of the off season.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's you can crank out a handful of segments based on that situation.
I will say this though, there are guys and gals talking to people around the league and these teams. They really are hurt by it though. I mean, they're hurt in a way of like they want to do.
It's an indictment on their character.
Yeah, they feel like that. Listen, we can't help it because we have this or we lack that. You know, they
yeah, and that's when it's like you need your owners to step up and make this all possible.
I know, and you're right. I mean, there's nothing these folks can do unless the facilities are improved or maybe there's more help. But man, it really does. It affect, and they're not saying that. You know, they're like saying, hey, we're kind of getting a bad rap here because we don't have this or we don't have that. It's not that we're not trying to do better with what we have. I've talked to a lot of people around the league. I know a lot of these trainers. I know a lot of these trainers around the league and places I've been. You know, and a lot of these guys and gals, when you talk to them, they're like, hey, if we had more, sure, we could do things. And you're thinking of like, you know, billions of dollars for these franchises that maybe you could do more. But deep down, there are people like, hey, here's our grade, and you know, they feel bad about it. They don't want to be known as an organization, or they don't want to be known as a training staff that gets a D or an F or something like that. These guys and gals are all professionals. They want to, they want to do what's right by their players for sure.
Yeah, and I get that. You know, I just think that in a league where management and ownership has talked negatively about the character of its players so much,
question. Yeah,
you know,
I understand.
There's got to be like a point of negotiation here, and I get it. But if you're in one of those organizations, you're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. $200 million is the minimum these NFL teams are making cash.
Sure.
take $20 million and invest in the offseason if you care, that much.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. I was just speaking on the fact that people that they see this and they don't feel like they're doing F work or D work. Now, if you want to say the facilities suck and all that, that's one thing. But when you start to talk about the people involved, that's where a lot of these folks get hurt. And it's nothing that they're kind of at the mercy of their organizations. Their organizations willing to upgrade and to spend like you're talking about.
Hey, accountability is good for everybody.
Yeah.
Don't tell that to the owners. All right, we do have some injury reports. It looks like Brock Purdy will return as the Niners starting quarterback Sunday versus the Cardinals. Kyle Shanahan has announced that. You have Lamar Jackson, full participant in practice today, so that's a good sign for him to keep it moving. And then you also have DeMarvion Overshown for the Dallas Cowboys, full participant in practice. So we're going to get the Overshown experience on Monday night in Vegas. You did have Ashton Jeanty, your guy, Broadus. He, when talking about this Cowboys defense, he was kind of like holding back laughter when he says there's definitely places we can attack them.
Sure there is.
I'm clipping that.
Yeah.
That's bulletin board material.
He's not lying, though.
No, he's not. He's being totally honest.
We've watched 9 weeks of football and defensive football, and they're going to make some massive changes in this game this week and hope it works. They're going to go into this game and they're going to play with guys they've traded for and guys coming off injury and all that. And hell, it might not be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of brokenness to this defense.
Could you see them still being broken here for the next month as they get all this thing sorted and then finish strong?
No, if they're broken, they're broken.
Really?
I mean, what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to win this game. And you're trying to do it and find out the way, okay, how does Wilson fit? How does Quinnen Williams fit? How does Ravel or Overshown or whoever's going to play in this game? How is Carson going to fit? You got to figure it out because the next 3 weeks, hopefully you find a way to go win this game. Now, Dallas could play awful. They've played awful against some awful teams, and lost some games. I mean, there's no guarantee this is going to be, hey, roll your hat out there and everything's going to be cool game. It's probably going to be a struggle game. But they could be bad. They could absolutely be just like they've been the last 9 weeks on defense. And it not work out.
Should be getting more splash plays, though, like having Overshown in there, Quinnen Williams, those guys just being disruptors.
You hope.
You have an adult at linebacker now with Logan Wilson. Things should get moving in the right direction, especially when you consider this Raiders offense. I know you had the stat earlier, Dawson, haven't scored 30 points in 29 games. That's the longest active streak in the NFL.
Yeah.
I know Hagee was mentioning that earlier today in the KNC Masterpiece, and they'll be at Taco Bueno in Bedford tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. 4 games the Raiders have been held under 10 points this year.
Yeah, and the Cowboys only have one spot now, maybe not even a single spot on the defense that's totally broken. Like when you were having to play Zion Childress and Triquez Bridges, that was rock bottom. But now Kalen Carson has a good game to build on. Kyer Elam is maybe just a little bit below average as a corner, an absolute bust of a first-round pick, but decent. Deron Bland's not going to play that bad the rest of the season. Your safeties, your linebackers, there's no reason this defense should be even close to as bad as what it was before the bye.
Yeah, got to get on the same page. No question about it. All right, now, Broadus, you mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah.
You said the words, Bill Belichick, New York Giants.
Yes.
Wake up this morning and you'll see that Bill Belichick is close to being the favorite. It's still Mike McCarthy as the favorite to be the Giants' next head coach, but his odds shifted from plus 1,600 to plus 750 since the market opened yesterday. And I don't know how much you respect that dude, Gary Myers, who...
Not much.
Okay, not much.
No, that's just me.
He's been around a long time now.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, he's been wrong a lot more than he's been right.
He says that Bill Belichick loves the Giants. He says, doubles down. He loves the Giants. Yeah. He gets emotional and melancholy reminiscing about his Giants years. I think Belichick would do it in a second. And part of it, I think, is proving that he can win a Super Bowl without Tom Brady. But I think you would really just need to know how much does Bill Belichick like and respect Jackson Dart. Right? Like whoever takes that job for the most part is tying themselves to Jackson Dart saying this is my quarterback. And so I don't know how Belichick feels about him, but at least according to Gary Myers, he feels pretty good about the Giants.
Yeah, I could totally be getting lied to by Mike Lombardi, who's one of my dear friends. Mike said the coach is 1,000% tied in to what's trying to get things right at North Carolina.
And he might not be lying. It might just be that this is something Belichick wouldn't tell anybody, you know, because if you're really thinking about moving, you don't want people talking, do you?
Well, I think that, no. I mean, and I think to me that's one of the things. I don't think Mike would put all that out there Mike just wouldn't answer me. Mike would he would say, no. I mean, he just would leave me on read. You know, he wouldn't, like, hey,
Red.
Is Coach Red, you know, is Coach, you know, I asked him the question, is Coach going? Is Coach looking at this Giants job? He texts me back. He says he's absolutely 1,000% committed to North Carolina. I could be getting lied to.
Would it strike any fear into us at all if Belichick becomes the Giants head coach?
More fear of him than McCarthy.
Yeah, no question.
Sure.
And Joe Shane. You know, I think what he would do is significantly raise what they'd be capable of. Now, the floor is not much higher, but this Giants team has been a disaster, so you're getting better coaching. I think the toughest thing with Belichick right now, though, is how much control is he going to let you have? Mm-hmm. You know, he wants to do things his own way, and I don't think it's gone well. It's been a massive embarrassment. Now you had the girlfriend thing on top of it. I could see him wanting to leave North Carolina, especially if the money coming from the Giants is right and you're willing to give him like full autonomy to try to rebuild everything to do with the Giants organization. I just don't know if that's good anymore. So I hate to give you a non-answer on that, Chief, but I don't know what the state of Belichick and trusting others in the organization is.
Okay, you get one game for the weekend. You get to pick one game on Sunday with the Cowboys playing on Monday night. You can get Bucks-Bills, all right? You can get Seahawks-Rams. You could get Chiefs-Broncos, or you can get Lions-Eagles, which is going to be Sunday Night Football. You get to pick one game that you get to just couch it uninterrupted for 4 hours of football. What's your game?
I took the $5 million, so I'm not watching the NFL anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
I want, I'm going to have an eye on the Giants-Packers scores, I guess. But I want to know if the Seahawks are for real as they go to Los Angeles against the Rams. Some of the analytics are projecting Seattle as the best team in football right now, and I'm calling BS on it.
By the DVOA metric, yeah, it's number 1 versus number 2 in this game with the Rams and Seahawks.
And I think the Rams are way better, so maybe I'll be proven wrong on that one, but that has the most interest to me.
I think, to me, just because the Cowboys are playing Philadelphia the following week,
I'm getting your Scout's eye cooked up.
I'm watching the Lions.
Sunday Night Football with A.J. Brown melting down, and every question at the podium for every player and coach is about A.J. Brown and his happiness. Apparently, Big Dom had to be the mediator today. It was Big Dom and the Eagles owner, Jeffrey Lurie, talking with A.J. Brown at practice. Apparently had a good conversation about AJ's frustration, and they all want the offense to be better. So Big Dom earning his money.
But we're clearly rooting Detroit in this game. I mean, not that any Cowboys fans need another excuse to pull for them over the Eagles, but that NFC North is getting jumbled up. And what would be the worst situation is if Detroit, stumbles here down the stretch and something like 10-6-1 wins it for the Green Bay Packers, and that's kind of the only way they're in the playoffs. That would be, disappointing if you were just a sea hair away from possibly having a top 18 pick coming over from Green Bay. But thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
An edition of Football's Finest is in the books once again. It's most nights at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. We're coming back to hit the expressway, the biggest soccer in America news in a while, and what's being said about the Mavs' new interim GM and more. That's coming up next in the G-Bag of the Day here on 105 through The Fan.
But Tolos, the time is now to take control of your financial...
lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We're just over 6 minutes from the G-Bag of the day, and LA Live's coming up at 5:40. The sports gambling point-shaving story is evolving this afternoon in a couple of ways. We'll get to that here in just a second. I got a handful of significant stories here for you to get caught up to speed. Mark Stein reported Michael Finley voiced the strongest opposition to the Luka Doncic deal at the time that it went down. So the question is on this Mavs leadership group, who do you trust? Should the Mavs trust Michael Finley, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. Michael Finley is, the way that Steiny's talking about it, he's a guy that has familiarity, former player, been in the organization, probably a guy that everybody likes, has probably built friendships along the way, has seen the good, the bad. But I'll say this. If Michael Finley is one of these guys that was for moving on from Luka Doncic, then he should not be considered the general manager of this basketball team.
Yeah,
I'll say that. And I know that I've talked to people in the organization that there's a group of people that were for the trade. And maybe those are the people that were trying to save their own jobs. And hey, I'm not that type of person. That's why I'm doing radio with you guys, because I was always outspoken and and didn't close my door and didn't try and just go along with everybody else. And there's some people that do that. There's some people that just say, hey, whatever you want to do, boss, we're good to go. But in fact, if we find out that that he was for the Luka trade, he does not have my vote for general manager. I don't think he would. I can't have somebody making decisions like that that's that irresponsible.
No, you shouldn't. And it's to be determined if he was just doing it to keep his job. But it is remarkable that he wasn't let go, and so many people that were loyal to Luka have been. So I think the math adds up. It's just so hard to tell. There's so many different insider reports.
Sometimes you become the guy that everybody, the person that everybody likes in the room. You're not. You're friends to everybody. You're the guy that you could go into their office and close the door and complain about what's going on in the organization. And they'll sit there and listen and nod their head and be that guy.
Michael Finley stuck around through multiple regimes of Mavs leadership. It would stand to reason that, getting along with what the boss wants is just smart business.
Knows how to play the game.
MLB on Fox lists the Rangers as one of the best 3 fits for Kyle Tucker, Pete Alonso, and Kyle Schwarber. That'd be awesome to get any of those guys. But based on today's article in the Morning News and what CY said yesterday, they would probably have to move on from some high salary players, at least one of them, to make the room for a signing of that size. The Major League Soccer Board of Governors voted to align with the international soccer calendar by shifting the regular season to a summer to spring campaign beginning in 2027. The commissioner, Dan Garber, called it one of the most important decisions in the history of the league. Aligning with the international schedule will strengthen our club's global competitiveness, create better opportunities in the transfer market, and ensure the MLS Cup playoffs take center stage without interruption. In 2027, they'll play a shortened season from February to May. So that's the only downside of this from my perspective, where an MLS Cup champion will be crowned before the league officially shifts to a summer-spring calendar then later on in that same year. I think it's a big win for FC Dallas fans because it's less games in this scorching heat.
That's what I'm saying. Is that going to be a problem? Or
I think it's amazing. I mean, the lightning threat, the sweltering heat.
You're saying they're going from summer to spring, or how are we going to
they'll move from July to March, I believe, or July to February. So you're still going to have July, August, and September to contend with. There's still going to be some hot games, but less with this alignment, and the playoffs should be significantly more comfortable. It might be perfect weather. Okay, 14 men charged for their roles in a multi-million-dollar illegal sports betting ring that involved college athletes and had links to organized crime. According to the authorities, Joseph Little Joe Perna, talk about a wise guy name, member of the Lucchese crime family, and his associates allegedly ran a nationwide network of bookmakers who use offshore websites to facilitate approximately $2 million in bets from 2022 to 2024. So not that massive, but just another point-shaving, illegal gambling story coming down the pike. The Attorney General in New Jersey said a number of college athletes operated sports books at the direction of the Perna organization, would not answer questions on what colleges or what sports were involved in the betting ring. NCAA is aware and is looking into the case on their end. And then the NFL sent a memo to team officials to re-emphasize the league's stance on what types of wagers are permitted with its sportsbook partners, specifically calling out certain prop bets, which have come under increased scrutiny in recent weeks following indictments in Major League Baseball and the NBA. The league says it has actively engaged with both state lawmakers and regulators, as well as the sports betting partners, to limit and prohibit altogether prop bets in the NFL. But the injured players, the over-unders, they're telling everybody involved in the NFL, you are not allowed to make these kinds of wagers. I was surprised to find out some are allowed in this new world.
I think you basically only allowed to really play fantasy football. It seems like that's kind of the ruling, I believe.
Get on some daily fantasy action. That does sound fun. I think where this is going, Brian, agree or disagree?
Disagree.
You are going to need probably lie detector tests of every player. I don't know if this is before every game or maybe it's a couple of times a season, but this is just what we're going to find, I think, in the not too distant future is how big of a deal this could be in football, because you have so many of the players making less than $1 million a year, and here is an opportunity. I mean, the players making tens of millions of dollars are falling prey to this for 10 racks. Why wouldn't a guy on a practice squad who gets called up saying, hey, this is our one opportunity, and if I get caught, I get caught, but I'm going to make damn sure whoever I'm up against is going to have 100 yards receiving today. Yeah, I'm going to make. All right, well, the over/under could be significantly less. What if it's one missed tackle gets a running back over his over/under? Like, the opportunity to impact these prop bets from a football perspective is massive.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure they will go to great lengths for this. I wonder if you can do stuff with the phones to sort of block the ability to do it. Not that there's not other ways to go about making these type of bets here, but I think the other thing too is just having the punishment when guys do get popped, the punishment being so big that it just strikes ultimate fear into anyone considering doing it.
You're right. Maybe it'll take a couple of years with the punishments to be handed out for the players to just be like, dude, it's not worth it. They're going to catch you. There's a good chance.
Real quick, the way they could trace all these bets and stuff like that, they don't need the lie detector test. They could pop these guys for devices and stuff like that. They could look at the IP addresses and stuff, or where's this coming from? Irregularities is what another.
But we can get degrees of separation from that. I can tell a friend to use a sports book that's not an NFL partner. We're going offshore for our bets. Maybe we're even using a bookie. Yeah. I don't know. But to your point, maybe it's not lie detectors, but it's some sort of increased regulation and tracking. That's coming
I think Eric's got the idea. If you get caught, you're banned for life.
Okay, we got LA Live coming up here in about 9 minutes. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup 2.0. This G-Bag of the day.
Man, the Mafia is still out here getting busy.
They are.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. I thought the Mafia was gone.
For small amounts of money, too.
I mean, if you do it widespread, it's not small in a sense for them.
Yeah, I guess this would just be what they've found out about.
The Mafia, bro. Where's Elliot Ness at?
Yeah.
Where's J. Edgar Hoover at? Got to get the Mafia out of here. All right, this is G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. What's up, bro?
I wonder how much legitimate business they're doing now, the mob.
Yeah.
You know, that they flipped a lot of their businesses. Now they've got little mob ties, but they're now a lot of legitimate businesses they're running too.
There's a documentary on Netflix about the mob or something like that. Mob in Philadelphia or New Jersey or whatever. Yeah. I gotta watch that. The mob was moving around like that still.
They were talking about they had a natural disaster that I think they went through Japan, and the Japanese mob was so organized they got aid to the
is that
city.
the Triad or is that another one?
I don't know the name of it. I don't want to say. I don't know. But
yeah, I shouldn't want to say
they're
it either.
so organized that they got aid to the victims faster than the government could.
I believe that.
They were that organized.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe it. All right, yeah. Every weekday on the Fan 5:30, we do G-Bag of the Day. My name is Lucius, L.A. How you doing? Our winner and champ so far is Mr. Eric Chiafalo. He started off the show yesterday. Give us some love, if you will, to Nico Harris. Wrote him a love letter.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf, home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both.
Boom.
Straight bars from the chief.
Someone said, does that mean like Nico's just hung like that? Is that
cut off at a... What did he do? He showed his ass and then he grew.
Into Dumpster Juice, Guzzling Warlord, I believe.
There it is.
That 04 Tuna song in the background. Have you ever worked out to that song before?
I have not.
Yeah, you should try it, bro.
Get you going?
Yeah, you might pull a muscle for sure.
You just kind of you
might hurt yourself, bro. Pace yourself, yeah. Da 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 da. You're like, yeah, go ahead, throw it on there. I'm gonna max out today, baby. I'm maxing out. I'm telling you, dog, it'll hype you up. All right, let's go to a Odyssey station. 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Detroit, what up, though?
Oh, I heard a lot about these guys over the years.
They're beating up on our guy, Gus Johnson.
Oh, no.
Polarizing figure, old Gus Johnson, apparently. Can't get too excited. Yeah, you can't get too excited.
Football! College!
They beat him up. Listen to this.
Can we say that maybe we need to give Gus Johnson a cup of tea or something before he makes these calls?
Can we say that a network executive needs to sit him down and go, here's the deal, you putz. You're not the storyline. The game is. That was such a fake response. He didn't lose his damn voice. He faked it. He's fake. His whole existence is fake. Wow. He sits here acting like, oh, U of D. Man, ain't nobody seen you at U of D Jesuit. Shut up, you. Guy's nothing but a charlatan. What a fake-ass call. He ruins everything he touches.
He lost his voice.
No, he didn't. He's a fake.
Well, no, I think he did because every play on that drive was, oh, my God.
Because he's fake.
They aren't all that great of a play.
Right. So now, when the moment is the moment, you've cried wolf so many times, none of us can be bothered. He ruined the moment. He ruins everything. What? Somebody else say something.
It's not much for me to say. You said it all.
I don't dislike him. I hate him. Damn.
Hey, dude.
Augustus Cornelius Johnson Jr. is from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, man. He's from Detroit.
He is from Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, Detroit. Don't eat your own like that.
Man, that is toxic.
That was impassioned.
Yeah.
That was a show opener.
I don't dislike him. I hate him.
I hate him. I had to Google the word charlatan.
Yeah, that's one of them biblical words.
Sounds like a man of a certain age. Maybe he's into his 50s, maybe early 60s or so. I'm not sure who this gentleman is.
That word. Yeah.
But there's
Mike Valenti.
That's Valenti. That's like the star of the show.
That's Valenti.
Yes,
Mike Valenti.
Big B used to say, "Did you hear what Valenti did up in Detroit today? You need to be more like this."
That's Valenti. Okay.
I said, I don't know if that's going to resonate with the audience as much as it does up there in Detroit. We're a little bit different, but I took the point. But I think there's more personality in a play-by-play call than there's ever been. And there's Tony Romo, there's RG3, and even some of the play-by-play guys are getting into it. And maybe a more traditional observer and listener isn't up for it.
I love the Gus Johnsons in the morning. He wakes me up.
It was wild when they put him on soccer. Fox tried him on soccer for a while, and it really didn't work because that's a real conversation. And you're
no, he can't do that. Yeah, he can't do that. No. He's here for the hype, baby.
Yeah,
he's the hype man. Got a woman right here that went viral for her Dallas traffic rant. Shout out to the DFW traffic.
I think everyone in Dallas needs to go to the DMV, and I think we all need to retake our driver's license test. We all need to retake that. Like everyone in this city is a idiot. Idiot.
Yeah.
Have we never seen the color green? Are we learning a new color? Did we not know that green, an arrow, means you can go? Don't get me started on the red on red. When they're turning left, you're protected. Go! And then you're gonna block the intersection when I have the green light, and then when I tap a little horn at ya, cause you're in my way,
yeah.
You're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. You're a buffoon.
I feel it though.
Yeah,
I feel it, bro. That traffic is awful out there. People are not paying attention.
That could be my internal dialogue in a Target parking lot. Anytime between now and Christmas, it's just an absolute disaster, especially the one in Town East. Getting out of that thing is a nightmare. But, we moved, and now I'm on 635.
Scary.
From here to Mesquite every day. And the two longest drives of my entire 105.3 The Fan broadcast career, the two longest commutes I've ever made have been this week. Hour and 10 minutes to get home last night. This is 20 miles.
Yep. I'm with you, dog.
I came in today after a 50-minute drive in, going 20 miles. And it's building. I think you're gonna get some sort of an outburst from me like that here in the coming days.
Can't wait. I want to thank management for moving closer to my home.
That's perfect. I'm happy for you.
5.2 miles.
Broadus is getting in his 90 by 7:15.
I can jog home from here.
But I absolutely hate traffic. I loathe it. I chose to live in Sunnyvale because I was like, I can get in and out of Dallas downtown every day, twice, no problem at all. Like, at worst, it was 35 minutes. Like, that was bad traffic getting home. Now I'm facing the reality it might have doubled. I kind of left Portland in a way to get rid of the traffic there, which was twice as bad. I mean, nothing will ever save the Portland traffic, or nothing in Dallas will ever be as bad as it is up there. But yeah, I'm going to have a meltdown here pretty soon. I'm surprised I was able to keep it together up till this point.
It's awful. This is the thing I see. Student drivers. People have student driver stickers on it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I don't remember that. I don't remember having a student driver sticker on my car.
No.
Where are you getting this?
Yeah.
And then you can't drive at the same time? You don't know where you're going? I don't know, man. It's weird out here.
Terrifying.
Yesterday's your church day. I pray you got your blessing. There's a blessing out here for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. It was your birthday this week, sir. I seen that. This guy that's in charge of the church music right here got a nasty little mix. I call it Free Bands Church of Christ. Free Bands Church of Christ. Tell me if you can catch why I say that.
I trust in God. Hallelujah.
Oh my gosh.
Little March Madness in there, bro, at the very end of this. Hold on. Let me tell you one more time.
I trust in God.
Hallelujah. I like the drop. This guy, a radio job.
Poor guy.
All right, is it our champ Eric Chiafalo with the bars? You can watch all that on our YouTube page, Dallas Fan Cam. Is it 97.1 going after Gus Johnson? Your guy Matt Valente up there. Dallas Traffic Rant or the Church of Christ Free Bars. You got my vote's for the Chief, Eric. How about you?
I'm going to go with Traffic Girl.
Right.
Not crazy about the messenger here. I'm sure she drives like ass too, but
she included herself.
But I'm going to give it to her.
Sounds like an absolute peach. Yeah. Lucius?
Yeah, Eric.
Brian?
Eric, please.
Eric.
By a score of 3-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Jake Ferguson had to reschedule. We'll get him back on next week here Thursdays at 5:35. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. It's time for LA Live.
All right, let's get into a Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a cup. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Groovy, baby.
Everybody get
Ladies!
I didn't know that you don't know. You have no idea who you are to a woman until you know how you're saved in her phone. Guys, we are not ready to find out how we are saved in the phone. Years ago, this is why I first had a hunch. Years ago, I was with a friend, and we were hanging out. This has to be like 12, maybe even 15 years ago. We were hanging out, and she lost her phone. So she was like, "Can you call it for me?" And so I call it. And look, we had never been romantic, you know? And we had decided a long time ago to just be friends, right? You know, and calling. I'm hearing a little...
No, she farted.
And then I find it in between the couch cushions, and my name saved at her phone was Nope.
Damn. Ouchie. Damn, that hurts. What do you guys have your girl saved as?
I just got her name with a heart next to it.
Name with a heart. It's always been like that?
Been like that for, forever.
You never changed it like when you got mad? Like, I'm taking this wifey off.
Thumbs down.
Our college breakup, whenever I dipped into the different situation and had the weird engagement thing that fell apart, I did remove the heart off the name, and then the name got added back when we got back.
Buddy was bitter.
Yeah,
but I got you.
Well, I mean, you can't
your phone exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Your phone might ring with the new work.
Yeah,
and it's like, what's the heart for? And then it messes everything up.
It's bad.
What you got yours saved as, Dawson?
Just her first and last name.
Last name.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I put it in there when I first met her.
You first met her, yeah.
Very formal. You asked for the last name when you met her?
Well, I saw it on Facebook.
What's your last name? Well, got to hear save. I need that last. Thank you very much.
Middle initial?
I'll give you a call.
Don't want to get you confused with all the others.
What you got to save as? Get you confused. What you got to save as, brothers?
Dr. Michelle.
Okay, so nobody got my boo and all the other stuff except for Eric's got the heart.
Got the heart in there.
I wonder what we're saved as. Do you know what you're saved as in her phone?
Yeah, I'm honey with some type of emoji.
Yeah.
We text and ask.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to figure that out.
I don't know.
Maybe you need to go home and call and find out.
Yeah, you got to find out.
Moment of truth.
I'm saved as LaPaul, my babe.
My babe.
And then when the phone rings, my face comes up, and there's also like me falling. Just a whole bunch of me's falling on the phone screen. Kind of crazy, bro. It's kind of crazy. All right, this is LA Live for Thursday, November 13th. Yeah. 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday ladies' night edition of LA Live. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this station. You are appreciated. 100%. I'd rather be around a bunch of ladies than a bunch of dudes. Dudes get funny on you. They get real strange on you. Start competing with you low-key for no reason. You're like, damn, dog, what's going on? Ladies give you some great energy. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What, you already got an answer there, brothers?
No, I will have one here in a second. Though. You're right about that. Like, if you watch football, I know myself, watch football with guys, they always try and explain everything going on in the game.
They get weird on you, man.
They try and they're like, well, they're running that invert right there. You got. I'm like,
yeah, thanks, bro.
You really don't know what an invert is.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, fam.
But they do. They try and act like they're explaining everything in the game, and I'm just trying to make sure that the queso's not like rock